The only player Magnus Carlsen was motivated to defend his World Championship title against was Alireza Firouzja. Now that's a World Championship match we may never get. But today we do have a big winners final. It is youth versus experience as Alireza takes on Magnus Carlsen in a best of 4 match. Welcome to the Champions Chess Tour.
Jordan seems to be doing everything right, but not anymore.
He blundered his knight.
Oh.
It's full of traps. You saw the reaction. He's like, oh crap, here we go. Like, what has this kid got in store?
It's got to be a checkmate, right? I mean, that king might be on
He
the
didn't
board.
see it. Levon is freaking out. He's got 5 seconds. It's over.
Checkmate on the board. Eduardo Drzaga reacts. He celebrates.
Oh, hello.
Oh, and now just seconds on the clock. And Wesley down there with 3 seconds. He walks into a pin.
He is so stressed out.
Tension. He knows he's so close in this one.
Oh,
He could have taken the pawn, and that's it. And Wesley saw there. He celebrates. All 3 divisions of the Julius Baer Generation Cup are getting closer to the finish line. The players are fighting for money, tour points, and a golden ticket to the season end final. We are expecting mind-boggling chess, and to make sure you stay on top of each and every move, in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, Ginger GM Simon Williams, and International Master Jovanka Hauska. Jovanka, we've had dramatic chess the last 2 days. Who's impressed you the most?
Oh, for me, it has to be Alireza, because Alireza has been on top form. You know, he demolished Nordibek Abdusattorov 3-0. Yesterday, he power passed Wesley. So, I mean, it just seems incredible.
Amazing performance by the 20-year-old Alireza Firouzja. And Simon, he's been your pick from the start. How do you assess his chances going up against Magnus today?
I mean, he's got great chances. I mean, he's playing really well. He just beat Wesley So, who's a rock. And, well, we've got one hell of a match coming up later on because Magnus wants to play Alireza and Alireza's parents want him to play Magnus as well. So it's going to be a brilliant match and he's got a great chance.
It's going to be a super exciting battle when Magnus takes on Alireza. But all through today, we've got youth versus experience in all the matchups. David, what are you expecting?
That's right. As an experienced player myself, I'm expecting the experienced players, the older players, to really stake their claim here. But anything can happen. I think all 3 matches that we're going to witness today are going to be extremely close. I think we'll see at least one Armageddon. It's hard to separate them all in top form.
All the players have been bringing on their A game, and we've had brilliancies, we've had blunders. Some of the players feeling the fatigue. It was a day of nerves on day 2.
To me, it looks like he's played some really flashy, clever moves. And wow, apparently a blunder on the board from Fabiano. What is this? He's jumped out the way with his bishop. This is based on the fact that the white knight will be hanging after a rook trade. But what is the winning blow here for white?
There's more than one way for Magnus to get a huge advantage.
It's more than one way. He has chosen Simon's move, the check, and Magnus Carlsen's going to mop up everything. He's going to take everything with check. Queen takes pawn as well. Now it's just one-way traffic. White will finally have a free hand to start pushing.
It's over.
Yeah.
Fabiano Caruana resigns.
Surrounding the white king. There's many
Checkmate
threats.
threatened. Mate in 1 is threatened. Bishop to e2 would be a checkmate now. How does Magnus guard against that?
Nice.
You've got to come back with your knight? Is that the only way to do it? Oh, he's...
Rook would kick you to the corner, and Magnus is running, but surely this is going to end in disaster. He's still going for checkmate. This is a cage.
Beautiful.
How do you stop it? I think he's done it.
He has. He's won. He's come back. He's going to win. He's going to win 2 games in a row against the brilliant Magnus Carlsen and take it to Armageddon.
Oh!
Is he giving the piece away?
No,
What's
he's
he
counting
doing?
on rook takes knight, and then the 2 rooks will line up on the H line.
So what? But look at the bar. It's changed a lot.
Due to that 50 move rule, he's not making any progress whatsoever here.
2 more moves. Oh, bishop takes g7.
Bishop takes pawn now.
Yeah, well, you.
No, unfortunately,
No.
there's some rook checks.
Is it going to be a draw?
He should have taken the rook.
Oh,
He could have taken the
Didn't
rook.
realize it. Fabi did not realize it.
Oh,
And
wow.
it automatically stops. 50 move rule has been reached, and with that, he had the opportunity to keep going with the trade on that last move. And Magnus Carlsen has got to be feeling the relief after that. 2 events remain and 4 spots up for grabs. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Nordibek Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana have all qualified for the season end final in Toronto. We started with 8 players on Wednesday. Only 6 remain. Pavel Elyanov and Armin Tabatabai. It was the end of the road for them on day 2. 2 of the world top 10 are currently in the losers quarterfinals. We will be seeing them in action today on their last live. Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, meanwhile, continue their run in the winners bracket and will be facing each other later today. Jovanka, big matchups. Which one are you most looking forward to?
I think I'm going to look forward to the match between Wesley So and the young 16-year-old Denis Lazovic. Remember, both of them are playing for this all-important overall tour standings. And if Wesley So wins, then he secured his spot in Toronto.
Yeah, every match has something to offer today. I mean, the big one, though, has to be Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world, against a potential future world champion, Andy Razor. So there's going to be lots of fire on the board there. But yeah, David, what about yourself?
Yeah, it's 3 matches between generations, experience versus youth. And that clash between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana, a lot of recent history between the two. Abdusattorov beat Caruana in one of the finals of the earlier tour events at the Chess Kid Cup. And yeah, recent history on his side. It's going to be interesting.
Fascinating battles all throughout now. While some of the players have booked their spot in Toronto, the pressure of qualification is off, including for Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. But for Alireza today, it is a lot on the line, and for Wesley So as well. It's a narrow path to Toronto. There are at least 3 spots for tour standings, so a lot of players are fighting for these critical tour points, including in Division 2. And we saw some inspired play by one of the most creative players in modern chess.
In Division 2, Levon Aronian was down 1-0 against the talented Alexei Sarana. After this miss by Sarana in Game 2, Aronian found the critical response with Rook H6. He proceeded to suffocate White's position until a forced mate was on the board.
This is game over. Sarana resigns.
In a 70-move Game 3, Aronian again found the critical response following a mistake by Sarana. In this position, Sarana played Knight F3 check. Aronian found the right moves and a queen sacrifice to make his passed pawn unstoppable.
Oh, and he finds it. And that's it. Sarana resigns.
After a draw in the 4th game, it was sealed. Aronian took the match after an early deficit. In Division 3, Super Grandmaster Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and American prodigy Sam Sevian won both of their games to now meet in the winner's bracket final. Mamedyarov has yet to win a division, so that will be his goal as he faces off against Sam Sevian today, who was the victor of Division 3 in the Air Things Masters.
The winner of Division 2 gets $10,000 and 50 tour points, including a ticket to the next Division 1 of the Champions Chess Tour event. And these were our results from Day 2. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Armin Basim, Vladislav Artemiev and Levon Aronian advanced to the winners' semifinals. And we've got big matchups with Jan facing Basim and Artemiev playing against Levon. There is a lot on the line for these players. David, Artemiev against Levon, what do you think will be the decisive factor in that match?
Well, yet again, Tanya, we've been talking about it a bit. The older player here, Aronian, with vast experience. He is competing, however, against a really energetic, really quick Artemiev. I think it might just come down to whose nerves hold up. It's such high stakes, especially for someone like Aronian, where tour points are essential. And I'm going to say he's going to thrive under those conditions.
Yeah, it's going to be very close, though, isn't it? Artemiev had such a great season a couple of seasons ago, and he's a very dangerous player. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen on a couple of occasions. So, yeah, it's going to be an uphill struggle for Aronian there.
But he is very inspired and motivated, as we saw in his matchup against Sarana Parana. And today, the games do continue. It's not just Division 2, but Division 3 action as well. And Anish Giri is still in the fight, along with famous fun legend Gata Kamsky. But it will be all eyes on the winners bracket, where Shakhriyar Mamedyarov takes on Sam Sevian. Yovi, how would you describe the styles of these two players?
Well, Sam Sevian, the young American, has a really powerful style. And I have to say, in this particular format, he seems to thrive. I mean, I've seen him in several finals. And as for Shakhriyar, the Shark Mamedyarov, I mean, he plays in a really creative, aggressive style. When he's there, you have to bring your tactical A game. So expect a slugfest.
And a really fun, exciting battle. You know, when there's Shark, there is Shark Attack. Sam Ayam has won a Division 3 before. Can he have a repeat performance of that one? You can follow all of Division 2 action on Chess Dojo's Twitch channel and Division 3 action on Grandmaster Ben Feingold's channel. Lot of juicy matchups in that one in the studio. We will be focusing on Division 1 with big matchups and a lot on the line. And of course, later today, we've got world number 1 Magnus Carlsen taking on Alireza Firouzja. And this is what these two players had to say about facing each other.
He's both very strong and an uncompromising player as well. So the games are always good.
What are your thoughts on facing Magnus in a matchup after quite some time?
Honestly, I'm just happy that I will get more broadcast time because my parents are watching you guys and you guys never show me. So now at least you will show me and they could watch me. So this is a good news at least.
He's definitely going to be on today's broadcast. A big matchup that we're so excited to watch. Magnus Carlsen has had 3 appearances. Alireza Firouzja 2. Magnus with a double whammy, 2 wins in the tour so far and a really close score. It's going to be a close match. David, what are the chances of this going down to Armageddon?
I think it's very likely. Of course, 4 games between these two, anything could happen, especially with such an uncompromising style from Firouzja, as Magnus alluded to. But yeah, they're both just in such good form. Magnus World Cup winner, Firouzja winning 2 Title Tuesdays and then powering through this tournament. I can't wait either way.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well. I'm hoping for some really attacking chess. That's what Firouzja loves doing, and are we going to get it? I hope so.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. And I'm especially excited because Magnus yesterday saying that he was a little bit tired. So we can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Energy will be a big factor. And we did see a fatigued Magnus Carlsen, also not happy with his play yesterday. And he said that he's got to play better chess than what he did against Fabi. That match is coming up later. Before that, we do have the losers quarterfinals with Wesley taking on Denis Lazovic and Fabiano Caruana playing against Nordebek Abdusattorov. Fabi, Nordebek are already in through to Toronto, but a lot at stake for Wesley and Denis, who are yet to book their spot. For Wesley, it's easy. He wins today, he's guaranteed a 4th place finish, and that means with his tour points, he will be uncatchable, he will be at the top, and he will get to Toronto. For Denis Lazovic, he needs to try to get as many of those tour points and get as far as possible in this event. And we've seen what the 16-year-old is capable of. It is going to be a big battle. David, what are you expecting in this matchup? Once again, youth versus experience.
Yeah, yet again, a battle of the generations, and I think both players will just stick to their strengths. They certainly have a comfort zone. These two, a very defined style. Lazovic, very positional, kind of plays those Catalan openings. He's a grinder. Wesley so as well, likes simplified positions with minimal risk. So I'm expecting some solid chess, and it might just be the first to crack, or whoever wants to maybe finally take that risk that will come out on top.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very close, and it could well go to Armageddon just because they're so solid. I think this match will be very different to the Magnus match later on, so we'll have to wait and see. Lots of Berlins.
I'm going to be controversial here, and I'm going to say that Denis Lazovic, he's proved that he can win on demand, so I think that he might edge it out.
We've seen brilliant play by Denis this entire event. He did lose to Fabi, but it went down to the wire with the Armageddon. And yesterday, making that comeback against Armin Tabatabai. You can't write this 16-year-old off, even when he's playing the world number 8. We are expecting a close battle in that one, as well as this big matchup when Fabi takes on Nordebek. Yovi, is there a favorite in this one?
That is a tough question, Tanya, because look at this. The scores, nothing can tell them apart. But in the last time they played in the Chess Kid Cup final, it was Nordebek Abdusattorov that was the superior player. So he does edge out Fabiano a little bit, just on account of that.
It's been a bit of a heartbreak story for Fabi because he's made it to so many finals of this Champions Chess Tour event, hasn't managed to clinch a title yet.
Not yet, but he has, as a consolation prize, kind of secured a spot in the grand final. But you're right, Tanya. You know, he wants to win. You know, every chess player, they're ambitious, they're ruthless. They want to win the top dog prize.
A grudge match for Fabi, as well as motivation to win the event. Let's take a look at the regulations for the losers bracket. It is only a best of 2, which means there is no margin for error. 15 minutes with a 3-second increment, 1.5 points, and you win the match. As it's a double elimination, but these players are on their last strike. In the losers bracket, you lose, you are out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. If you win, you continue through. If it is a 1-1, there will be bidding Armageddons. Always a lot of fun to watch and exciting play. And there we've got Fabiano Caruana, who did have a tough day against Magnus, but there were some positives there, David, especially in the last 2 games.
That's right. It was a really tough start for Fabiano, losing the first game. Quite a close first game, but the second game having an opening disaster, maybe the worst opening we've ever seen from Fabiano. But after that, he did bounce back and took it to the wire, 1 or 2 moves away, 1 or 2 accurate moves away from taking that match against Magnus to Armageddon. So, as you say, some positives, but maybe not quite at his best. He needs to bounce back today.
And Nordebek needs to get to his chair just about now, because in seconds from now, we will have action as the players will play their first moves. And we are getting an update that the camera's frozen, so Nordebek is ready. And we've got a Sicilian. It's an invisible opponent currently who Fabi's playing against.
Nordebek Invisible Lasatarov. Wow. And it's not just, okay, the Invisible Man is
Magic.
back. Magic trick, but he's not just that. He's playing a really risky opening. This variation of the Sicilian, where you provoke White's pawn forward, give White all the space in the world. This has got a slightly dodgy reputation. Abdusattorov definitely playing provocative here. And wow, Fabiano losing 2 moves with his knight. Simon, you're a Dutch defense player. Black has just gained move F5 for free. But what do you think of this opening?
Well, I mean, just the speed that Fabiano is playing is a bit worrying, because you only use an opening like this to knight f6 if you want to surprise your opponent, because generally it's not a great opening. You're probably going to be a little bit worse, and it hasn't surprised Fabiano at all. Fabiano has moved quickly up to this point. He continues to move quickly, and to my eyes, he's got quite a nice position. He can move his queen, he can castle queenside. He has pressure on the open D file, and I'd imagine he's pretty happy with the way the opening's gone here.
Yeah. To me, it looks beautiful for White. You've talked in past days, Simon, about having this White pawn on E5, just kind of cutting the board in half. To me, it's okay. It's going to be a strategic kind of battle this next few turns, but looks like Fabiano, he's definitely done his homework and should be happy. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's had experience in this variation of the Sicilian. Personally, my experience here is 0. So I think we might have to learn a few things from the players.
And there we can actually see a new move according to the databases. Before that, White had only really tried actually stepping forward with the queen, getting ready to castle the king to the left, or playing Simon's favorite move, h2, h4. It's an interesting position. It's very unbalanced, very unconventional. And I guess the whole issue for Black is just where you're going to put the bishops. And the move that kind of jumps out to me is for Black to develop the light squared bishop on the long diagonal, and you do that by playing the move b6.
As the players continue to develop their pieces in a very non-standard opening, it does promise to be a big fight in this best-of-2 match from the word go. And we are getting the word that it is go time in the other matchup as well. Wesley saw Danis Lazovic ready to make their first moves. Are we expecting the king's pawn opening, or once again for Wesley to switch it up?
Yeah, Wesley, he's been varying between 1 e4 king's pawn openings and the Reti, just kind of flexible approaches there. So, yeah, keeping Lazovic guessing as well. I'm not sure which one to expect, but either way, Lazovic will set up in a rock-solid formation. That's what we've become accustomed to from him here. Oh, Simon, I think it might be a Berlin, as you predicted.
Boo!
I was going to say no way.
I know. I mean, at least we have the Italian variation, because, I mean, I don't mind a Berlin. It's an opening I should actually learn. I never will, but I should. But it's just something we've seen a lot of so far. And the Italian, we've also seen this opening being played fairly regularly. But it's great for me, because I'm learning a lot more about this as we're going on, because the subtle manoeuvres that the top players are actually doing is really clever, actually, in a lot of these games. And the only difference in this position is really the pawn on c3 and Black's knight on c6. So this gives white a little bit more flexibility, as white can try to advance on the queen side with b4, or sometimes with d4 in the centre as well. So I guess that's where the advantage is really, that's where white is trying to bank his advantage on, those pawn pushes. Common idea here, and David, you're probably the expert in these lines. I mean, you've played. I remember you had similar against Ali Reza. I don't want to bring that memories up again, but I just did. Sorry,
Thanks,
David.
Simon.
Cheers. Oh God, sorry about that.
That's okay. I do, in my defence, I do think Alireza Firouzja is maybe the world's leading expert on the white side. Some fantastic results using the Italian game, and like you say, it's just very symmetrical. But here, the advantage of the first move for white, the fact that you start first, you always seem to be one tempo up in these types of middle games. And okay, Lazovic, he's hunting down that white light squared bishop. He's going to eliminate it, and this is still very well-known stuff. I've seen Aronian play pretty much this exact position, maybe with a couple of inclusions before. And yeah, okay, this one at least is spicing up. A big threat now on the board from Lazovic. He's certainly done his homework. He's attacking the f2 square, black's bishop. It's like an archer on the dart squares on a7, and it has provoked white into stepping forward in the centre. So maybe more exciting than the usual kind of stodgy, solid Italian games that we're used to. But yeah, heating up. It definitely feels like both players itching for a fight here, less solid than I predicted.
Mm-hmm. And is there a danger that things could get completely liquidated? So, for instance, if the knight were to recapture in the centre, is it now time for black to break through? Because, OK, well, we might see on the board. Yeah. And then the position becomes very complicated and very dynamic.
Yeah, black needs to be quick here before white's pieces start to develop, come forward. That black knight now in white's half is about to get kicked back, and you don't want to necessarily start retreating. So key moment for Denis Lazovic. He has the bishop pair. We talked about that before in previous days. The bishop pair can be potent if lines open up. OK, first he just improves his rook. Very solid play.
Yeah, still in preparation here. I was a bit surprised when white gives up his light square bishop in these Italian openings, Raul Lopez openings, because that's one of the first things you're kind of told not to do. But why does white do it here? He does it to open up the A file, to get some better development, and those knights of whites can come jumping into the centre quite soon as well. But it is something on the long term. The two bishops, they could work very well for Denis if he can just contain the centre here.
Bobby Fischer would be turning right now. He would be hating this position for white. He was so in love with his light squared bishops, especially when opening with 1e4. So he wouldn't approve of what Wesley's doing, but we'll see if it pays off.
Looks like the opening has turned out well for Denis Lazovic. An open position, no structural weaknesses, a bishop pair. Those are some good long-term strategic advantages to have. And this has been the unique quality about Den Laz in this event. From these young players, we often expect tactics and boom, boom, bang, checkmate kind of chess. But it's not about aggressive play with a lot of strategic, technical stuff. And I think this is exactly the kind of position that he thrives in.
Yeah, totally. It's kind of rare, though, to get a young person like that.
Oh, we do have a move. We will come back to this, but it is fire on the board in our other matchup. Fabiano taking on Nordebek. And we do have a lot of action in the other match, and I think we're going to go straight to that. A queenside castling. What is this crazy position?
Yeah, first we need to do a count, because Fabiano, by kind of design or by accident here, he has sacrificed a piece. He got his light squared bishop trapped and he gave it up. And look at white's pawns in the center. They look beautiful. Look at white's pieces, centralized, super active. But black is only one move away from castling, as you mentioned there, Tanya. And Fabiano, time is of the essence. He needs to attack. He needs to justify his piece sacrifice. He's going for it now. I think this is a really accurate move before it's too late. And the evaluation bar says he's pretty much winning.
I think this is probably preparation. I mean, Fabiano has fantastic preparation. This surprise move, or move two, it's becoming less surprising. So it's something maybe 3 years ago you wouldn't have prepared for, but I know that Niels used it against Magnus, Niels Grandilius, and some other players have used it as well. So I think it's just something that Fabiano has prepared. And I reckon he's had this position back in his house already. And it looks very scary for black. The queen is ready to come and check the black king. If black castles, the white knight is going to jump in. There's a lot of threats here.
Yeah. It's really scary, right?
Yeah,
and
Sorry.
David wants to show us exactly how this position happened.
Yeah, I just wanted to say as well, we see the computer moves saying that Black only has one move to survive and minimize the damage. But it was here, Fabiano, as Simon mentioned, sacrificed a piece with his home cooking, this home preparation, playing the move G4. You don't come up with this quickly within a couple of minutes unless you have looked at it before. And this allowed the bishop on D3 to be trapped. Simply nowhere to go for this bishop. And this was the secret ingredient. Bishop takes F5, just creating this huge pawn center. And this is the current position, White's knight jumping forward. And sorry there for interrupting, Ivanka. Queen check on the cards. It looks like Black has to castle. Only move according to the computer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Queen check is going to be devastating. You really can't ignore that one. So there's only one move.
Yeah, there's a
to
nice
survive.
line here, isn't there? I mean, if you play H5, you can play knight F7 anyway if you want to. But, you know, yeah, I don't know if you want to, but I mean, I think this just explains why you have to castle as Black. You have to get that king. As you say, Ivanka's safe on the queen side. Even if it costs you some material, it's better than getting checkmated.
That's pretty awesome. Knight F7, I love it, Simon. Simon, were you influenced by Mikhail Tal? Because I always feel like you always channel your Tal in all your analysis.
I don't know. I mean, I love crazy moves. Definitely, Mikhail Tal was a hero of mine. Probably my favourite world champion, and also a player we're going to mention later. I think was another inspiration of mine. So we'll come to that later on, though. But yeah, I think Black just has to castle. I don't know if he has castled yet, but what else can he do here, David? Nothing, I feel.
Yeah, not yet. He hasn't castled, but he has to, as we see there just below the board. 3 computer suggestions. Stockfish says, OK, king to c8, which is castle's queenside. That is by far the best. Anything else, look at that, plus 4.6, plus 5.7. That is, I mean, those numbers are from nightmares, basically, for Abdusattorov. So you have to castle, and yes, the white knight will land on F7, as Simon says, but I think losing some material here is the least of your worries. You simply cannot get checkmated.
It is.
And another reason we know that Fabiano is probably close to winning is that mug. He's got his super mug out and he's drinking so much. I mean, you only drink like that when you're very happy. There's certain body language, little tips from the expert here that we can gauge from the players. You can see that Nordibet there, hand in the head. He wants to hide behind that hand like a big fan. And we see Fabiano now is not going to bring his mug up, is he? But he's got a massive mug. What do we think he's drinking? I'm not sure, but he's very comfortable. It's clear. Very, very comfortable. He knows exactly this position.
Yeah.
Could be over soon.
I mean, he does have a great position. You've been talking about how this is part of the prep. But even when he went G4, right, that move that really turned it around for him, it felt like White had a huge advantage already. So we'd love to know how much of this was actually prep, and we'd probably get that in later. But we do have a move, and it is not a queenside castle. He hasn't gone for that. And I see in our studio, you guys are reacting to it. Knight E7. What's happening? Is it the check?
No, we put that in his pipe and we smoke it. The knight, that little knight, can jump, and it should. Surely it should jump here. Surely that's the right move. In you go, boy. In you go, because it's not just threatening the rook. That has a massive check. Is threatening as well. Imagine that knight getting to the centre, and it's quite neat. I mean, it looks like a strong move, right? Maybe the check is good as well, as you say, Tanya. It's very tempting, but. I don't know. I mean, the Black King, I just don't think it's going to survive here.
Yeah, and we did just see, after that move, the Black Knight retreat back to E7. We did see the computer did say Knight F7, instantly winning, much stronger than everything else, but there are tempting options. Knight to F7, not just those tactics there, Simon, but you also cover the D8 square, kind of stopping the Black King from running away, evacuating towards the queen side. You can't castle through check there. So this would be the killer blow, Knight F7. I think Nordibek would struggle to survive. Let's just show one move as well. If Black's knight takes this pawn to stop the check, I think you can just land on D6 with a nasty check anyway. And,
what if you take the rook on H1,
you can also
David?
Take the rook.
Ooh.
I mean, let's just see. I mean, I mean, if you're the thing is, if you've got a bad position, you might as well take as much as you can, right? So let's grab the rook. And
give you a check.
The finish? Yeah.
Where is the finish? Indeed. This is what Fabiano is calculating right now, because this position we've got on the board, we see the evaluation bar totally winning for White, but White is a rook and a bishop down.
Maybe it's just E6.
E6, yeah, I like it. Just the pawn.
Bang.
Straight through the middle. And Knight F7 check, winning the queen as a threat. But also, you're bringing the rook on D1. I mean, that looks like one very strong move. He didn't play it, though. That's disappointing. Disappointing, Fabiano. He played a very logical move there, though, bringing the rook into attack.
Still lining up with some pawn pushers, still knight f7 in the air, still a check in the air. He just gets his rook to safety. All of his pieces are playing a good part here, playing a decent role and still winning.
Yeah, why can't I get these positions against grandmasters, top grandmasters when I play? They never allow me to have this kind of fun. David, next time, just let me have this, please.
You need to stop playing against boring players like me. You need to fight, kind of play against these uncompromising youngsters, Simon. They fight fire with fire. They allow this type of chaos because they kind of want it themselves. So, yeah, get back to the board, Simon.
Maybe one day.
This is super scary for Black, and it's a best of two, right? You lose this one, and then you already feel like you're eliminated. You have to win on demand, and this feels like an all-prep line. And Jovanka, this last move just keeps all the threats on the board that Fabi has that we've been discussing. But the thing that comes to my mind is that can't Black actually just grab that f5 pawn, which is such a big strength in White's position here?
Yeah, that was also my first thought as well, because, you know, if Black castles, then the knight will jump to f7. But I'm also wondering, you know, if the knight does capture the pawn, can't Simon's idea of putting that knight into the f7 square still come into play?
Yeah, it's just deadly. This kind of recurring theme of landing the knight on f7, hitting the rook, and just to show once more, pawn steps forward here. If you take that knight with a nasty check, hitting the queen, not just that, but if you recapture, whoops, this is even checkmate in one. The king is caught in the center of the board. So, yeah, no matter where you go, what you do, it seems like knight f7 is almost inevitable. You can pretty much pre-move at this point, and Fabiano's position, it's beautiful. His air quality, not great, but beautiful winning position right now.
Yeah, we could be witnessing the first miniature of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. With all these threats, it's hard to imagine Nordebek surviving. It is move number 16. He's really taking a think, but it doesn't matter how much time he has on the clock. David, but what a knight f5 on the board felt like it was the only move. And now the move that Fabi maybe missed, or not sure if he missed or felt rook e1 was better. But knight f7, he could have played it on the last move. Will he find it on this one? Yeah.
Absolutely, right? Because otherwise, where is the attack? You can't step forward with the pawn on it from e5 to e6 because the bishop is under fire there. And, of course, the problem with checking, queen to h5 check, can be easily blocked by the g-pawn. So...
process of elimination.
Exactly, forcing moves, your checks.
Yeah, on
there
the
you go. And, Simon, I'm going to let you take it away.
Yeah, I mean, that's the move, isn't it? I mean, but he was forced to find it. And, you know, as soon as he played knight g5, that's the square that knight wants to come into. I don't know if Nordebek missed this move. It's possible, but now Black can't even castle. I mean, I think he had to try to have castled last move, because it's not just knight takes rook, which is the threat, winning material, but it's actually knight to d6, which potentially looks even more scary, keeping the Black king stuck in the middle of the board. And that, you know, these two knight moves just seem really, really strong to me. But knight d6, I think, is the main threat, David. I don't know. I mean, looks strong, right?
Yeah, let's just show that. The knight coming back, for example, if Black does save his rook in the corner by moving it across, knight d6 is just a killer. Immediately, you hit the king, you hit the knight, and if this is captured in any direction, for example, if the Black bishop takes this, then it's a discovered check and a double attack. You hit the queen as well. You win everything. The whole house is collapsing around Nordebek here. He has under 5 minutes in a hopeless position, and this is just a piece sacrifice, and in return, you've got so much here from Fabiano. You're going to win the piece back with interest. You might win the queen. You might deliver checkmate at this point. It's just Abdusattorov picking his poison, and yeah, he's going to crash to defeat. I think the only question here is, what's the definition of a miniature? Is it under 20 moves, under 25? Will he survive that long?
Yeah. Under 20 moves.
Under 20 moves.
20 it is.
Yeah.
It's a bit harsh, isn't it, nowadays? I mean, you never get any games under 20 moves at top grandmaster level.
You might just be.
I think he'll last over 20. How many moves are we on now? I mean, he's
17.
He'll last another 3-4 moves, even if he's completely lost. I remember in the old days, even if you were completely lost, I had this against a junior. When I was a grandmaster, I was getting smashed in about 15 moves, and I thought, I've got to play on, because otherwise this game will be in all the newspapers. You know, obviously the days before the internet, and you just draw it on, just because it will at least maybe not be featured as a miniature then.
You know, I had that against the Grandmaster, and I had the white pieces, and it was move 13, and I just could not see a way to survive beyond move 17. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be so embarrassing. So, yeah.
You make a good point, Simon. I write for a newspaper, and one of the column, there's space constraints, so I literally have to choose games that are 30 moves or less.
So none of your games would ever feature.
I can never feature my own games, unfortunately. Those would take 10 pages, but yeah, under 30 moves. And this game might make it in the newspaper.
Yeah.
It's just been so brutal and quite picturesque as well, just the patterns. It's kind of really, really rare. Seldom that you see this type of aggressiveness pay off.
I think this might be under 20. I mean, he's under 3 minutes right now, and he might not get checkmated, but he could resign soon.
Shall we kind of do a deep dive and
Let's
see
do
what
it.
happens if the Black King decides to run? So I'm thinking the only move to kind of survive is move the rook, preserve the rook. Otherwise, the materialist in me cannot handle being so much material down. And so the knight gives the check, and then the king steps to the side, and then I've seen the knight is also on priest.
Yeah, I mean, you've got E6
I
there
love
as well.
E6. It has to be this
but
move.
maybe
I don't
E6
know if it
doesn't
does.
work.
Not E6.
It doesn't, because the knight is under attack on D6.
Tempting, but I mean, it either works or it doesn't work. And when you've got lots of time on your clock, as Fabiano does, I mean, knight takes F5 is just, you're not even that much material down now. Are you any material down, actually? You're 1 point down and you've got all of these threats still. And yeah, this is definitely resignable, this position, I'd say. Yeah. E6 was nice, though. It's the kind of move you want to play.
I really want to see E6 on the board. It's like opening up that bishop and getting every single piece to attack. But when you can just grab a piece, why not do it? Knight D6, knight F5. But right now, a big question to Nordebek. How does he even survive the next 5 moves? David bets here. Under 20 or not?
I'll say 21.
What is that?
I'm going to say, OK, let's see who's closest. And I think they deserve a little prize of some sort. Oh, we have another move here, G6.
Ooh.
And I thought this was a good option because it at least gives White the idea and the temptation to grab that rook. Grabbing the rook, probably winning.
I would grab it.
Yeah,
Why not?
Well, yeah, unless Knight... Yeah, I mean, it is a rook, isn't it? I mean,
you were down a piece, now you're up in exchange. What's not to love?
Yeah, no, it's probably the best move, but you have to at least, you know, you have to calculate knight d6 as well here.
You know, Simon, maybe the point is that now with g6, that knight on f5 that we were grabbing after the check is defended.
It can be taken. That's right, yeah. I still want to play knight d6, even, you know, first of all, but I think grabbing the rook is the sensible move. But g6 is a good defence, maybe the best defence. I think this will go on to move 30.
Oh.
28. I'll go 28. Yeah, go on.
21, 28.
Okay.
25.
25, right.
The thing we know about Jovanka is she always wins at predictions. She's like the queen of predictions. She needs to buy more lottery tickets. It's
No, it's really funny because in life I'm super bad with numbers, but somehow or other I can guess numbers pretty well.
So it's who's closest, right? And because Jovanka said 25, I'll go with 24.
So crafty. You're very good at these. You always manage to go last or something at these predictions.
Should make the ladies go first next time so we can...
I think ladies first has to be done. But
Big trouble for Nordebek Abdusattorov. Also, 1.5 minutes on the clock. Crazy wild position, about to lose an exchange, but Fabi with a very tempting option of coming in with that check to d6. David, what really happens if he doesn't get materialistic and tries to go for checkmate?
Yeah, let's check out the most likely path from this point. Fabiano is still with a lot of time, of course, to work out, to calculate what happens. The materialistic players would take this rook, and that is winning. That is confirmed by the engine, as we see at the bottom there, as the best move. And he's just played it. Let's just go back. If he had given a check, this is also winning, equally winning, just in a very different way. And I think the professional way is to take the material, think later. But here... Well, where's the checkmate? Maybe you just give a check here. Nope, not that one. Maybe the idea is just to go back and win the rook. Maybe that's why the computer thinks this is such a good move in the first place. So, OK, Fabiano, he went for the best approach, of course. He is professional like that. Interesting, Simon, here. The third best move was h4. What is that?
Wow, h4?
Apparently.
I mean, I have to say, if anyone played h4 there and it was the best computer move...
You call the arbiters right there.
You call the arbiters straight away, because no one would play h4 in that position at all. And can he go back again now?
He has.
Yes.
Oh, I love this. The knight just got... Look at that. What a beautiful idea.
You might trick me once.
Okay.
No.
Just to show this would happen if the knight was captured. But knight to f7, it's just keeping the black king stranded in the center. You can never castle now.
I mean, you're material up, you're attacking. You're going to go knight d6 as well anyway. So, you know, with an extra rook.
I saw a beautiful tactic.
Show us, Jovanka.
Okay, but okay, it revolves. So make a non-move for. Yeah, okay. So I saw this idea of going bishop g5, and if king takes knight, rook takes pawn. Check.
Boom.
Boom, and you're going to follow that through after queen takes rook with e6.
Yep, a royal fork here with the pawn this time. You win the black queen and the game. Yeah, all of these tactics just in the air, and how do you defend your material down facing a brutal attack like this? It's over.
When the computer says that a move like h4 gives you a +6, +7, whatever it's that kind of position, you know how bad it is.
Yeah, that's
White
right.
doesn't even give a check, doesn't even pick up the rook. You can go h4 and you're completely winning. That's how bad it is for Nordebek Abdusattorov. But he might be crossing the 20 move mark, so...
I think he's going to get to...
24?
I've gone 28, so he's 28, 24, 25, 28...
Come on, 21.
21, wow. Okay, so... yeah.
Oh, wow, and none of us were correct.
We do have a result, but David, you were the closest, and we do get a miniature. It is under 20 moves. As Nordebek Abdusattorov throws in the towel, he has resigned.
Wow.
Incredible opening there by Fabiano Caruana. He takes the lead. Nordebek has to win the next game. Everything went wrong in this one for black.
Yeah, I think it was just a poor opening choice. We said it actually yesterday and the day before. Abdusattorov, he's been feeling out his boundaries, like seeing what he can get away with, kind of pushing for the maximum in the opening, and it's backfired. And, OK, he'll aim to strike back with white in the next game. But this game still ongoing between Wesley So and Denis Lazovic, and this looks very much more rational, the position. First of all, it's level material, almost symmetrical pawn structure. The main differences being here that white has this supreme knight in the center of the board on d5, nice outpost, whereas black has the bishop pair. First instincts here, who would we choose?
I like the bishop pair.
Yeah, I quite like white, actually, just having a knight in the center, but I would also say pretty equal as well. So, but I love having a knight in the center. I mean, a knight in the center of the board that can't be attacked is often better than a bishop, nearly always better than a bishop, actually. But it's probably just fairly even, isn't it, this one?
Yeah, I was also leaning towards picking white until I started looking at the coordination between all of the pieces. And if you take a look, that knight on g3 doesn't have a role and can't see a future for it either. So that's why I'm going to say, no, I'm going to take the black pieces, because every single one of those pieces, minor pieces, are working.
I like that move that he's just played. You've got the bishop pair. You want to open up the game as much as you can, trying to create weaknesses in white's pawn structure on the queen side. It just feels like in these kind of positions, it's sort of a long-term play for black. And that knight on d5, it looks really pretty, Simon, but perhaps black just ends up playing around it because it doesn't have any targets.
Yeah, no, it could be. And with that last move, black's creating a threat immediately. I'm pretty sure David would take black here, being a fan of the bishop. Yep. So and yeah, I mean, it's true. All the points you made make a lot of sense. The knight on g3 is bad. Black's attacking on the queen side. White's double pawns could be a target on the b file as well. And with a move like this, white has to go into defense as well, which is not ideal. So maybe slightly better for black then. And again, Denis is he's so good, isn't he, at just grinding out. And this is an offer of a draw. So
gonna take it?
I mean,
he has to fall back with the knight, right, to start with.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I think Lazovic, he'll look at the clock, he'll have one eye kind of focused on the clock situation. He'll also realise that this is his type of position. This might be his best bet of beating Wesley So. And remember, the chess gods do punish players who don't play on when they've got favourable positions. If he takes a draw here, despite the fact he has white in the next game, I think Lazovic will be slightly kicking himself. He'll have it in his mind. He'll say, OK, that was a bit negative. So playing on now, I think, would be very wise.
Yeah.
Keeping the game going.
Yeah, I mean, he might as well. You always have to think, why is my higher rated opponent offering a draw? And this was the move that I really wanted to see on the board. The knight comes and destabilizes the protection of the bishop. And I was working it out, and it was looking quite okay for black.
Also makes intentions clear that Lazovic is trying to play for a win here, not going back with the knight, not accepting the repetition. And that's champion's mindset, David, when you're playing against a world number 8.
That's true. Although, if we're talking about generations, do you know what a kind of grandmaster from the 1960s, 1970s would have done? They would have repeated once, and then they would have played knight b4. They would have kind of flicked in a couple of quick moves and then asserted their dominance psychologically. They would have said, OK, I teased you, but no draw for you. I got your hopes up, then crushed them. So going for this immediately, knight b4, is very tempting. Looks like a nice move from Lazovic.
I've actually noticed that about the younger generation. They don't even repeat once.
No.
They say game on and not even giving that hope, but it does have a lot of psychological aspect to doing that, because your opponent feels, I mean, we saw it at the World Championship, right? With the Yan Ding match and not repeating it and going for that rook g6, which pretty much won the match. So
yeah. And
it's
I mean,
tricky.
yeah, we played this game yesterday as well, Tanya. I think you did, where you have to guess the accuracy of let's go for Denis's play. Anyone want to have a guess? I mean, he's a machine. As a clue,
90. Oh, that's a clue. I was going to say 96%, Simon.
99%.
I'll say above 90%.
I've no idea how I find it. I thought I'd just throw it out there.
It's on the moves.
It's on the moves, is it? Okay.
Oh,
there you go.
99.
99.7, yeah. 99.7 is his accuracy.
Wow.
Which is incredible, right? And they played 27 moves, so it's a lot, Yeah, I mean, just shows how good he is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we talk about styles in chess, because these two players especially, they have such kind of distinct styles. They very rarely take chances. They're very smooth with their play. No risk, well, at least averse to risk, and no chaos like we saw in the other battle. That kind of helps their accuracy levels, but also maybe lower risk, lower reward. But here, Lazovic, can he push his advantage with more time on the clock?
I want to ask you about what you mentioned, David, about repetition and repeating moves and then changing up. How does it work for you? Do you would you have gone back and then changed, knowing from the very start that you don't want to draw in this position?
Yeah, I would have repeated instantly, even if I knew that I was going to play on for a win. I think that's just a habit I've picked up as a time trouble addict in classical chess. I always want to play a couple of extra moves to gain 30 seconds on the clock to get closer to the time control. In rapid chess, it's maybe less relevant, where the increment here is just 3 seconds, but either way, I've found it has a huge effect on the opponent.
Yeah.
I've known so many opponents to just kind of lose their focus, lose the plot, just by the fact that they've been teased with the idea of a repetition and idea of a draw.
I feel you have to be so strong in your mind to know that you don't want to repeat. I've been in this situation, and for me, I would want to change it up in the first go. Otherwise, I get really tempted and start rethinking my decision if I've repeated once. Do I want to bail out? Do I have enough? How does it work for you, Jovanka?
No, I'm with David. I've read too many of those classical books, where it goes repeat once, tempt your opponent with that draw, and then snatch it away from them at the last minute. It's the old school, and I'm pretty old school. And I was looking at the position, and I was wondering, what move is Lazovic considering? Is he thinking about dropping the bishop to c2? Is he thinking about trading knights? Because there is a threat on the board of actually white playing bishop takes pawn. Although that might just be too much greed.
Yeah, ideas such as bishop takes pawn, just undermining this knight. He could have played that last move, so I guess maybe not a threat right now, but definitely lots of tempting options for Lazovic. Just to highlight some of the ones you mentioned, Jovanka, first thing to calculate, it wasn't even on my radar, to be honest. Bishop to c2 looks very tempting, attacking this rook, attacking this pawn, but some calculation to do there. It becomes very, very forcing the play. And Denis Lazovic, under 2 minutes, maybe there are more kind of pragmatic approaches. You can drop your bishop back this way. You can even just trade knights if you're kind of feeling super safe here and not wanting to take too much risk. After all, we've talked about this knight as being the pride and joy of white's position. And other than that, maybe you can take this pawn. Maybe you can activate this bishop into the center. Just plenty of choice. And that's not necessarily a good thing in rapid chess. You want one clear move that you know is better than the rest. And Lazovic eventually does trade the knights.
I like this decision. As you said, David, we've been talking about that knight being the key piece in white's position, and it's not easy what you want to recapture with, because if you go in with the rook, then your idea of bishop c2 gains in power, bishop c2, and it's on the board. We might be seeing bishop c2. And I was thinking, if you take with the pawn, that's also not a happy decision, because black can then just put a blockade in front of that pawn, and strategically, these positions are so difficult for white.
Yeah, this would have been beautiful too. This pawn looks nice and strong. It's a pass pawn, but easily blockaded. And yeah, Jovanka, I heard you exclaim there, ooh, because bishop c2 looks strong and the evaluation bar has dropped in Lazovic's favour.
Yeah, you guys know me so well. Of course I'm going to get super excited if you offer me up some free material. I like my food. I want some grub. And the first move that I would be just thinking about is put that bishop there, attack the rook, attack the pawn, and then I'd start calculating.
Looks like you win material, and maybe that's reflected in the computer's evaluation. As we see just at the bottom of the screen, it says plus 1.4 there for black. And OK, that move was played. This is the current position. Some counting to be done. This pawn is attacked and has just been taken, and the move's coming in thick and fast here. I'm expecting to see a trade. Maybe you take this pawn as well. And I guess Wesley is relying on the fact that this pawn is weak.
Wow. Is there maybe pawn takes pawn, and then you back it up with the move that you suggested, centralize the bishop so that you can pounce on the weak pawn?
Yeah, maybe the bishop will come in. The bishop pair, we saw it yesterday when Caruana checkmated Magnus Carlsen. It's two bishops against bishop and knight here, and it's definitely in black's favour. It's just about how much the advantage is, how big it is.
We've got moves, David. He does start by attacking the white bishop on c5 and then captures on c4. White can jump in and take the a6 pawn, but I do see the eval bar has leveled up. So it looks like the worst is over for white. Is it risk-free now? But he jumps in with a knight with the huge threat of a fork on e7 first.
Yeah, we talked about knights on f5 being super strong, and even though this is the endgame, that's a nasty threat. Knight to e7 check would be devastating, and suddenly the clock times have totally reversed. Lazovic was 3-4 minutes up just a few moves ago. Suddenly under 20 seconds. It's not just that the worst is over, but I think he's maybe missed a couple of Wesley's last few moves. Still, I would take black here. It feels like as long as you don't walk into any nasty knight forks, you're doing well. But suddenly white is active. Wesley's really upped his accuracy levels the last few moves.
Ooh, attacking that defender, and probably the only move in the position for white to go on the counter offense of attacking black's bishop there.
Yeah, and maybe this is another thing that Lazovic has missed, and it's so easy to miss these one-move tricks, one-move tactics with only a few seconds left. But OK, it continues. White's bishop now is under fire from the black rook, now that the black bishop's moved itself to safety. Also, watch out for the black c-pawn to drop down, opening up a discovered attack against the white rook. This was necessary. This was forced. Wesley is trying to relieve the tension, guide himself towards safety with an exchange of rooks.
Seconds.
Yeah, very tense on time. I mean, I think it should be a draw now because the knight is actually a very good piece here. I mean, you can try to swap it off for the bishop or just keep it in the middle of the board. Two bishops, I mean, is that giving any advantage? OK, the knight is also maybe going to head to c3 at the right time to blockade that pawn. Should be all right for white now, I feel.
Should be, but we should mention it's still a two-result game. Only black can really ever win this position. And worst comes to worst for black, you trade off the dark squared bishop for white's knight. Opposite colour bishops left. It's a draw. But in the meantime, Lazovic will push. No risk at all.
Yeah, he's still ambitious. He wants to first expand on the king side, and the concept of creating two weaknesses. Try to get another weakness going on the king side that you can target. Black's king needs to start coming into the game.
Yeah, it needs to start coming into the game, and also take a look at the clock times. 10 seconds for Lazovic and 11 seconds and ticking down for Wesley So. And I do like the way that Lazovic's been playing. Throwing in a pawn trade. Yeah.
Is he losing the f6 pawn?
Yeah, it looks that way. I mean, OK, this is the tactic to try and draw the game immediately. And I think he had to bail out there, otherwise there's a pawn and the opposite colour bishop's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Simply, black will protect his c-pawn with his bishop. The black king will prevent, blockade the advance of any white's kingside pawns, and nothing to do, no way to make progress. That was a bit lucky from Lazovic that he was able to pull the handbrake and kind of go into reverse gear and make the draw. He had just blundered a pawn, but in the end, fair result.
Yeah. And especially at the same moment that he blundered, he was able to trade off and go into this opposite colour bishop. Definitely quite a bailout moment that he managed to capitalize. And now they just repeat. There's nothing to be done, no progress to be made. Black's king remains on, shuffles around on the white squares. And this one will end in a draw. But it was Denis Lazovic who was pushing throughout in the game and had some serious chances.
Yeah, and also with the black pieces. So it will be a psychological advantage to the young teenager. And there we see the king shuffling.
Well, I mean, Wesley's trying to win this one. I mean, he's playing on. He could have taken the draw. I mean, you're a pawn up. You might as well see if you can ever play f5 in this position. Even if you can, it's still a dead draw. So it's actually a dead draw in every single scenario I can think of. But maybe he just wants to say, look, you dominate the game. I need to get back in the right kind of state of mind where, you know, OK, it's going to be a draw, but I'm a pawn up. Let's just annoy you a little bit even.
Maybe he has the idea of somehow making lots of like non moves and then trying to trick black
This has to
And
end
put the
in a
king
draw.
and put the king on g4.
If you got everything, how do you still trick black?
Well, I need to put the white king on g4. That's the only thing I can do.
And then try and win the g5 pawn.
Exactly. Well, then I would win the g5
yeah.
pawn.
Well, I can always check you, I guess.
Yeah, there'll be some check from the c8 diagonal.
But even then, it's so obvious as well that I don't think
He has placed the
Lazovic-
bishop on d2 though, so he's kind of eyeing the g5 pawn.
I thought black could have played g4 actually, just to really, make it a draw, even more draw than a real draw. But it is, yeah, this is even more drawn than, I don't know, like
Than a drawn.
than a drawn draw. I mean, this okay. Well,
Even an artist doesn't draw this well.
yeah, yes.
But it's just mind games, as you said, Simon. Wesley So just trying to assert some kind of psychological dominance over his young opponent after suffering for most of the game.
Watch out for c3 check.
Yeah.
They have a lot of time now, especially Denis Lazovic, so I don't think we'll foresee any blunders here.
Yeah, I think he's going to push the f pawn now. He has to do it.
And now the black king will sit on the f7 square, and nothing is going to dislodge that one.
Light squared blockade, opposite colour bishops, dead draw.
Just shuffle around with the bishop, nothing to do. Wow, what a game and what a save by Wesley, this one. Two extremely fighting games, and it looks this will end in a draw. And Danlas gets to start with the white pieces in the next one. What was impressive to me was his declining a repetition earlier. It shows that he doesn't fear Wesley.
100%, yeah. He could have taken the draw, which would have been a good result with the black pieces. Getting white in the next game where he could try his little Catalan opening. I expect that to get a small advantage. But he said, no, I've got a better position. I'm going to try to win. And it made a lot of sense. And, he did push Wesley a little bit. And, oh, my God, just stop it now. Just stop it. You've had enough
I
fun.
think he's trolling us right now.
They're like, let's... Can they play another pawn move or something? This is just a bit painful now. So there's absolutely no reason to play on
How many moves
whatsoever.
have they made?
Now-
100.
Is it going to be 50-move rule that ends this game? For God's sake, no.
I think they should both lose if they get to 50 moves here. Just give them like quarter of a point each. Wouldn't make any difference at all because they still have to go play on. But
Denis Lazovic has got over a minute and a half, and finally this one does end in a draw. What a marathon fight. And I think it's Wesley So who's got reasons to be relieved after that. He was under pressure by the 16-year-old Denis Lazovic pushing with the black pieces. It ended in a draw, and in the other one, it was Fabiano Caruana from the start to finish dominating. What a performance there. David, what was the big moment for you?
For me, it was just fabulous. Fabiano and his opening preparation. Caruana just blowing his opponent off the board, winning in a mere 19 moves. It was a miniature. And it all started here with black neglecting his development, not having castled his king. And this is why we always say castle before move 12 if you can. Castle as early as possible. Otherwise, you might just get punished. And here the centre is blocked. Hence why Abdusattorov thought he could get away with it. But this was the move that exploded the position. Pawn to g4. A beautiful sacrifice from Fabiano. Offering a pawn here, first of all, when a knight jump would have been deadly. This pawn dropping next, this knight about to feast on some pawns. But after the more critical pawn to c4, he was even willing to sacrifice a bishop, exploding the position against the opponent's king. Dropping his knight in now was deadly, and as we saw, bringing the knight into f7 was the beautiful clincher. This knight simply taboo, poisoned because of the pawn stepping to e6. Just start to finish, a great attacking game.
That was awesome. First sacrifice with bishop f5 one piece, and then jumping in with that knight to f7, which was pure devastation for black. Let's take a look at our scoreline. And again, in the losers bracket, it's a best of two. For Nordebek Abdusattorov, that means only one thing. He needs to win the next game to force an Armageddon. Meanwhile, after a big fight and a big battle, Wesley and Denis Lazovic ended peacefully. The final rapid game in the losers semifinals is coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
1 minute, 10 seconds. Every second counts. Hikaru Nakamura is surviving.
We're game 8. Whoa! He blundered his queen. He's got 40 more seconds. He needs to burn.
Rookie's losing.
Oh my God, he's gonna flag! No! He flagged! He flagged! He flagged! Oh my God! He made it! Oh my God! Strong still weak! Oh, get him on the board!
He's just gonna move quickly.
Oh! Oh my gosh!
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on chess.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
A power play performance by Fabiano Caruana in that game one against Nordebek Abdusattorov. And he's been having some great performances over the last year. And his consistent play in the Champions Chess Tour sees him seal that spot into the Toronto finals already. But it has been quite a journey for Fabi, from being only 3 classical rating points away from overtaking Magnus Carlsen in the 2018 rating list. The American Grandmaster did lose his motivation, but now Fabiano Caruana is definitely back.
Back where he belongs, with another medal around his neck, feeling motivated after 3 difficult years.
I think COVID definitely impacted me negatively for quite a lot. So the 2020, 2021 years were pretty tough, and I lost a lot of motivation. And I think that definitely tarnished my play a little bit.
In September 2022, Fabiano Caruana dropped to 2754 in classical rating, his lowest rating in over 9 years. It all started to spiral downwards after the first half of the candidates in 2020. The American was tied for 3rd place when the tournament was suspended.
I didn't work on chess for like months and months. Like at some point I wasn't even looking at, like 4 months I just didn't look at a chessboard. So that's definitely not good for your chess, I have to say.
When the candidates continued in 2021, he was not able to clinch the spot in the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, and soon lost his world number 2 rank for the first time in over 3 years. The Fabiano Caruana that was only 3 rating points away from being world number 1 and came close to beating Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship in 2018 was nowhere to be seen.
I think 2018 was overall my best year. My quality of play was probably highest then than in any other year that I've played. 2018, it was far from clear who was playing the best chess in the world. But yeah, looking back on it, of course, it does feel like a very long time ago. A lot has happened since then.
The struggles continued in 2022 when he got another chance in the candidates.
It was kind of going well for the first half, and then I just crashed and burned. So that was probably the most difficult moment for me in the last few years after the candidates, and then I dropped all my rating as well. In the Olympiad, I think I dropped like 20, 25 points. I'm not even sure. And my play was pretty much like I didn't even know what I was doing. I couldn't even recognize my own play.
Something had to happen. Recently, Fabiano started working with Grigori Oparin. He won the US Championship, came 2nd in Norway Chess, and most recently finished third in the World Cup to clinch a spot in his 5th ever Candidates tournament. Finally, Fabiano Caruana is also back to being world number 2, ready to chase down Magnus Carlsen.
Definitely, there have been some bright moments in the last few months, and I started to feel like my play has returned to a level that I can fight for the best spots in the world.
The reigning US champion, world number 2, with some fantastic performance, incredible play at the World Cup, and then the FIDE World Rapid Team Championship with a fantastic score of 9.5 points out of a possible 11. And he did win the gold medal in that one as well. But 2018, the World Championship match, it did feel like that took a lot away from Fabi. What do you think happened there?
Yeah, it's understandable. I think for anyone in their careers, they have this huge goal, and he was climbing. That was kind of the pinnacle for him. And to get so close, just a few tie-break games away, just a few accurate moves away, and then to kind of get it ripped away from you, must be heartbreaking. And of course, it takes a lot to bounce back. But it's nice to see he's rediscovered his motivation. It's great to see Fabiano playing the kind of swashbuckling chess we just saw in that last game.
Yeah, it is. It's really nice. And I guess it's that point, you know, your dream is to become world champion, right? So you're always trying to become world champion, and you don't become world champion, and you start to think, well, I might not ever get a chance of doing that again. And that's going to be quite a depressing thought when you come so close as he did. But he's back now. He's back playing great. And just the fact that Magnus is probably not around to contest that anymore is positive news for him. And I think he's got a chance of becoming world champion, a really good chance, actually.
It's a nice opportunity, it's nice motivation for him, because like Fabiano said, you know, those years were very difficult for him. And let's not forget that after the World Championship, he also had a split from his second of many years, Rustam Kazimdzhanov. And so, you know, he had to find his feet, he had to find his bearings. And, OK, now he has the ambition to actually go for the top.
And he's doing it with his recent performances. It's incredible to see Fabi back in the chess world with renewed ambition, motivation, and some incredible play, just like what we saw in his win against Nordebek in round 1. And this is the moment that everyone watching, you guys can win a really cool mystery box. But first, you have to answer this trivia question of the day. And here it is. Who was the first player younger than Carlsen to beat him after he became world number 1? I'm trying to think of the answer to this. Not an easy one at all. But chat, everyone watching, we're not alone in struggling, because take a look at what happened when David and Simon tried to answer this.
This is just wrong. I need more time. So I don't think it's going to be Prag. Prag was about 4 years old. So, God. Okay.
It might have been.
No, I don't know. Let me have a think.
That's a really tough one to get.
Yeah, I was so confident that I got it, but okay, no spoilers, but I got the second youngest. Close, but not close enough. It's a tough question, Simon.
It's a really tough question. I mean, I had no idea. I'll be honest. My brain was thinking Prag, but then I worked out he was probably about 1 year old at that time. So I was like, oh, hello. And I had to rethink, and I got nowhere near. It's a very hard question, that one. So.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to get our answers in. So get your phones out and using the hashtag ChessJams, tweet your answers to us. Tweet or X your answers to us, and one of you will win a surprise Clash Chess mystery box. It will come your way, but you got to get that answer right. We will reveal the answer and the winner to our trivia at the end of the day. Will this be the end of the road for Nordebek Abdusattorov as he has to win against Fabiano? And this match, which ended in a draw, it is still tied. Will this go down to an Armageddon, or will we have a decisive result? 3 events for Wesley So. Meanwhile, a debut for Denis Lazovic, the youngest player ever to make it to Division 1 of the Champions Chess Tour. Fabiano Caruana is ready to go. Nordebek looking confident there, Jovanka.
Yeah, he is a teenager after all. Teenagers are renowned for their confidence. You know, there's some kind of freedom in having your back against the wall. You can let go. You don't need to stress about the result. And there we see Nordebek with the white pieces opening up by developing the knight and then fianchettoing his bishop onto that beautiful long diagonal.
Yeah, really flexible approach here from White. He starts with what we call the Reti opening, but it can transpose. Will he go into the Catalan here? You can play in this kind of really kind of flank opening type of manner as well, where you don't necessarily fight with the center directly as White, but you have your bishops poised beautifully on their longest possible diagonals. And later you can choose how to strike, how to kind of fight for that central ground. I like the approach, but Fabiano is well prepared. And, of course, he's seen this all before. What do we think of this opening from Abdusattorov? Does it suit his style? Maybe that's the big question.
I think it's, it's not a bad idea just to keep the pieces on the board and get to a middle game position you can play. It's so hard finding something against the likes of Fabiano opening-wise because you know he's so well prepared. So you just got to try to get a position which keeps some tension, and this seems like such a thing where you keep the piece on the board. You've got a different pawn structure. White can now try to advance in the centre with d4. Black's very solid though. It should be a fairly even structure, but yeah, I mean, you've got a game of chess there.
It's an interesting type of position, right? And does White want to kind of develop the pieces and even start moving those pawns forward on the right side of the board, or are you going to do it like Simon says, just commit and push that d pawn forward? Play becomes very concrete if you do that center push.
Yeah, first, I guess both players will just be trying to kind of perfect their pieces, find the best squares for them, and only when they're ready, then we'll see those pawn breaks. Black there, Fabiano hinting that he might fight on the queen side with some pawn pushes. White, as Jovanka mentioning, flexible, king side, center. It's all about the structure here, all about when you kind of go for that break. And until that moment happens, I think it's just pure maneuvering. It's all about piece activity. And these players, of course, so good at that. Yeah, early days.
Yeah, early days indeed. And it seems, quite a typical middle game. I mean, you do tend to think having more pawns in the centre of the board is a favourable thing. And that's why a lot of people play the Sicilian opening, because they like having pawns in the centre, in the middle game, in the ending. So White does have that advantage here. But with the last move, Fabiano is preparing to advance on the queen side. White stops that, but he gives away an important square there. The black knight can now come in and grab that square at some point. So this has all been seen quite a fair few times before. I think this kind of strategy that both players are using here.
A very rich middle game with all the minor pieces on the board, everything to play for, exactly what Nordebek needs given the match situation. He's also keeping the pressure on the clock. And while Fabi's knight jumps in and Nordebek has a think on how to create his chances in this game, let's head over to Denis Lazovic with the white pieces, about to make his first move against Wesley. So he starts with the queen's pawn opening. David, are we expecting this game to be the decisive one, or will Wesley be happy getting this into an Armageddon?
Well, we know Wesley. We know kind of how he approaches chess, especially with the black pieces. It's just about being rock solid, surviving. And, OK, he chooses the Queen's Gambit accepted. Very trendy stuff, we've got to say. For years and years, everyone was playing the Queen's Gambit declined, not capturing the white pawn on c4. So temporarily, at least, Wesley is a pawn up. But, yeah, of course, I think if he's given a chance to just try and equalize this game, take it into Armageddon, he would do that. It's just so close, these two guys. Lazovic really, really fighting well. This is the main kind of start position, the tabia for the Queen's Gambit accepted, and Denis
now,
will
David,
go to an endgame.
You told me here, I get this position a lot, and I remember you recommended to me, I've forgotten totally what you recommended. It was something to do with e4, but you recommended, you said, because I said to David, I had this position a lot as white, and I wasn't getting very good positions, and David said, you maybe try this idea. So come on, teach me. What's the move you mentioned?
Well, there's actually various ways for white to play this. I think there are at least 5 or 6 very viable options here, maybe even more. Yeah, I did mention that pawn to e4 here is a decent sacrifice, very playable. I think I also mentioned the move rook to e1, which supports the pawn push in e4. And Salimova won a really nice game against Anna Muzichuk in the World Cup using that move. So, yeah, there's aggressive ways to play this. There's maybe more strategic ways to play this.
David,
Dennis has gone for the latter.
I have to listen to you a bit more in future, I think. So make sure that information gets absorbed in. Maybe we're down the good night, though. That's my excuse.
I'll teach you, Si.
Yeah, good. Cheers.
For a few glasses of wine.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Mates rates.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. This is a very positional move, though. I mean, I do know this move where the bishop tries to reroute to where the white knight is, and a lot of players were playing this kind of idea in some situations. So if black advances on the queen side and tries to fianchetto his light squared bishop, the white bishop is well positioned to meet that plan. A more positional approach, probably suiting Denis's style of play.
Yeah, bishop e2, it's not the most often played move. In my experience with this Queen's Gambit accepted structures, there are all these lines with bishop coming back to b3 or the a4 move that you were talking about. But now with the center all dissolved, Jovanka, what do you make of these trades? Because, again, in my experience, it's never as simple as it looks. Even though it's sort of liquidated, there is still poison in the position that black needs to watch out for.
Exactly, and one of the key things that I've actually discovered in these type of positions is that black actually doesn't have a safe place for the queen. And you might be asking me, what do you mean the queen? And it's to do with the fact that once the minor pieces all find their home, the rooks will all centralize. And if black can find a good square for it, maybe out to a5, if that's possible, then black will be fine. But if black doesn't have a square, then he's going to park it in some really weird location, and that is often a problem.
And white, meanwhile, continues to develop his bishops. The other problem with black's position very often in these setups is where do you place your light squared bishop, the bishop on c8? Because it would be natural to push your b5 pawn, get it to b7, but that move bishop e2, notice how that bishop can come to f3 and then start creating problems if a black was to go for this plan. David, is it fair to say that Denis, given his style of play, should be pleased with this opening outcome?
I definitely think so. Actually, b5 just played there, so allowing this move hitting the rook in the corner. I guess the move rook to a7 will then happen. But yeah, Denis, he's got a symmetrical pawn structure here, minimal risk. You can create some small threats here with white. You can hit that rook using the move bishop to f3. You can kind of push this pawn forward, asking questions later of black's queenside pawn structure. And in general, these positions, they're very close to level, but it always seems to be black who's fighting for equality. Often in symmetrical positions, white does have this kind of small advantage just because you have the advantage of the first move, just because you're the first one to create threats to finish development. And here, if we catch up with the current position, we do see this tension between the light squared bishops. I have actually, I think, seen this position before, and yeah, it's very balanced, but black is the one fighting. Black is the one who has to show accuracy. So still some questions for Wesley So to answer. He'll want to trade as many pieces off the board as possible and make sure that his queenside pawns aren't too weak.
But Wesley, he's just so solid and not having any apparent weakness in the pawn structure just yet. I think it should also be level for him. I'm going to make a prediction. I think this one will go into an exciting Armageddon. Meanwhile, in the other one, it is absolute chaos. And let's jump over to Nordebek's position because the last move, Harry the H-pawn, has started marching down the board, and that makes one commentator in the studio extra happy.
It's always good to see the H-pawn run down the board. On my computer here, it's been given a dubious mark, so hang on a minute. You feeling all right? Yeah, OK, it's never a bad move. And black meeting that with push of the F-pawn as well. And the structure has changed quite a bit since, well, maybe not too much, but we've had some pieces come off, and white's lost his light square bishop, which is usually a very good piece of white's, so that must benefit black. And I don't know. I mean, it seems fairly even still at this moment in time. I guess the reason to push the H-pawn was to support a white knight jumping in. So that would be the first move I think white could consider here. Just putting the knight there, because if it's exchanged, you obviously open up the H-file, but maybe it's an easy threat to stop. And there's going to be a lot more manoeuvring until this really comes to life, I think. But it will certainly come to life as Nordebek has to win, hence why he's playing moves like H4.
Yeah, it's this type of pawn structure. I've actually had it a lot throughout my own career, mostly from the white side. And I love Fabiano's last move as black, because if he had done nothing here, if he had just been too slow, played neutral moves such as kind of just moving his queen, then I think it would be perfect timing for white to start advancing. And it might look counterintuitive, but as soon as your pawn gets to g5, black is pretty much immobilized. Let's just say black gives white an extra move. Suddenly here, White has control over the entire board. This bishop will never be challenged on the long diagonal, and it's simply what we call a pawn storm. The pawn will step forward to h5. Eventually, after preparing it, you step forward to g6. So it's all about pawn structures here. And Fabiano realized he couldn't allow this kind of wedge, this structure here with the strong advanced white pawns. So he fights for space himself. And now look at what's happening in the center. Fabiano struck out with f5, and Nordebek says, okay, I can't push my g-pawn. I'm going to fight in the center instead. You note how this pawn is undefended, at least temporarily. And some tactics now.
And not just the pawn, the bishop behind the pawn was undefended as well. So trying to sidestep those tactics, bishop f6, but this kind of allows another tactic. What's going on if white actually grabs that pawn? I was going to say, and then give a check and take the other pawn, but it doesn't work, David.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work. This would have been on Fabiano's radar. Of course, you would love to grab this pawn right now. In interesting position if you don't, but if you do, unfortunately, then bishop takes knight is a discovered attack against the white queen. So, okay, instead, we see the knight does land on g5 as Simon predicted. Big threat on the board. This would be a nasty fork. The pawn undefended. You have to either hold it with your rook or with your queen. I don't think you really want to take this knight because, again, talking of pawn structures, once a pawn lands on g5, it's all about the dark squares here, and a new avenue has been opened up for attack along the h-file. It's definitely Nordebek here kind of making moves. He's the one kind of on the front foot, putting Fabiano under pressure. And first of all, big threat to deal with.
I find it super interesting the way that Nordebek has played this, and to me it's reminiscent of the new generation because Nordebek has been very careless with his squares. I mean, take a look at that g4 square for a knight that could potentially arrive there. And then he's also given away control of the d4 square. And I just feel like in the olden days, like 10 years ago, no one would have touched anything like that. And now Nordebek is like, well, I'm just going to say ugly chess, but it doesn't matter because activity is everything. And I kind of see where he's going, but at the same time, I feel it's very, very risky because you can't retreat pawn moves, unfortunately. And yeah, queen does step forward and defend the e6 pawn. And I'm very, very worried for Nordebek because I feel that the next move for Fabi is actually just to plant a bishop on the d4 square and then just start kicking the white knight back.
But to the point that you're making, Ivanka, it's also the math situation, right? You need to go all out. You need to ask your opponent questions early on. And I think in this kind of a format, it's so important to get these kind of dynamic positions. And I feel like this is never the approach that Nordebek would have in a normal classical game. But being down a point and having to win this game, it kind of makes sense because he gets a position for all three results. It's when you're playing against someone like Fabi, maybe that's the kind of chess that you need to play.
Yeah, but it can backfire big time, right? Because it's not easy for white to cover those squares.
Absolutely.
I mean, there is another plan here, isn't there, that's quite common to this kind of position when you get the knight there. And I don't know if it works, but you've got to calculate in this position, and it is queen h5. You've got to calculate the most forcing moves. And the point of this is that if h6, I mean, you can take the knight, but you open up the h-file, and this should be some kind of pressure at least. So the only other way to stop this is by playing h6. And you can play queen g6 here. This is quite a common theme. Now, obviously, the evaluation bar says it doesn't work, but if you're facing this, you'd have to calculate this very carefully because now you've got to eliminate that knight. And obviously you take with the h-pawn and the rook's coming to h1. And again, a very standard attacking pattern here. And the evaluation bar says it's nonsense, but again, you've got to defend this position. You've got to find the right move. So maybe this is what Nordebek is just thinking about here. And I'm assuming he can, black can defend relatively easy, but he'll probably have to give his bishop up maybe here to do so. So it's kind of worth considering, at least, this continuation.
Yeah, Simon, I mean, I've just checked the engine. It looks very dangerous. Actually, white would have a huge attack if it wasn't for this move, pawn to e5. And look what Fabiano's done. The queen here on c6 suddenly opens up, kicking away the white queen, and black's just in time. Note how the queen is defended as well by black's knight on b4. And if you trade queens, it's all over, having sacrificed a piece. And this is the fine margins here. White's attack might even be decisive. You might be winning on the spot if it wasn't for just this one silent move, 3 or 4 moves down the variation. That's why Nordebek has now suddenly paused for 2.5, 3 minutes to think, because this is the direction he's looking in, and it doesn't quite work. But it is so tempting for a human. If you miss the c5 move, you go for it, and you think you're winning.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why Fabi is known to be one of the best calculators in the world. The move Queen C6, not only pinning that E4 pawn, but the line that we just saw, making sure that the Queen can have a defense on the King side. It's also quite impressive the way Nordebek has managed to adapt to the situation. He lost this first game in a disastrous manner, right? It's not about the result. It's just the way the game went. And then to quickly have this mind shift and not let it affect you, to come back and kind of play this aggressive style of play, which of course can backfire, but also gives white chances. Do you think this is also something which is very characteristic of this new generation, that they're really able to keep what's happened behind them super quickly?
Yeah, I definitely think that. And I think it's to do with the fact that they play so many games of chess. I mean, Nordebek said it himself in the interview, you know, he has 6 to 7 tournaments lined up in the coming future. I mean, before that's kind of unheard of. And now, you know, when you play so much chess, you have to be pragmatic. You just get used to losing and you get used to being in those must-win situations. And you just comme ci, comme ça, whatever happens.
How was it for you, Said? How did you recover after a tough day? I think I know the answer, but...
Yeah, I mean...
Family-friendly show.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, it's losing at chess is one of the most painful experiences, actually. It's really hard to explain to a non-chess player. I think those who've had relationships with, other halves who don't play chess, and you lose a horrible game of chess, and they say, it's only a game, what are you worried about? And you're like, it's not only a game, it's my life. And the feeling is tremendous.
You know what's the worst one? Is winning and losing is a part of the game. That one is just really bad.
Yeah, it's not.
I really hate it when they go, oh, but it's all right. You played really, really well.
Yeah,
and you're just like...
Oh, don't worry about the result. Just have fun.
You tried your best.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not going to have fun unless I win. You know, it's like anyone who says just to take in part, absolute nonsense.
Now you guys know what not to say to a chess player after a game, but we are getting a big update that we already have a result in the Wesley versus Denis Lazovic game, and that one has ended in a draw, so it goes into a bidding Armageddon. That's going to be fun.
That is going to be fun. Who do you think would choose white?
Oh, I think whoever chooses black would have a huge advantage there. Just the fact that they're both so solid, and especially Wesley. So that last draw, the Queen's Gambit accepted that we saw, it was painless. Actually, after just 16 moves, Lazovic was so kind of unenthused with his chances, he offered a draw. And there were still queens on the board, still rooks on the board, but it was symmetrical, and he just said, OK, let's take it to Armageddon. So
he's ready.
I think, yeah, he's ready. He's banking on his speed there, Lazovic, but whoever gets black, I think, will be in charge.
Because of the draw odds and white has to win. Well, that is later. First, it's all eyes on this one. And we were talking about the bishop getting planted on d4. A nice spot taking advantage of the weaknesses that Nordebek has created with his ambitious play. It suddenly looks like things are turning around. Is Fabi the one who's in driver's seat?
Yeah, I think, Jovanka, we need to look into your crystal ball, because you talked about 2 squares a few moves ago, and somehow, I mean, I was thinking, OK, white's so active, black will never get access to those squares. Somehow black's pieces seem to be swarming forward. Look at it. Look at those 2 black knights entrenched on outposts, defended outposts, anchored by pawns as well. White can never kick away those 2 black knights out of his half with pawns ever again. Black's bishop looks pretty nice right now. You can eliminate it, but I don't think you should touch that pawn. There is a nasty knight check. Coming in on e3, black's pieces just flooded forward in the space of 2 or 3 moves, and Nordebek's actually put his rooks on really unfortunate squares. Both of the white rooks are targets, and one of them might well just get trapped in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, I mean, Jovanka called this. I mean, you called all the squares, and as you say, David, look at the pieces. All of black's pieces have got beautiful outposts, haven't they? Just flooding into the position, and I think it's a pity to see like Nordebek go down this way, because we've seen in previous editions he's so strong, right? He's such a good player, and he hasn't really shined in this leg at all. But you know, he is qualified for the final, so maybe that's why he's been experimenting with different styles of play here, I guess, when the pressure's off. But this looks pretty horrible, right?
Yeah. How to deal with this threat if the knight jumping into e3 with a check?
And it's not just the knight. The bishop can also move into there as well.
Trapping the other rook.
Yeah, it's not easy. You would want to eliminate one of these strong black pieces, but if you take here, it's only replaced by a pawn attacking the knight, and still this idea remains, persists of knight to e3 check. So he's had to run away with his rook, at least giving breathing space to the other rook as well. But the white rook just came to d1 just a couple of turns ago. He's lost valuable time there, valuable tempi. Abdusattorov, okay, this knight check doesn't come with a fork this time. Still looks very tempting to me. This bishop check at least, this bishop attack would at least, checking the white rook would force a retreat. But what next? Look at Fabiano's pieces. They've invaded, but you still need the final breakthrough. At some point, you might decide when to open up the center, kind of by pushing pawns, trading pawns. Fabiano, he's got a beautiful position. He just needs to back it up now.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, maybe he can open it up more with e5 if he times it right, just to try to get the rook next to the king on f8 into the game. But you certainly don't rush that move because you give white some squares as well. But this could be a key moment, though. Is there something clear here that can give black some kind of, should we say, material advantage? Because that's often what you do. You get a positional advantage, you dominate the game, and then you have to transform that even to a material advantage or to a big attack. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was something here, but I can't see an obvious way to do it. Win a pawn, for example, here.
Yeah, I don't see any way to transform the advantage. I think Fabiano might just start building up. He might start doubling his rooks on the d file. He might invade first and then go for a similar idea. Wow, he even takes a time out to just play the move h6, removing the threat of the white knight ever landing back on this g5 square, the threatening square that we've seen actually kind of be a theme of today's match. So he's taken a slow approach, Fabiano, here, but he's got control. Why not? He's got that luxury.
But you know what? I think he's lining things up for the bishop to come to attack the rook and then break open with e5. Mm-hmm. And the big idea that then you're going to actually go one square forward with your f-pawn, if allowed, and just completely ruin the white defences.
Do you know, the real problem for white has been losing that light square bishop, as well as giving away a lot of squares. But you have to be so careful in nearly every position when you have a fianchettoed bishop, exchanging it. You nearly always want to keep your fianchetto bishop in front of your king, I should add, because it gives your king great protection. And I would say in like 80% of cases, exchanging off that bishop in front of your king, the fianchetto bishop, will weaken your position. And you can see the white king is just feeling the absence of that bishop here. The black queen lining up against it, you know, the knights ready to jump in. And that was a very good exchange that Fabiano made earlier on by moving his knight to make that exchange.
Yeah, and we credited Fabiano's preparation in the previous game for just kind of delivering that quick early knockout. But this game as well, great preparation because he understands the pawn structure. This type of line, Jovanka, you were saying, oh, it's really historic. The old days, they wouldn't have played it. It did go through a phase of popularity. And I think actually I studied something similar with Fabiano, this pawn structure at least. And yeah, he knows where to put the pieces. He knew kind of when to try and go for this b5 break, forcing white to give up an outpost. And it's kind of, it flows from the opening. Not all opening preparation is memorizing this move, this move, this move, followed by that move if the opponent does this. Sometimes it's just, okay, this pawn structure, where do I put my pieces?
Right.
And yeah, I think he's just got this kind of head start in the game because of knowing that, kind of that previous knowledge of where his pieces really, really want to be.
Totally agree with you there, David. And I also think that Nordebek just simply misplayed, because I too have studied these type of positions before, and white was always kind of using the g-pawn to extend on that particular side of the board, not the h-pawn. Sorry, Simon.
It was shots fired. Carry the h-pawn.
Friendship over.
Well, I have to agree if it's right, and it's not always a good move. I'm learning pushing the h-pawn, so I have tried it on move 1. It didn't work well, so you have to be careful. But okay, at least white's now exchanging off some of those good pieces that black has, and I'd imagine exchanges, well, I was going to say they help the position, but maybe they don't, because you still got this major problem with the open d file forever.
Do they say that when you have an advantage like this, which is very much strategic, you swap off pieces because then it becomes even bigger?
Yeah, because it becomes harder to defend.
Exactly.
That d3 pawn, which you're talking about, Simon, on the open file, the more pieces that get swapped off, it's going to be hard for white to switch defense from one side. Notice how the a4 pawn is weak and the d3 pawn is
weak. So David and Simon, do you approve of this rule?
I approve, especially in situations where a draw is fine, like it is for Fabiano. Swapping pieces, you know, it might not be the most dynamic approach. You might not be able to deliver checkmate anymore as black, but yeah, you've got the strategic kind of long term.
I think we saw enough fun with the pieces on the board in the first game, didn't we? So I think he's allowed to swap some off in this game. I mean, he delivered that beautiful attack in the first game, and he's playing well, isn't he? He's playing really well today.
Making this look very clinical. Game 1 was this power performance from the opening and just crushed through. And here he's just had the advantage with the black pieces. And Harry the H-pawn, I think it all comes down to the squares that you were pointing out. It really did backfire for white. What is the strategy then? When you're in a must-win situation, how do you fight these guys?
I wish I knew. I was recently in a must-win situation at the World Cup, and I didn't know. I just thought, okay, I'll play a slightly aggressive opening, but they know how to take the sting out, and they know which pieces to trade. They're very good. I think kind of to get to the elite level, you need to know how to draw against the best players, and then you need to learn how to beat them. And they do have this kind of, they can kind of switch up gears depending on who they're playing, depending on the tournament situation, match situation. They have strategies, openings prepared specially.
I think a lot of top players from the World Cup, David, they didn't have that. They're missing that kind of second gear. I mean, you know, even Pragg, I think in the final against Magnus, he sort of didn't really have. They didn't have those openings which could really get something. Obviously, against Magnus, it's nearly impossible. But I mean, whoever you are, but it's so hard, isn't it? Yeah. To literally, you know, do you keep the pieces on, play a normal game, wait for a chance? Do you play something risky like a gambit? No one does that anymore. No one tries gambits for some reason. You know why? I don't know. They're all mad. Just gambit, King's Gambit, Evans Gambit, Elephant Gambit. That's all I can think of at the moment. Come on, help me out here.
No.
Budapest Gambit.
Budapest Gambit.
Scotch Gambit.
There we go. Just bring them on.
Albion Counter Gambit.
Albion Counter. There you go. The
Halloween Gambit.
What's that? There's one gambit I can never pronounce. It is the like the Budapest.
What is it? Von Henning Schara Gambit.
Von Henning Schara. That's a good one, actually. That's not a bad one. But what's the one that's like the Budapest but not the Budapest, where you put the knight in the middle? It's the
Fajerowicz.
That's the one.
Fajerowicz.
Yeah, that's the one.
I haven't pronounced that one
right
either.
Viewers, we need help. What's your favourite gambit?
Yes.
Drop it in the chat.
Tell us your favourite gambit and...
Yeah, it looks like position is going from bad to worse. King been put on h3. That can't be a very good sign. And then he switches gears with the queen coming to f3. I was expecting black to do the whole Alekhine battery on the d line and try and target d3. So what's going on with Fabi bringing that d7 rook back to d8? What's the plan? How do you improve this position with black? Or is he just saying, I'm going to hold on. I want to see what you got?
Feels like Fabiano's caught in no man's land. He's being a bit indecisive right now. He's just kind of waiting. And that's a decent strategy here because it's really hard for white to do anything. But yeah, I would have loved to see it as well there, Tanya, just setting up the Alekhine's gun. He actually got success, or almost won that fourth game against Magnus yesterday. He set up the Alekhine's gun, 2 rooks and a queen, kind of lined up on the same file. But
big threat right now. And that knight spinned. You can't really move it because the bishop on a1 hangs.
Problems.
Is rook c1 the only move here?
No, but if you play that, then the d3 pawn is going to be super weak.
Maybe you have to fix the center, David.
Let's jump in and show the dilemma here for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It's just the pressure on this diagonal. Finally, we do see the purpose behind all of those maneuvers. And, OK, fixing the centre here would not have been ideal because no matter where the black queen goes, even if it steps back, suddenly look at this bishop in the corner. It's never going to break out and you're never going to remove these 2 thorns in your side. Instead, he has played rook to c1. And this is met by simply a rook move. Fabiano, he's been dancing around a bit indecisively with those rooks, but he clearly has this target of the d3 pawn, backward pawn, can never move, and sooner or later it might just drop.
It's a luxury of space, right? You can dance around. You can attack one side of the board and then the other one, and that's what Fabi's doing. He's combining threats on the d line along with the knight on c3, along with that pawn on a6. It's so much easier for black to move around with his pieces and just set up these threats, while for Nodirbek, every move is costly on the clock because it's not easy to find.
It's not easy to find at all. And I got briefly a little bit optimistic about Nordirbek's position because I saw that he has this g3, g4 push, maybe open up the g line, but you can't be doing those type of things if your center is about to collapse. So unfortunately, Nordirbek is in full hold it in the middle mode.
And Fabiano now has the tempting option of retreating Black's bishop, getting the Black bishop out of the way, or doing something with it at least, because the rooks are stacked up against that weak pawn. It feels, there we go, he retreats, and big threat. Rook takes d3, that backward pawn we highlighted on the d-file. You have to just defend it. There we go. Look at how passive White's rooks have been just throughout the last 20 moves. The rooks always seem to end up on this kind of file, just passive versus active Black rooks. And it's not a good sign. If you compare all the pieces, none of the White pieces are more active than their counterparts. And oh, wow, he loses patience. Jovanka again, looking into her crystal ball.
How are you doing this?
Because there's nothing else to play.
This is unbelievable. It's on the board, Jovanka. G4.
But it's bad. The bridge is bad. But, you know, if you want to win, that is the only move that you can play. I thought he'd do it with the king on h3. At least then maybe he could set something alight on the G line, but nope.
Yeah, and interesting. Fabi could have landed an instant blow there. I think he could have clinched his place in the next round, but he didn't maybe show alertness. He didn't react. He's just kind of maintained the status quo. Let's just jump in. There was this critical moment where White did push G4 and okay, the position's exploding. If Fabiano had taken this pawn, I just want to say, bishop to e3 would have been a knockout, attacking the rook, winning a pawn simply, and this would have been pretty much game over. Instead, let's catch up with the current game position. After the move g4, Fabiano ignored it, attacking this knight, and after pawn takes pawn, he simply gobbled up a piece, and it's chaos on the board. Wow. White is a whole piece down, but suddenly look at the massive pawns. This is a real army of pawns marching forward.
And David, if Black actually moves that rook, White has got the option to go e5 and disconnect the queen from the bishop. So you might have to be a little careful. And I see that Valbar says moving the rook is a bad idea. So Black's got to capture one of White's pieces, either the rook or the bishop on a1. What's the way forward then?
Yeah, we get a hint here from Stockfish, from the computer. The best move, the only move to keep the advantage now is actually to take this bishop in the corner. And he has done it, Fabiano. He did capture this bishop, allowing his rook to drop. But suddenly it is chaotic. Black might still have the advantage, but anything can happen with these pawns marching forward. And suddenly Black's pieces are discoordinated, not ideally placed. It's just a mess. Let's catch up with the current game position.
And he did take the bishop on a1. Rook captured on d7, falls back with the bishop attacking the rook, e5 on the board. You can't place that queen on those light squares that you've been talking about. Queen to f5 would be my move of choice. The bishop, and it's a big blunder.
White's going to trade queens.
Just queen e4, yeah. Just looks completely winning, yeah.
Oh my God, what happened there?
I think he's just...
I mean, he just cracked, yeah? Completely cracked. I mean, that's pretty obvious as well. I mean, like, the pawns in the centre are just too strong. I think he was a little bit too relaxed there. I mean, going into these combinations when he didn't need to seemed like the first mistake, but the reason this is so bad is the queen's come off, White's pawns motor up the board. It's going to be Armageddon.
It's crazy.
And after all that good play as well.
And queen f5 just felt like the most natural, the instant move that you want to make in the position, but it's the biggest blunder. You've got to explain this to us, David. Why is this so bad? You take the queen, you also get the rook. Is there no way that you can fight against these central pawns? What's going on here?
Yeah, simply it's all about the pawns here. Careless Caruana. He just didn't calculate because now suddenly after the queen takes, yes, you take this rook, but it's not the fact necessarily that you take back. You can step forward first.
Oh my God.
You're threatening to promote simply, threatening to run through with the pawns, forcing the black knight to go back. Only now do you take the bishop and you're coming in with the white rook to collect everything. Black's king as well, just sidelined, unable to get back in time. And White's pawns forever are going to be a bone in your throat. These three connected pass pawns in a moment. It's just over. You're frozen. And Fabiano doesn't dare go for this. Instead, he keeps the queens on temporarily by playing g6. But it feels like this pawn is running through. I'm not sure if you trade queens first, but this pawn is running.
I think he lost a bit of control before then. That was the problem. And he played beautiful game, and you know, that's chess, so it can go wrong. And there's a chance here. You know, he could get now knocked out of the competition. We see some more moves on the board, and look at those white pawns. The white pawns are just too strong here, combined with a central pawn probably coming up the board as well at some point.
Is there a chance that Fabi can just, and there we see it, retreat the knight and try to establish a blockade on those dark squares?
I think you could have gone d4 there, maybe. I don't know. d4 was a very interesting try. This might be strong as well, but I think, this is probably winning as well. But
I'm just thinking, David, you have to at some point show us what was the way forward for Fabi, because it felt like he was so close to wrapping this up. Completely in control from the very start, and suddenly Nordebak blitzing out his moves. He's feeling the confidence. He's picking up the pawns. Black's knight is jammed in the position. How does he win this? Does he also advance the D pawn and connect the C pawn to the central pawns that are already down the board?
Yeah, connect them all. Just push that pawn now, pawn to D4. I think you called it there, Tanya. There we go. Now, not only is the white king coming in to support the pawns, but you have 3 connected pass pawns, C, D, and E pawns. They're just going to render the black pieces totally passive. They're going to paralyze those black pieces, and I think we're going to see that white king come in as well. This one is almost over. The black king is struggling. It's got kind of one arm blocking each white pawn here, but you can barely move as black.
8 seconds for Fabi as well. And also, in his mind, he's just thinking about how in control he was. This is such a difficult moment, actually. And just one move costs you the whole game. And we were just saying how impressive he's been all day.
It can be a cruel game, right, chess? I mean, you can play these are the games which are the most painful to lose. You play a perfect game, you outplay your opponent, you're about to go through, and then one move, it comes to one move, and your opponent just keeps that resourcefulness alive. And, well, here, I think I know what he should do now. I think it's come to that point. Fabiano, it has. You just need to resign, my friend.
This is heartbreaking.
Just resign.
And now the f-pawn's going to connect, but you can't go f5 just yet. He gives a check. Not a bad. Did you see the shift in his body language? He just leaned forward the moment he saw Queen f5 on the board.
But these guys are sharks.
Oh, yeah. That's what we want to see.
Tactics.
And you can resign now.
Just resign.
Just resign. It's time. He's going to be very annoyed with this game. I mean, this is... these are the more painful games. When you get outplayed the whole game and you lose, it's not so bad because you're like that, you know.
And Notebek reacts after that big win for Fabiano Caruana. He was so close at taking this. One mistake and it was all undone, which means that we do get 2 Armageddons. And this was Notebek after his comeback victory against Fabiano Caruana. He can't believe it himself. He's done it. So sharp.
Oh, yeah, the relief on his face there. He even shook his head and kind of muttered something. I want to know what he said there, but I think he was praising the powers that be, maybe the chess gods, just saying, OK, thank you. I survived.
Yeah, survives to play the Armageddon. What a day of action this has been. And we get 2 bidding Armageddons, which will be coming up for Fabi. It's going to be difficult psychologically and on the board as well because momentum has shifted. David, what was the highlight for you in this one?
Well, it was just that crazy transition where Fabiano lost control. He actually had a dominant position throughout the middle game, and it was here when the white pawn started moving. Just as you said, Tanya, the most natural move, the most obvious move in the position seems to be to blockade these pawns. Queen to f5, however, was the losing blunder. If instead Fabiano had slid across to e6, also a light squared blockade, then he most likely would have qualified already. Simply here, white cannot trade queens. White cannot quite get the pawns motoring. And don't forget, this rook is attacked. Next move, this pawn simply would drop. So this would have given black an advantage. Instead, it was a full 360 swing after queen to f5 because of this beautiful queen trade now. And if the queens had come off, as we saw in the game, something very similar, the white pawns marching forward. And this, in the end, was what clinched it for Notebek.
It's an amazing comeback there. In chess, you have to be precise till the very end. And this means we do go into 2 Armageddons. Let's take a look at the scoreline. It was a best of 2, a very different story in both matches, while Wesley and Dennis ended with 2 fighting draws. We had 2 decisive games. Notebek Abdusattorov scoring that second win. And it is the action continues in the losers bracket. We've got the bids coming in very soon. This is action you don't want to go anywhere for. We'll be right back.
Spell Chess is coming to chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Buckle up. The 2023 Speed Chess Championship begins this Monday, September the 4th. 16 of the strongest competitors in Speed Chess will duke it out until only the Speed Chess champion remains. Will Magnus Carlsen continue his winning streak and add this title to his name? Will Hikaru Nakamura defend his crown? Or will world champion Ding Liren prove his might in faster time controls? The Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase, begins September 4th. Tune in to our stream on YouTube or Twitch, as always. Use !SCC in chat for all the details.
Join Chess Kid for the highly anticipated conclusion of the 2023 Youth Speed Chess Championship. September the 6th, candidate master Aaron Mendez goes head-to-head with Antoni Radzimski for the crown, with Fun Master Mike and friends covering the action over at twitch.tv/ChessKid. Use !YSCC in chat to learn more.
If you're in a must-win situation, you do not want to face Wesley So. One of the most precise players in chess history, he makes very few mistakes, and when he has an advantage, he does not let it slip out of his grasp. Just ask Magnus Carlsen. In the 2019 Fischer Random World Championship, Wesley So dominated his final match against Magnus Carlsen. Very one-sided affair that showcased how strong Wesley can be when he's at his best. Back towards standard chess, he plays a healthy dose of 1e4. In fact, he made a Chessable course, over 50 hours worth of material on the move e4 and all the ins and outs of the positions he likes. While Wesley So may be one of the most precise players, it does not mean he's unafraid to take risks. In this 2016 Blitz game against none other than Garry Kasparov, Wesley, he sacrificed a pawn, he has a lead in development, and he played the spry b4 move, giving up another pawn, because after c takes b4, he made his rook to c1, a pin along the c file, and after black developed with knight to e7, queen b3, the attack raged on, and Wesley won a very nice game. So he is showing that he is unafraid to enter tactical territory if the position calls for it.
And the player who does get white in the upcoming Armageddon will have to win on demand to take a match. We've got exciting chess action coming up as Wesley So takes on Denis Lazovic. He is also the CGC champion and so many accolades. Just one of the best players in the world, currently ranked world number 8. He is the 3-time US champion. But he's up against the 16-year-old Denis Lazovic, who isn't making life easy for anyone in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. It is going to be about the bids that are coming in. And David, how low can you go to try and get black?
Oh, I'm not very good at limbo, and I don't envy these players. I think that Denis Lazovic is going to go around 8 minutes 30. That tends to be, on average, what we've seen throughout the tour when players are feeling brave and really, really want the black pieces. Anything less than that feels suicidal. I don't think you can get away playing against 15 minutes when you only have 7 minutes on the clock. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, but getting the black pieces is so important, as we say in this one, because they're so solid. I mean, Wesley, we just saw Robert there talk about his style. He's really hard to beat. And Denis, he's got a rock-solid repertoire. So, I don't know, 8 minutes. I'm going to say 8 minutes. Anyone want to go lower than 8 minutes? You think that's a bit suicidal? David doesn't like it.
That's not that much time there, Simon. I think I would say 9.5 minutes.
9.5, okay.
But then again, I'm of the opinion that it's not that bad to play with white pieces. Because, you know, you get that extra time. You just got to have the right strategy. It's going to be all about maintaining the tension and keeping all the pieces on the board. And I think if you do that, you'll have good chances.
If you get white, you have to win. You have to try to flag your opponent with the time advantage. We are waiting for the bids. But this is not the only Armageddon. There is also Nodebek, who survived in that second game. All he needed was one opportunity. The moment he got it, the first mistake by Fabiano Caruana, and Nodebek won, taking it to the Armageddon. Take a look at what makes Nodebek so powerful on the board.
Nodebek Abdusattorov is a phenomenon. The teenage prodigy from Uzbekistan had his first big breakthrough in 2021 when he won the World Rapid Championship. Since then, he has smashed through the 2700 barrier and even led his country to their first ever gold medals at an Olympiad. It is Abdusatorov's endgame skills that truly set him apart from his peers. He has a very mature approach to the endgame, as evidenced by this win against Magnus Carlsen in the 2021 World Rapid Championship. In this position, Abdusatorov had white. He is ahead in this race, white's pawn only being 1 square away from promotion, and after a careless move by Magnus, playing the pawn to b4, he didn't get tempted. He wasn't greedy. He did not capture this pawn, instead delivering a very accurate check. This immediately provoked a mistake from Carlsen. The endgame is winning for white anyway, but Carlsen advanced his king to the corner, and this cross-check, forcing the queen exchange, won the game for Abdusatorov. After the queens disappeared, white is about to make a new queen, and he went on to win the game.
One of the frontrunners of the new generation of chess players, Nordibek Abdusatorov. What a player he's been, and his standout performance was the World Rapid Championship and the performance that we saw in the 22 Chess Olympiad for Uzbekistan, winning that gold medal. He also won the Chess Kid Cup, where he beat Fabiano Caruana in the final. He was unstoppable in that one, and right now he's managed to make a comeback in this match. It wasn't easy, but he's gotten here. Going into the Armageddon against Fabi, has the momentum shifted in Nordibek's favor?
I think so. You know, Nordibek, well, we saw him leave that game with a big smile on his face. He will feel as though he's been living a charmed life, because there he asked for a miracle and it was delivered. And I also think that Fabi will be seriously tilted after that, because he was doing everything right, and then one big blunder and he's in an Armageddon. Everything has been reset.
That was brutal. What's it like? Do you think the players watched this reaction? And if Fabi actually saw that little celebration by Nordibek, does that play on your mind?
I think he was in too much pain to notice it, right? I mean, but yeah, I mean, it will play on your mind. I mean, I've had times when I've lost a game and my opponent's girlfriend has come up and given them a big kiss and started celebrating, and I wasn't happy because I was like, no, you know, you're already losing, you're already in a bit of pain, and they start celebrating in front of you, and it's like, oh, come on, just give it half an hour, please. But yeah, I mean, Fabiano's had a very strange tournament, I think, because he's been up and down quite a lot, and this will be very interesting to see if it's going to affect him now or not. Yeah.
That's going to be a big Armageddon, but also the other one, 16-year-old Dan Laz. He took world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, to an Armageddon, and now he takes world number 8, Wesley, down to the wire. And as we wait for the bids, we know just how strong Dennis is. His Chesscom rating in Blitz over 3,000, and we've got the bids in, and you guys were just about right. Denis Lazovic at 9 minutes. He does lose the bid to Wesley at 8 minutes 29 seconds. Wesley will start with the black pieces. Dennis gets white with the base time of 15 minutes, but that would mean score odds. White has to win on demand. Black needs just a draw. We're also getting the bids for Nordibek and Fabiano Caruana. Let's take a look. And Nordibek Abdusatorov really wanting the white pieces. David, I don't think we've ever seen a 14-minute, 59 seconds bid before.
Wow. Did we see one yesterday? We saw...
And Fabi reacts to that bid.
Wow.
This is Fabi's reaction looking at Nordibek's bid when he realized that he's pretty much just gambled his time away. Mind games.
Both players smiling there, and I think he was pretty confident he'd win that bid, Nordibek. Fabiano maybe kicking himself. No, he could have bid a bit higher there. He could have bid 14 minutes and got away with it. But
14 and a half minutes.
14 and a half minutes.
Like, yeah.
Mind games.
Mind games. And that's what Armageddon is about. What a bid by Nordibek. 14 minutes and 59 seconds. And now for Fabi, the clocks are going to get adjusted. For Fabi, he's got the draw odds. Nordibek has to win.
Nordebek has to win, and so far it's a repeat of that previous opening from that last game. But remember, it did end at least the opening phase favourably for Fabiano, and this time it's a slightly different spin on that opening. Here we see the central tension released in a different way, a bit earlier than previously, and already the knights looking at each other. Fabiano, he's going to be itching with draw odds to trade off pieces to get to safety. No more of that kind of cagey, tension-filled middle game manoeuvring. I think he just wants quick simplifications and head towards an endgame. But what do we think of this? Nordebek repeating an opening that backfired last time, despite the result.
He has changed the approach, though, you know, as you mentioned, and now the centre is pretty much open, and I'm wondering whether White will actually try to initiate some operations there, and this was the moment I was thinking, just push the deep pawn. And, yeah, I mean, White is slightly better, there's no denying that, but then again, Black is really solid, and well, my advice was not followed. I wanted both sides to kind of maintain the tension, keep all the pieces on the board. And here it looks like things could get simplified.
Yeah, reasons to be happy for both sides here. Still some central tension for Abdusattorov. So maybe slightly easier pawn structure to play with White. Less responsibility in the centre. But then again, Fabiano, he's got a set of pieces off the board. And yeah, he's still solid.
I see the feature chat, Nordebek crazy or genius? We'll find out, but it was pretty clear that he really wanted the white pieces for this one. 14 minutes, 59 seconds, that's a bit that we haven't seen in the Champions Chess Tour. And
I mean, I'm not surprised he wanted to have White after that first game where he lost in 19 moves. It was like, you know, he's probably like, what on earth do I do? You know, I can't do anything against Fabi. So, but I think it's a wise choice. I think he's got quite a decent position here. The tension's there. I mean, I don't think White's got a big advantage, but maybe it's easier for White to play because at some point, White can exchange pawns and place pressure on Black's pawn on d5. But if Black ever exchange pawns, you get this typical isolated pawn position. So it's basically, there we go, great move. And yeah, Nordebek, it worked so well last time, didn't it? He won the game with this move. I don't know what everyone was saying is a bad move in the last game, but I think the other idea is to tuck the king to h2 and threaten bishop h3, winning the exchange, and just gain a bit of space here. But, you know, it's probably like, as you say, David, both sides should be quite happy the way this has gone so far. Black's pretty solid, but White, there he goes, takes this pawn, opens things up now.
While the match between these two has been a roller coaster one, the other matchup, which was peaceful with the two fighting draws, is also ready to start. And we see Denis Lazovic gets the white pieces. This one was a lot closer in bids. 9 minutes was Denis Lazovic's bid to 8 minutes, 29 seconds. And a repeat of the Queen's Gambit accepted. But this one, a switch up now.
Yeah, slight switch up here in the move order from Wesley So. Of course, Black's move in the previous game, pawn to a6, is the main line. He just wants Denis Lazovic to burn a bit of his clock time thinking. And I should mention, there were some mind games in this bidding war as well. Yesterday in his Armageddon, Denis Lazovic bid around 9 minutes 30. Wesley So might have seen that. He would think, OK, Denis might be brave enough to go even slightly lower. So he outbid him. He kind of banked it by going just under 8 minutes 30. And this one, it's going to be an even faster race on the clock. Remember, Denis Lazovic is a bullet machine, blitz machine, and Wesley really needs to get a safe position before it gets down to that time scramble.
Do you know what I'd really like to see when it comes to the bids? I'd love to see Magnus say, "I'll take 1 minute," because I can see him doing that. You know, he's playing like I don't know, like I'll just take 1 minute. All I need is 1 minute in the thing, and just crack on with 1 minute. I think that'd be quite funny for some weird reason, but probably won't happen. But,
yeah.
So.
I think David was saying that the lowest someone has gone, or was 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
I
think there have been some mix-ups throughout the tour this season. Jordan Van Forest, I think, bid around 3 minutes and then chose the white pieces. The arbiters were like, "Are you sure?" He was like, "Yeah, I'll take the white pieces," and it backfired. There was also Maxim Matlakov, who I think was in a rush that day. And, yeah, he didn't do so well in the Armageddon, let's just say.
Took 30 seconds.
Not quite 30 seconds, but there has been a lot of drama with these Armageddons. Meanwhile, look at the pawn structure. Completely symmetrical this time. All the pieces on the board, which I think will suit Denis Lazovic in his bid to try and win this game. But, yeah, still going to be an uphill struggle against someone as solid and as sensible as Wesley So.
Symmetrical pawn structure, a tempo-winning move to develop the pieces by Denis Lazovic. Gets the bishop on the long diagonal. You mentioned that Wesley So here with some mind games, David, of being able to predict Denis's time bid. We've seen Magnus do that as well in the tour, where he won the bid against Hikaru Nakamura with just 1 second. And that really does pay off. Do you think this older generation, the more experienced generation, has that ability better to be able to do that?
I think so. The older generation as well. Remember, they've been professionals for years and years at this point, and they do their homework, even if they deny it. A lot of top players, they pretend they're just kind of cool and they just freestyle, but it's all part of the process. They've looked at the Armageddon bids. They've studied what the opponents have bid before, and they know roughly what they should be aiming for. That's why it's so close. I think the youngsters, they're just super confident. They believe they'll win with white, black, with 1 minute on the clock, with 15 minutes on the clock. And yeah, I think that's maybe just a part of the game that, of course, doesn't decide it. It's all settled on the board, but definitely a factor.
And while this one is a symmetrical position, we will come back to this. Let's check in with Fabi versus Nordebek. Wow, David, so much has happened. What is going on here?
Yeah, this one is crazy. Let's just do a quick count. White is up a rook for knight. It's the exchange, and wow, it's 2 exchanges now. It's 2 rooks for bishop and knight. And as long as white doesn't get checkmated on the light squares, Abdusattorov should win this.
And white has to win. If Abdusattorov wins, it's tournament over for Fabiano Caruana. How did all this go so wrong? Should we do a quick action replay? What happened here, David?
I think we might have to, and this position is crazy. We'll update you on what's happening here, but let's just backtrack. It was around this moment when things started to get crazy. I thought Fabiano was doing very well, a knight now landing in the white heart of the position, attacking this rook, but suddenly the rook stepped up, and it was here a big mistake from Fabiano. It looks very sensible to anchor this knight, but he had maybe forgotten that after the knight jumps forward to d4, hitting the black queen, suddenly white gains a very important tempo. The queen has to sidestep, and after a trade, another trade of pawns, this was the move he had missed, knight to c6. Further down the line, I think 6 moves from that start point of the blunder, but this is a simple fork, and he had to part with material. One set of rooks and minor pieces were traded there, and as we saw a bit later on, he had to go all in. He had to remove this bishop, and this is the current position. Let's catch up with it. Essentially, black's only idea was to drop the bishop back and try and checkmate on this diagonal. So Fabi's last move, Abdusattorov's last move might be a real heartbreaker for Fabiano. Pushing the pawn to f3 means the white king is safe behind a wall of pawns.
Yeah, I think Fabi's going for the hyper modern approach that bishop and knights are better than rooks here, and they're not. The rooks are better, and white can always even sacrifice one of the rooks for that knight at the right time. But I think, there's going to be a threat with the back rank as well. The white queen can step forwards. I mean, all in all, this position is just losing for black, and I think it was maybe that last game, right?
Yeah, I think it is definitely that last game that has just tilted Fabi. But I mean, okay, Fabi just has to play what is on the board. And I think he's making some right moves here. He's just trying to hustle his opponent. I love his last move, getting ready to perhaps push that pawn 1 square forward, at least concern the white king. But I agree with you both. Ultimately, he's just lost.
Yeah, objectively, we know that should be the result, a win for white here, but yeah, he just has to somehow hustle, set a trap here, Fabiano. I like what Nordebek's doing, just kind of taking it really slow and safe, just securing his king first before deciding on any action. If clocks were level, I would say there's some chances, but it's not going to be easy.
And this has been absolutely topsy-turvy, right? Fabi with fantastic play in game 1, start to finish, an attacking display. He wins that game. Second game, he makes a comeback. Nordebek makes a comeback, and now makes it look easy in the Armageddon. Do you think this has been a combination of that loss in the second game and the Armageddon bid that we just saw, the mind games of it?
Yeah, I think it's mainly that loss. I don't think the Armageddon bid would have done anything other than cause Fabi some laughter. But yeah, totally, that loss has really affected him. And it just caused his concentration to slip up in those critical moments. And, Fabi mustn't lose too much hope, though, because if he manages to hold this, and it is a bit of an uphill task, but you never know. We've seen stranger things on the tour. Well, he just has to shake off those ghosts and play. He has a bishop and a pawn for the rook. Maybe there's still some chances.
Does black want to keep the queens on the board or trade queens here?
Oh, it's difficult. If you could somehow trade queens and not lose a pawn on the king side and somehow maybe push that black f pawn back to its start square,
That's a lot of things. That's a
three
lot
big
of
ifs.
things, yeah.
Then maybe some drawing chances. But I think the main dilemma here for Fabiano is you can't keep the queens on. Otherwise, the black king is about to get checked, and you might lose a pawn in the process anyway. So it's just kind of everything building up. In the end, a rook versus a bishop with pawns on both sides of the board. The rook will always come out on top, especially with an extra pawn on one of the flanks. I think this last move, if Fabiano had time to stop it, maybe some drawing chances, but this last move might be the killer. And look at the clocks as well. Not going to be easy. Might just get flagged.
Yeah, I mean, and also this last move is quite brave from Nordicbeck. I think it's worth pointing out because you do expose your own king a little bit. I mean, there were much safer ways to play, but again, this does sort of emphasise Nordicbeck's style. He calculates really well, and he doesn't really blunder, and that's been the difference in this match, hasn't it? That Fabiano's maybe shown a better quality of chess, but he's actually blundered more. He blundered in the last game, and he blundered in this game as well, and that's what it is at the end of the day. Chess. If you don't blunder, you'll be a grandmaster. But everyone blunders pretty much. So, is that right? Is that right saying? If you don't blunder, do you think anyone could be a grandmaster?
Be a world champion.
Yeah.
Let
World
alone a
champion.
grandmaster.
Yeah. So all you have to do in chess is not make any mistakes. Simple, easy. Yeah. So you don't even have to try to do good moves. Just don't blunder.
But okay, what happens if you could not make any big blunders, but you're allowed to make small mistakes? Do you think you could be a grandmaster?
It depends how big. Like, as long as you don't make any bad moves, but small mistakes are kind of okay. It's a weird conversation, isn't it now? I did speak to Ulf Andersson, who was a legend of the 70s, and he was one of the best players in the world, and White's winning this now, I think, quite easily. We can see that.
Making it look easy and fast as well.
Easy. The king and rook are coming in.
At some point you go f6.
Yeah, f6.
Break those pawns.
Isn't there a drawing scenario? So, for instance, if the left pawn were gone,
you take the a4 pawn first.
Oh, but the bishop isn't.
If you lose your rook, it might be a draw.
No, but I was actually thinking there might be some hope if you manage to win the f pawn. Impossible, but and leave the h pawn. Isn't that
really trying to find draws, aren't we?
Yeah. If White's pawn was on the h file, and if White's pawn was too far advanced, then it would maybe be a draw. But with an f pawn, it's going to be hard to stop. It does promote on a dart square. You won't be able to blockade forever. White can combine checkmating attacks with the advance of this pawn. It will cost the black bishop.
Got a feel for Fabi right now. He had it so close, especially that second game. And this Armageddon, just everything went wrong. And f6 on the board. He's touching the 2.5-minute mark. You're just going to end up with an extra rook, because at some point, black will have to sacrifice the bishop for the f-pawn.
And I think Fabi is preparing himself.
He's resigned. It is match over and tournament over for Fabiano Caruana as Nordicbeck makes a huge comeback and goes through. What a match that has been, and action still continues in this one. Denis Lazovic with the white pieces and more active pieces.
Yeah, it's level material, but White does have this very far advanced past b-pawn as well. So if White is accurate here, maybe before the black king is able to get off the back rank, before that black rook on h8 in the corner is able to activate, maybe you can create some threats, some chances, but it's very much time of the essence here. You need to be quick. If the black king moves, then I think Wesley will be safe. So, okay, he attacks this black knight. How is Wesley going to react? Is he going to move it? Or does he just leave it? I think you might have to run. I don't think you can go down a pawn here and save the game if you're Wesley, so you need to be really, really careful. Advantage White for sure.
And you also need to move the knight to a square where it covers d7. Because if White is allowed to line up the two rooks on the 7th row, it's going to be game over for Wesley.
Yeah, game over for Wesley, and 4 minutes 30. It's not going to be easy to find a defense here, despite the reduced material. It's kind of like walking a tightrope. You need to kind of find 3 or 4 really, really accurate moves just to stay in this one, and even then you're facing a disadvantage. Oh, wow, he gives up a pawn. This knight is going to be captured in the center now. He's going to seek solace in a rook endgame, which has notably drawish tendencies. This bishop will be captured, and okay, it's 3 versus 3 on the king side, but all about that white passed b-pawn. If the white king ever activates, I fear for Wesley's chances.
Wesley needs only a draw, so he has to just try and hold on to this position. White's king, as you said, is a little far away. There are still chances to be able to get that draw. And with the clocks leveling up, it's not going to be easy for Dennis to create his activity either.
Not easy, but still black has to try and find something active to do. At the moment, the 2 black rooks are passive. Yes, you have a passed h-pawn. That might be the one saving grace later on. And wow, a rook exchange. That cost Wesley some time on the clock, a huge decision. I'm wondering what happens now if you trade rooks and then the white rook drops back. The white rook on the a file drops the whole way back and zooms behind the white passed b-pawn.
Oh, that is a nice move because the rooks want to be behind the pawns. And dropping it all the way back, as David's indicated, also prevents the black rook from checking the white king.
I think I think that would work really well if white didn't have double pawns. But I think the fact that black's got a passed h-pawn gives him actually quite good compensation in some of those endings. It's a little bit different. We might see it anyway. And this is
happening.
This is the standard way of trying to win this. But maybe black has some chances with this h-pawn, because if a white pawn was over on the g-file, white would easily be winning this. But the problem is a lot of endings now, that h-pawn will be very good for black. So I'm not convinced that this is winning, actually.
It's a race. The white king's got to run as far forward up the board as possible by the time the black king moves over to eliminate that white b-pawn. I mean, the players are calculating this fastly and furiously right now. But yeah, Denis Lazovic, he needs to hope that this is objectively winning. If it is a draw with perfect play, then Wesley will find the best moves. Black has a really kind of straightforward plan now of running. There we go. The black king's making its move,
And
like you say, Simon.
White wants is to get his own king into attacking black's pawn. So you won't really be able to recapture the queenside pawn that white has because white's king is going to get super active as well. King g4, king g5.
Yeah, I mean, you can always play h6 to stop the king coming in. But even if the king comes up to, I mean, h5, black can always go h5. And the problem is white can't really exchange rooks here. And normally in these endings, white would love to exchange rooks because the black king is so far away. But with this h-pawn, I think black has very good chances to hold. We're going to see Denis's endgame technique. I mean, 15 years old. He's going to have to play very well to win this. It's going to be an extremely exciting finish. Maybe he should slow down a bit, though. He's got 6 minutes. I mean, maybe these decisions, he needs to think about them a little bit here.
Right. But, I mean, it does feel like what he has to do is start prodding black on the king side, you know, just maybe create a path for the white king to get through. So I'm thinking of f4, f5.
I like it a lot. Yeah, I think you have to try and make your king, you know, come into the position somehow, and also f4, f5, will take away that h-pawn, the strength of the h-pawn here, because maybe you can even play f5 in this position potentially. With the threat of taking on g6.
So just to show f5, I mean, it's a pawn endgame that you have to calculate here, and I don't think you're quick enough, but maybe the key factor is in this position you can kind of switch attention towards the black kingside pawns, and in a position like this, unfortunately for black, you're a bit stuck. You cannot take this pawn. We're seeing something very similar about to happen, but you can never take this pawn because now, I guess in this endgame, well, I was going to say maybe you can give a check, but no, you can just bring your rook up the board. And, well, the engine thinks this is winning. This is hard to calculate 2 versus 2 in terms of pawns.
Yeah.
This is actually much more difficult for a human. Armed with the evaluation bar, we know that that's winning, but Lazovic, he has to do the same, push the pawns. And I don't know what Wesley So's doing with his king. He's dropped back in no man's land now.
Yeah, strange. And is he just trying to blockade the position? I mean, the way you'd like to try and draw this as black is to try and clarify it as quickly as possible. So you'd want to take the pawn on b5. But hang on a minute, white's now going to get a passed e-pawn. And if white can get that passed e-pawn, so if the black king ever moves, the e-pawn pushes forwards, that must be winning for white. You know, because he's already got 1 passed pawn. 2 passed pawns will be too strong. This is also another way you can do it. The other pawn can become passed pawn as well. I mean, this is... That's
some fantastic technique by Denis. And he's also up on the clock. Let's remind everyone there's no increment. And the plan that you're talking about is you get rid of the double pawn, push the other f-pawn, create another passer.
But this is a matter of time. I mean, the evaluation bar, it says it's winning for white, but I think if you're inaccurate just for 1 move, it's going to drop the whole way back to equality. OK, he does push this pawn and allows the black king in. So you still have to be very, very careful here.
Wesley shaking his head there. I think Wesley realizes he's really struggling here. And let's remember how important this match is. It's so important because if Wesley wins, he is guaranteed a place in the grand final. But also the only person who maybe has a good chance of catching him, I believe, is Dennis. So it's really close, and Wesley won't be guaranteed a place in the grand final.
And then he'll have to fight in the planes to get in through the other door.
I think he missed the big opportunity. He could have pushed the e-pawn.
Oh, wow.
Why did he go back? The White King's so passive. You've doubled up your own pawns. This makes no sense at all.
I mean, I guess he's banking on the king coming to the h-file, but that was a really strange choice there from Dennis. It's so close, this one. I think he's moving a little bit quickly. He has these really big decisions to make, and he does have 3-4 minutes. Just take 30 seconds to try and work them out. And David, you mentioned there, and so did you, Jovanka, that he might have just missed a great opportunity to win the game outright, easily.
Still with some winning chances for Denis Lazovic in this must-win situation, but as Jovanka says, he could have knocked out Wesley So on the spot by pushing forward this e-pawn, Jovanka. And if you trade pawns here, the White King's simply going to guide the e-pawn forward. And maybe the finesse that he'd missed is that if this pawn is captured, White can simply give a check with the rook, kicking this king away. If it continues trying to defend its pawn, you continue checking, and sooner or later, you simply make a new pass pawn that's going to run through and win the game. Instead, he's going to have to battle now. It's not easy because the White King is caught trying to prevent the H-pawn, but also trying to blockade the Black King from moving towards the White pawns. And suddenly the B-pawn is dropping. This might just fizzle out towards a draw now.
Gives a check. Doesn't take it because the king pawn ending is perhaps lost, so you could not have grabbed the B5 pawn. White at some point has to try to get to the H5 pawn to win the game. Do you have enough time to go over with your king, king G3, king H4?
Well, the problem is that the Black King is really active as well. And if you win the H-pawn, I'm sure Black is going to munch on the F5 pawn. So,
King coming on to E4, but I think you have to push the king away and start marching with your own king.
Maybe this is the way forward.
King E4 right now, is that a move that you could... But then Black just takes the B5 pawn.
Oh, he's gambling now that his two pawns are going to beat the sole Black pawn, but you can't create a pass pawn. That's the problem. Basically, two doubled pawns are the same as one here. Black's king, as long as it gets back to safety, should hold this fortress. Should be a draw.
Oh, and just over... Actually, now Dennis has got less time on the clock than Wesley, but it's a big blunder.
The White King can come in now, maybe.
Oh, my God.
He could have kept his rook on the 5th rank. It was stopping the White King advancing. Wesley So panicking due to the clock situation, but 2 minutes each.
And we saw Fabiano lose like this yesterday as well, right? So it's a similar way.
And in game 2, right, with queen f5, one blunder and the whole game is out of hand. And now there's going to be a bridge. The rook comes to g7. You challenge the black rook, and then your king is crossing over to attack the f6 pawn.
Yeah. This looks like it's suddenly winning. Black cannot improve his position. White can, meanwhile. And simple plan, as you say, Tanya. The White King will eventually cross over. It's not going to be cut off forever.
And all Wesley had to do was keep the rook where it was, just making sure that White's king is tied down to defending that f5 pawn.
Yeah, I think he got too carried away trying to stop his black f-pawn from dropping, but actually the white rook going to win that pawn wouldn't have been the worst thing. The Black King just needed to get back in front of the white pawns. Now, look, it's going the wrong way. It's going kind of behind the white pawns, but it's not going to stop the pawns running in a moment. So, yeah, I'm expecting that move, the offer of the rook trade, and that should allow the White King to cross into the promised land, the g-file. Okay, first just delaying the decision. Dennis, he's so experienced at blitz and bullet. He's unmasked now a 30-second time advantage.
And every move you make, it forces Wesley to think, which means less time on Wesley's clock. And rook g7 is always coming. So there's nothing that you've done wrong in your position, and I won't be surprised if you see rook g7 now with no Black King moving forward.
Yeah, I wonder if checking and taking the pawn, he's going for the more greedy approach. The same idea, rook g6, and you put your king on g7. I think this is... probably a simple win, actually, because then, you know, you just push the f-pawn. Simple as that. And the Black King is in a very bad situation. It needs to be on the other side of the rook to try and draw this, I think, or in front of the pawn. But he can't really get there. Rook g6 coming.
Yeah, it's unlucky for Black. If your rook now was anywhere else on the first rank, I think the Black King could have made its way across and blockaded the white pawns with the draw. But unfortunately, your idea there, Simon, and we might see what is well known as the Lucena position. If Black's rook had taken that pawn on f4, the White King would have crossed over. And that's a well-known win. This one is just straightforward now.
Yeah.
Really nice technique there of just cutting off Black's king to coming in to defend that f8 square.
Wow,
what a turnaround this has been.
That was absolutely crazy. And Wesley now has to fight for his place in the grand final, and it was a up and down game.
And that's it. Wesley resigns. Denis Lazovic takes down Wesley So. Wesley is out of the tournament. Denis advances forward to play Nordibek Abdusattorov, the 16-year-old, the youngest player in the Champions Chess Tour ever, has in Division 1, has done what was a tough task, taken down world number 8. What 2 incredible Armageddons there, David. A lot to choose from. What was the big highlight?
A lot to choose from, but in the end it was the battle of the generations, and the 2 younger players did progress. I'm just going to highlight in that endgame, though, how Wesley So could have drawn. If he had a bit more time on the clock, he would surely have found this. The key here was to do nothing, to wait. If the black rook had just stayed on the 5th rank, tying the white king down to the defense of this pawn, it should have ended in a draw. The white rook can actually get greedy now and gobble up black's pawn, but the key here is not that you've lost a pawn. These 2 pawns, after all, are doubled. It's more that you need the black king in front. When the white rook moves, you can blockade, and there's no way to break through with these pawns. This would have ended in a well-known draw. Instead, he allowed the white king to snake its way around, and Lazovic took the win.
You've got to read up those Dvoretsky manual, those Dvoretsky endgames. This was just unbelievable. But for Wesley, a player like Wesley, we'd expect him to hold on to that one. But this is what happens in high-pressure situations, which means that it is the end of the road for Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, while Denis will play against Nordibek after the big comeback that Nordibek had in his match. And we are being joined by Nordibek Abdusattorov after his win. Nordibek, congratulations.
Thank you.
You pulled off a crazy comeback there. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling great. Yeah, it was tough, of course. I played incredibly bad today. I think the quality of my play was so far from optimal, but yeah, at the end I somehow pulled off the win, and that's why I was emotional after I came back in the game too.
Yeah, we can imagine, because you were under so much pressure. Was there a moment that you felt that the match was over for you?
Yeah, I mean, in game 2, he had numerous options to repeat. I think bishop e3, bishop d4 even was looking good. Yeah, I mean, it was in the game 2. I was just lucky. Yeah. Yeah, I was extremely close to be eliminated.
Yeah, but Nordibek, you make your own luck on the chessboard, and you were resilient, and one mistake, and it was just awesome to watch your confidence and your speed after that. I want to ask you what happened in that, and we have a reaction that you had after winning that comeback game. I want to ask you about your Armageddon bid. It's a bid that we've never seen before in the Champions Chess Tour. 14 minutes and 59 seconds. What was your thought process there?
I just desperately wanted to get white. Because I thought that the only chance I have is to just play with white and get some kind of position where I can play slowly and playing for his time, obviously, and yeah, obviously I got a very pleasant position, I think. After the opening, that was ideal position that I wanted. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a bit strange to bid 14.59, because even if he would bid like 14.58, he would play with black, I guess. So yeah, but I was sure he would bid somewhere between 10 and 9. So yeah, it was really fun.
And Nordibek, congratulations. Tomorrow you're facing someone else who also won in the Armageddon, Denis Lazovic. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, he looked very impressive. I think I played in Division 2 of one of the tournaments. Yeah, it was extremely tough match, and I pulled off a win in Armageddon. Yeah, but it was extremely tough. Yeah, I'm looking forward to play him tomorrow. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Awesome comeback there, Nordebek. Congratulations. And before you go, you got a big winners final coming up with Magnus taking on Alireza, and we'd love to get your thoughts on it. How do you think that one's going to play out?
When I played Alireza, he played like extremely strong. I just felt immediately that he's in very good shape, and I think it will be an extremely tough match for both players. But I would say Alireza will give a tough match. Maybe even it could beat Magnus.
It's going to be a big fight, and we're looking forward to that one. Nordebek, we do have a viewer question coming in for you. So just before you go, and it's by Mr. Toto Young, and he's asking, what inspiration and influences do you have that have inspired your play?
I have read many chess books. Like I've read when I was a kid, I read Garry Kasparov's book, which where I got this extremely. I was extremely inspired by his, lifestyle, and yeah, I got a lot of things, reading his books, and I think it's very helpful in early stages, especially to be, to improve on chess, and and just to get to know better how chess history has developed.
So if you had to recommend one book to the younger generation, it would be?
I think one of the Garry Kasparov's books, like my great predecessors, or my I have read the Russian one, but I think in English it's called my. I don't know how to. It's like something like My Way on Chess or something like that.
My great predecessors. Thank you so much, Nordebek. That is some great advice and great performance today as well. And we really are excited about your matchup tomorrow. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Nordebek Abdusattorov. What a comeback that was. But of course, the action continues as we've got a big winners final coming up, and we will be back with all the action. Get the popcorn ready. You don't want to miss it. World number one, Magnus Carlsen, will be taking on Alireza Firouzja in the winners final. It is a clash of generations. It's youth versus experience. It is the one player that Magnus wanted to face and was motivated to fight in the World Championship match. And this rivalry exploded back in 2019.
The Iranian Alireza Firouzja faced off against the Norwegian World Chess Champion Magnus Carlsen at FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Chess Championship in Moscow 2019. After the check here and the queen captures the pawn, it was this moment right here and the words whispered by Magnus that ultimately led to the controversy and the challenge. Carlsen correctly transitions into an opposite bishop affair where you often have your best drawing chances. But right here, right now, the move bishop d2, pointed out as a blunder by some, I think was actually Carlsen really calling the kid's bluff. But now in the time scramble, we're going to see that Carlsen blockading the dark squares, and there it is. It's leading to the nerves that comes out, and after king g4, we see the drama is real. The table is slammed, and the arbiter has set up the pieces, wait for it, in a draw according to the DGT board, and we see Magnus Carlsen is actually not happy about that. Carlsen knew very well that if this game led to a loss on time for Firouzja, that he wins in that call. Just because there's opposite code bishops on the board and no other mating material does not mean that according to the FIDE bylaws, Black isn't winning. In fact, he's right. What you'll find out later on in the news report was that the FIDE ruling says as long as there's in theory a possible checkmate, then the game can be deemed a win despite not having what is considered theoretical mating material. What exactly was the chess moment that deeply frustrated Firouzja? That moment we saw earlier at about the 10-minute and 31-second mark, where Magnus Carlsen, I don't think, was whispering sweet nothings to Firouzja in terms of his frustration with the position. It was this combination that picks up the b7 pawn and ultimately the c5 pawn, this moment that had Magnus very frustrated and saying whatever it was he did. That was later, of course, appealed to and overruled as if it is the case that your opponent is distracting you, which is what Firouzja tried to claim. He should have made that claim in the moment. But either way, if you're frustrated about something your opponent is doing, you have to claim it in the moment, which of course Firouzja did not.
Danny Rensch there breaking down all the drama that happened in the World Blitz Championship. And that's really when the big rivalry between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja started. Some dramatic moments in that Blitz, a game that Firouzja was winning and eventually would have been a draw. And in fact, David, if it was online chess, the game would have been automatically stopped.
That's right. On chess.com, even if you run out of material, if your opponent only has a bishop or knight left, it would be a draw. So that's where the misunderstanding, I guess, evolved from. Yeah, not the friendliest of starts to their rivalry, but in the kind of years since, they've had some mammoth clashes. I remember the Banter Blitz Cup, where Firouzja actually triumphed over Magnus Carlsen. Over the years, yeah, he's definitely emerged as one of the big rivals.
And that was right after this. We had this crazy moment in the World Blitz Championship, and then the Banter Blitz Cup, which Firouzja won, motivating Magnus to get a revenge, which he did in the Magnus Invitational, and it's been going back and forth. Magnus Carlsen is ready to go, and he is ready to start this big winners final. He did sound extremely tired and fatigued yesterday. Maybe a bit of lack of motivation is what I felt. But for this man right here, who hasn't booked a spot yet in the Toronto finals, motivation is not going to be a problem. Jovanka, what do you think is the reason that Magnus singled Alireza out as the only opponent he wanted to defend his title against?
Well, normally when these two play each other, it's chaos on the board. Both sides have to bring their tactical A game, and Magnus, he relishes the challenge. So I think that's why he wanted to play Alireza. Alireza is a player who doesn't necessarily respect him that much. And there we see both players. They are ready. Magnus getting in the zone, and Alireza, well, he's just too eager with anticipation.
I would love to see this go down to Armageddon. What are the chances of us getting an Armageddon in this one?
Well, they're both just in such stellar form. It's hard to choose between them right now. Firouzja is a fighter. That's why Magnus kind of respects him so much. And yeah, the games are always close, no matter the result. And yeah, I have a feeling something dramatic is going to happen along the way. I think Firouzja might need to get the first hit in against Magnus Carlsen. If he strikes first, we'll see a crazy match. If Magnus strikes first, we might see Magnus trying to shut down the rest of the game. So yeah, either way, it's going to be dramatic, Simon.
Certainly is, yeah. I'm very excited about this one. I'm sure lots of people out there are as well. I mean, these guys have played so much online as well. They've had many Blitz Bullet games, and now they're playing at a bit of a longer time limit as well. I'd be interested to see what kind of action we're going to get. And one thing that really excites me, Tanya, is that I've seen quite a lot of drawish stuff so far today. I don't think it's going to be drawish Berlin. So I think we're going to have some real attacking chess. I want to see some more hacking and tacking. And we're going to get that with these two because Firouzja is such an exciting player.
How did you say it, Tanya?
See that.
Boom, boom, what was it?
Boom, boom, bang chess.
Yes, exactly.
That's the kind that we want right now. And very recently in the Bullet Chess Championship as well on chess.com, there was so much back and forth with Firouzja defeating Magnus in the semi-finals, and then from the losers bracket, Magnus beating Firouzja. So there's definitely a lot of rivalry here, a fun matchup as we wait for the first moves by Magnus. What are we expecting?
I'm expecting a Najdorf Sicilian with white playing rook to g1 very early on.
Wow.
I have had a hint.
David knows something that we don't.
Oh, my words. Oh, wow. What a legend. Rook g1. How did you predict that?
It's crystal ball. I've borrowed Jovanka's skills of prophecy there.
David has actually been preparing Magnus Carlsen all morning, just in case you're wondering. Was that a mouse slip? And h5. This is bizarre.
This is a very rare branch of the Sicilian. Both players already showing their aggressive intentions here. Magnus, whenever he opens 1e4 with white, whenever he goes into the open Sicilian, it means he's spoiling for a fight. He really backs himself, feeling confident. Firouzja, meanwhile, just the fact that he's employing this opening with black, kind of inviting an attack, shows that he's also scrapping for a fight. And this whole variation with white's rook shuffling to g1, as you mentioned, Simon, it's not a mouse slip, unfortunately. It is kind of a signal that white wants to throw pawns forward on the king side, and that's been prevented. Black pushing h5, but yeah, it's just this guy is going to light up very shortly.
This opening just feels like, Jovanka, you take every single traditional chess wisdom that we know about opening play and just chuck it out of the window. You're not castling anymore. You don't care about your development. Black's gone ahead with the h-pawn. White wants to threaten g4. What is going on here with the shift that we're seeing in the kind of openings we see from these youngsters?
Well, it's super concrete stuff. It's all very much based on moves. And there's no, like, big picture thinking here. No. Both sides are going to extract as much as possible in the most unconventional way, I have to say, out of the opening. And I have to say, this is a really risky approach from both sides. Yeah. Because, you know, if it backfires, it's going to backfire terribly. Like in a lot more classical openings, you know, you make a small mistake, that's fine. You know, life continues. You may be slightly worse, maybe much worse. But here, the price of a mistake is big.
Yeah, and White's given up all rights to go castling on the right side. Black also looks like with h5, it's going to be super risky to go kingside castling. Are we expecting the kings to stay in the center of the board in this game?
I don't think so, no. I mean, it's kind of like a normal position, except white's got a rook on g1 and black's got a pawn on h5. So if we think logically who this kind of should benefit, I think that will sort of get us a bit nearer to the truth of the position. I was going to recommend this move because with the move h5 from black, it seems like black's light squares are a little bit more weakened there, like g6. And this move is a super aggressive move. All of white's pieces have got the most aggressive squares they can get to. And to answer your original question, Tanya, I expect white will castle queenside. There's actually a variation in Najdorf where you do this line, which I play, but with the rook on h1, with the pawn on h7. And I think queen e2 is a normal square to put it. You can even go f4, queen f3 in this kind of structure. I really hope we see that because that'll be the most aggressive moves on the board. And black will wait to his counter chance. And this move is a bit close to my heart as well, because this is what I call the Dragadorf. It's a mix between the dragon opening and the Najdorf. So we're getting some really funky stuff. And Magnus used to play this opening as black as well, but then he lost some horrible games and gave it up. But really interesting stuff.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Magnus is declaring his intentions to castle on the queenside next move. And just to explain the Dragadorf, it is that dragon, kind of fianchetto formation in the Sicilian, and the Najdorf, which is kind of signalled by a6. So kind of a mishmash of two different very well-respected openings. But if often combining openings isn't the most consistent way to play, and Magnus now is not going to hesitate. Surely he's going to castle on the long side. There we go. And watch out, if you're Firouzja, for these pawns to kind of storm forward now. It's a matter of time. Black is really severely lacking in development now. All of white's pieces ready, maybe apart from this white rook on g1. But yeah, it's going to be fire it just in the next few moves.
We have seen Magnus employ this rook g1 ideas in the Najdorf. Is this something that Alireza perhaps had prepared? Because the move h5, you kind of don't commit it unless you've got some prep in mind.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, rook g1 is a move that Alireza will be aware of. It has been around. One of the really popular move there, instead of rook g1, was actually h3 with the same idea of playing g4. So it's very, very similar to that, except a little bit more committal. And I mean, I think this is why Magnus was so excited about this match, because he knew they were going to get positions like this. And positions like this, to me, are just so much fun to see him play. Pieces on the board, both sides trying to attack, white getting his pieces of good squares, but black ready on the queen side to throw the b pawn forward. This is like the chess I love. I love this kind of chess, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I have to say, though, my experience in these positions is that the bishop on c4 is very annoying for black in these Dragodorf kind of structures here. So black's got to be more careful in this kind of position.
Yeah, I just love watching Firouzja play, choosing these really provocative openings. But he has to back it up now with some accuracy. Magnus is certainly ready to start attacking. And I think it's a good moment to pause as well, really instructive. This young generation, they're so good at kind of stopping at critical moments and realizing, okay, the stakes are high now. Price of an error is, unfathomable. And, he needs to find an active defense.
Yeah, I've actually had a position very similar to this, except the rook's on h1 and the bishop's on e3 and a pawn on f3. And that was a main line that Magnus actually played as black. Magnus has played this kind of idea. And I think the main move there is to maybe go queen c7, see where the bishop moves. Because you can go b5. b5 is kind of the move you want to play in this position, but it is committal, and bishop d5 can often be a pain here, and followed up with ideas of the knight coming to c6. And this is the thing that I think Firouzja is calculating at this moment, whether he can play that. So he has gone queen c7, which is kind of transposing to this line, and that's saying to the bishop, well, where are you going to move? Because if you go backwards, you can even go for a bit of a safer variation for black here of trying to snap that bishop off with the knight, and even castling queenside in these kind of positions. But there's so many little transpositions. It's a very rich structure here. Computer doesn't like it at all for black, though. So
yeah, Sicilians these days, these open Sicilians, they've definitely fallen out of fashion from the black side. I mean, the Naidorf, for example, we used to see it pretty much in every game. These days, it's all Berlins and Petrovs, and that's because the risk attached is huge, and that's why Firouzja is thinking right now.
And this evaluation that we're seeing on the board right now, it reminds me a little bit of when Firouzja plays the King's Indian defense. We've seen the eval bar go super high, but the position is an absolute mess. It's completely chaotic and a game for all three results. Is it similar here? Is this the moment that you kind of just don't care about the engine evaluation? It's just starting and the position is going to get wild?
If you're playing on the board, then obviously, and you're watching the game, then obviously don't care about the evaluation of the computer. But here, this is a homework type of position, because the position is so crazy that, both sides can't just get into this and start freestyling, especially not black, because, and there we see b5 being played, because, black has to consider all sorts of things, the knight coming to the d5 square, the knight sacrificing itself to f5. You always have to, it's such a sharp position that you always have to be prepared. You just can't wing this one.
Yeah, he has to be in prep, but he has used quite a bit of his clock. You were talking about one idea of jumping with the knight to c5. I've also seen another plan that black has in this position to actually get that knight to b6 and either c4 square, or even try to get rid of that knight on c3 in some positions with the knight jumping to a4. I think that the point that I was trying to make, Jovanka, here was that even though the eval bar gives white a big edge, this position will develop into chaos. And it's such Firouzja's style. When he plays the King's Indian, that's exactly what he wants. When he plays the Dragodorf, that's exactly what he wants.
Exactly. And the fact that both players are not moving particularly fast indicates that, yes, ignore the evaluation, but if one person is moving fast, then you know that they are in opening preparation and, there could be trouble ahead. So be very careful. That's all I'm saying. And if you're looking to establish an opening repertoire, I think in general the quiet lines you can just get by just knowing the bigger picture, where to put the pieces. But something like this, sorry, you gotta do the hard graft.
And Magnus, meanwhile, just gets all the pieces to the center. Is it time for black to decide where to go with the king?
Yeah, this last move is a very good move. The ideal setup for black is to develop his last piece, fianchetto it, and then you can even try to castle and start, as you say, this knight b6 idea is very nice and maneuver. But I think Magnus is kind of setting up a direct idea against that bishop move, which David, I'm assuming, is throwing the knight into the center as one move that at least you have to consider as black because of the pressure on the e-file. And, then black might not be able to get castled at all. And that would be a complete disaster if you got this position, I feel. So again, there's a lot to think about. It's much easier for white to play because white can just centralize the pieces. White has this knight d5, white has f4. It's much harder for black to find the right strategy because you've got to think about all these options white can do, and you've got to decide where you put your king. So it's if black can get over these next couple of moves and be okay, then it's game on, you know. But there is danger here, definitely, for black.
Yeah, and that's why Firouzja is burning so much time on the clock. Severe disadvantage now, under 4 minutes, 4 minutes lower than Magnus Carlsen. And yeah, as you say, Simon, I do feel the next 2-3 moves could be where this is decided. If black can survive, then long-term, great chances, throwing pawns towards the white king. Long-term, extra central pawn in the Sicilian, always really handy. But yeah, I do fear for his chances if the next 2-3 moves go wrong.
So the question is if we will have a long-term or not.
Yeah.
Right.
And yeah, the one thing I learned about the Sicilian, the kind of advice I was given when I was young, it's like, especially with white, but it kind of works for both sides. It's like riding a bike. You have to keep cycling. If you stop, you just fall off, and you can't play slowly, positionally, and otherwise things will turn against you. So you just have to keep going forward. And for Magnus, that's the advice. For Firouzja, it's kind of defend at this point and hope for that later.
Is it surprising how much time Firouzja is taking? Down 7.5 minutes now.
It is surprising because I would have expected Firouzja to go into this type of position knowing his homework. But, you know, then again, we always get surprised. You know, it's impossible to prepare for every single line. And as David did reference, that rook to g1, not the most popular move. And, well, it does appear that Firouzja has forgotten his notes.
Yes, under 7 minutes now. The problem is castling again. It walks into something similar, Simon, that you were pointing out. The white knight is always landing in the center. It's just a thematic idea. And it's one of those positions. You know what's coming. You know what your opponent wants to do next. But finding a solution is a whole different matter. And yeah, it just feels like you're one move short, maybe, as black. If you could kind of get your bishop out and castle, maybe some chances for an active play, but right now it's tough.
Yeah, maybe you can go knight b6 here. I think you must play knight b6 or bishop b7, right, to try to take the sting out of that move. I can't really see much else, but if black can get both those moves in, knight b6, bishop b7, he has castled, I think. Is that right? Yeah. So that seems kind of...
That's a very gutsy move.
Just to show you, Simon, knight b6, I'm going to break through. I think I can play e5. If you take me, there would have been nasty sacrifices.
Ooh. Yeah.
And if the queen moves away anywhere, then this would have been checkmate. So Firouzja made the best idea, made the best decision there. Instead of risk any checkmates, he did castle. He ran away. And Magnus Carlsen, of course, thinking in Firouzja's time, was ready to play f4. So watch out. There's going to be all sorts of pawn breaks in the next couple of moves. f5 might even be a severe threat due to the pressure along this diagonal. It's all about the light squares, as you mentioned, Simon.
And since this position is super sharp, I mean, is there any way that Alireza can defend? And I was primarily thinking of getting rid of that bishop with knight c5, and the evaluation bar is like, uh-oh, not good news. But I mean, why? Is it just because of f4, f5?
Yeah, he's played the most logical move, at least, Firouzja there. Like you say, e5, f5, lots of tempting options. You could maybe even capture this knight on f6 and jump into d5 with the other knight, and wow. Okay, there we see the engine suggestions just below the board, and the computer does confirm. Actually, the margins are very small here. Any move other than bishop takes knight, and it's just a game. It's just a fight. It's a very complex battle. But bishop takes f6 gives white a large advantage. This is due to the fact that there's no pleasant way to recapture here. Taking with the bishop walks into a nasty fork. Next move, this bishop on f6 will be eliminated, wrecking the black pawn structure. If you take with the pawn first, your bishop might just be locked in for the rest of the game after the move f5. And this is just a terrible piece.
Wow. But bishop f6 is a move that you really don't want to make because you're sort of committing to giving a bishop pair, you're giving up your really nicely placed bishop on g5, and you have this in your head that you can do it at any point. Bishop f6 is always in your hand. David, why is it so important to take on f1, of course? It might be a really difficult move, but not for a player called Magnus Carlsen. There is, like you said, modern chess is so concrete, and he finds the best move, no surprises there.
Yeah, past generations would play maybe on instinct, on feel, on pattern recognition alone, but here it's kind of very specific. And they have no prejudice. If they see a move that looks strong, even if it kind of disobeys general principles, then they go for it, these top players. And that's why They're so strong, and instantly he knows, okay, he has to block in black's dark square bishop. Watch out, big threat. Black is threatening bishop to h6 now. The dark square bishop would actually skewer the white queen to the king. So I'm expecting Magnus to run. There we go. The other advice I always was told as a junior, if you castle queenside, always take a time out to shuffle your king towards the corner. It's always safe there. And yeah, decent position.
Yeah, decent position. Do you know, I'm laughing at your comment that day, David, just because it brings back all my bad memories of like 2022. Like I had so many good positions, but I forgot to put my king on the B1 square. I forgot to tuck it into safety. And because of that, like my opponents won, they managed to get counterplay. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. I think
always a good idea.
When you go castle on the queen side, king b1 is just a move that you need to throw in. Where there's sometimes, even when our opponent doesn't have a direct threat, put that king on b1, get out of the c line, get out of the pins.
But do you know what I did instead, Tanya? I grabbed a pawn.
Oh.
and it was wrong. There you go.
It can be super dangerous, and this position is getting super dangerous. Magnus now jumps in with the idea that you're pointing out knight to d5. So bishop h6, not a threat anymore, especially with that f6 pawn hanging. But can you really allow this knight to stay alive on d5?
Oof, it's unpleasant here. There's no kind of easy decisions anymore. Taking this knight off the board, it will just be replaced by a very strong bishop. At the moment, you just need counterplay. That's the name of the game with the Sicilian. You need some kind of counterplay. Often you're getting attacked, but at least you're attacking yourself. Here, I just don't see it strategically and kind of dynamically. The Black King is about to come under some severe pressure. Yeah. Okay, he trades off this bishop first. Makes sense.
But are we going to be left with some knight versus bishop position where you can clearly see it's going to be a good knight versus bad bishop, including a weakness on the D line?
Yeah, I'm expecting actually bishop takes knight to appear on the board. And yeah, strategically, white is completely winning.
Yeah.
But, you know, the kings are castled on opposite sides of the board. And black does have a straightforward plan of just marching the a pawn up the board and seeing what damage it can do. Actually, not seeing, praying for some damage.
Simon, it's your two favourite words, good night. And what about these two knights in the middle of the board?
Yeah, I mean, black's just in a lot of trouble here. I mean, I thought this is maybe the best try, and the one thing I'd love to do with black is just put the bishop on e5, which is kind of a normal idea. But with this last move, there's another major hole, and this hole in the middle of the board is just, I think it's going to be terminal, unfortunately, for black. The e6 square, a knight ready to come in. And, just take that black bishop and move it over the pawn. Black's okay, right? Because the bishop is on a good, solid square controlling the board. That's what you want to achieve here, but I just don't think you can do it. So I wanted to go bishop h6 to f4, but you just don't have time because white's threats are too quick here. And you can never get the bishop to f4 anyway. So I think the opening's just been a bit of a disaster for Firouzja in this game. It's just gone wrong.
And Alireza Firouzja literally has no time. He's under the 3-minute mark as well, a very difficult position. To me, this game again looks like one of that classic Magnus example where it's so difficult to point out the moment it went so wrong for black. Firouzja, he did all these moves, natural-looking moves, developing the queen, the bishop on the queen side, castling, and then suddenly he's dead lost with black. How does Magnus do this?
Yeah. I wish we knew. It's like a magic potion that he just has up his sleeve and somehow sprinkles this magic dust in the board and pieces fall on good squares. You look at the white king, somehow, we were talking about opposite side castling. It's always risky for both. Somehow the white king looks super safe, just cuddled by all those white pawns. And meanwhile, the black king, its counterpart, not looking great. The white knight cemented there forever now. That white knight will forever dominate that black bishop. Still need the finishing touch, so I'm not going to write it off just yet, but it does look beautiful right now. And wow, okay, he goes for it. Throwing pawns forward. This is a sacrifice, but I think he's just banking on all the open files that are about to line up against that black king. It should be a decisive attack, and it's no surprise with such beautiful coordination, beautiful centralization for white that something like this would work now.
It's not even a sacrifice.
And that knight on e6. I mean, you would never want to pick up that g4 pawn, but you probably don't have an option because it's sort of choosing the lesser evil. You pick that up. That pawn's going to fall, but also the h line's open. The queen jumps into an attack. You go queen to f4. You're hitting the pawn on d6.
See. And the reason it's not a sacrifice is because you can't step up
f5.
with the f pawn because the knight will come and deliver check. And, okay.
You can delay picking that up because f5 doesn't really help anymore because the pawn is pinned. So you can anyway pick up on g4.
Yeah, just to show that f5 tactics just always seem to work in Magnus's favour. Just putting pieces on good, healthy squares, and it's the pin. Pawn takes rook would lose the black queen, and this would end in checkmate. And okay, this is on the board, and I guess Firouzja's maybe banking on the fact this queen can move. Will he try and trade off queens? What's he going to try and do sooner or later? It just feels deadly. Something's happening along the h file. Doesn't look pleasant at all.
Doesn't look pleasant for Firouzja, and we are getting some big updates from Division 2 as well. It's not been a pleasant day for Levon Aronian as Artemiev advances to the winners' final in Division 2, where Artemiev will be facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Nepomniachtchi took down Armin Basim. So Armin Basim and Lev moved down to the losers bracket. The action continues. There are big, exciting matches happening, and you can follow all the drama, all the games on Chess Dojo's Twitch channel. A lot at stake. Let's just remind everyone, only 2 events remain in the 23 season of the Champions Chess Tour. It's all about getting to Toronto. There are 2 ways you can do it. Become a winner in any one of the 6 events or through the critical tour points. The winner of Division 2 gets 50 tour points as well as $10,000. So the fight is on. Follow it on Chess Dojo's Twitch channel. But I think it's impossible to leave this position that we have right now. We might even be seeing game over, a checkmate coming in soon.
There was a big threat there, wasn't there, David? I mean,
You've got to show that.
That was a very nice threat that Magnus had set up.
Yeah, queen takes bishop is the threat. So if Firouzja hadn't played the move he just did, for example, if he continued trying to attack the white king, it's simply too slow. Queen takes bishop would have been a beautiful sacrifice, tricking the black king into coming forward. And look how this white knight cuts off all the escape squares. Rook to h4 would have been a beautiful checkmate on the edge of the board. Firouzja has stopped that, though. He played queen to e7, so now this same trick doesn't work. Do not sacrifice your queen this time because this square is suddenly covered by the black queen. So really, really clever defense there from black. But it feels like Magnus doesn't need to rush. He can just move this queen out the way. Where's he going to go? Will he drop back? Yeah, h3, for example. And this rook is still sliding. Still the same threats persist. And both the white rooks actually are going to be added as ammunition in the next couple of moves.
And black has just not managed to get play going on the queen side. While white has exploded the king side, and all of that is being played out. Queen h3, rook h4 on the board. How do you even defend that bishop? Okay, the only way to do it, pushes the pawn, but you're kind of making more weaknesses on the king side. Do you go rook h5 here?
Looks most logical. Just staying consistent, setting up this battery on the h-file. And black's pawns, as you say, they're just becoming weaker and weaker. The shelter around the black king is being forced to kind of remove itself simply. And there we go.
Knight g5, a big threat on the board now.
Oof. Tactics just all in white's favour.
The white knight is just too strong here. I mean, it's sitting in the middle of the board. It's stopping the black rooks getting in. It's threatening to take on g5. You compare it to black's bishop. Black's bishop is just pinned down. And there is that big threat, as you say. Just knight takes pawn check. White can also bring his last piece into the game. It's always nice when you get every single piece attacking. Well, not nice for Alireza, but nice for Magnus. And g4 seemed forced, but even just queen d3 here looks strong in this position. Maybe king g6 holds on. And have I trapped my rook there? Ooh, there's a little trick. Is that right? So, yeah, I mean, you still have to convert these positions. So this is why Magnus has taken his time. But talking about time, he's got 8 minutes to Alireza's 40 seconds. So that's not a good sign. But maybe it's worth showing that little trick. I don't know if it is a trick, but it's something that Alireza can maybe hope for.
I think the trick is going to get tricked here, unfortunately, because you're ganging up on f5 and the black king can indeed defend, as you say, Simon. It looks like this rook is trapped, but now the final piece can be added to that party, and rook to f1, hitting this pawn for a third time would end the game. King takes rook now would be met by a double attack, hitting the rook, hitting the king, sorry, and hitting the queen, and this would be decisive. We'd see I mean, I'm not sure where the checkmate is, but it feels like it's about to arise. It feels like you should be winning anytime soon. The Black King surely cannot survive so far from the rest of its army.
That's a really nice detail, this rook f1 move, because otherwise we might just be seeing a very different game after g4 if you don't have this idea of the other rook coming to the rescue.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, tactics always work. I mean, people might assume that, and I see a lot of beginners doing this, or sort of amateur players, they try to force tactics from positions of weakness, but tactics work from positions of strength. So normally you have to play a nice positional game, build up your position, and then tactics will work because you got that good position in the first place. And this is just a key example of that White's pieces are fantastic. He's played a great positional game, and Black had a rotten opening here. So tactics work. And rook f1, bringing the last piece in, was a nicely found idea that David showed there.
What's he thinking about?
Yeah, it's slightly strange. I'm not sure what else. That looks like the most logical. Once you see rook f1, you kind of play it, but maybe he's looking...
I think, David, what you just said, once you see rook f1, it's not the easiest move to spot. The first time you pointed out this king g6 trapping the rook, I kind of felt that this was a very tricky idea. And maybe Magnus hasn't spotted rook f1.
It's possible, right? I mean...
I think he has, but he might be looking deeper. This is kind of bread and butter for Magnus Carlsen. I'm sure Firouzja spotted this as well. But, OK, I'm going to jump back in for 1 second because he might be looking at a slightly crazy line here. The queen attacks the pawn. The king steps forward to attack it, attack this rook as well. And, yeah, rook f1 we think is the killer blow. But Black can defend this because the white rook is trapped on this square. And
can I recommend you want to go h3, don't you?
Oh, I
right,
didn't, but go for it.
Okay. No,
it's h3?
In the last position, I think.
Oh, in the previous position.
Maybe, but I thought that was what you...
here?
Yeah, well, I don't know, maybe.
Wow, nice.
Some nonsense.
We might see this being played out, king g6 on the board.
It might not work at all, but...
Yeah. I mean, this is the key position. We're expecting now, this is the game position. We're expecting rook to f1, meaning that the Black King cannot take this rook due to rook takes f5. But after rook to f8, I mean, you do have tempting options. First, you could take this rook, but your own rook is trapped. OK, whoa, Firouzja's going for it. I was going to say here, maybe you take, and at the very end, you can pin this Black rook. You are winning long term, but look at what's happened on the board. I wrote this one off. I said white is just guaranteed a checkmate, but Firouzja's calling Magnus's bluff. Where is the finish?
Oh.
Can we find it? Can we get there?
It's like Puzzle Rush, right? I mean, h3 again is quite tempting. You know, it's just might be a good move, but
yeah. I mean, queen g6, queen h7. There's some queen checks back here. Yeah. There's so many tempting options. You need the knight to add it to the attack against the Black King. Magnus has given a check, forcing the Black King back.
I think he yeah.
You know the one player who's really good with queen moves in the world? Magnus Carlsen. So I think he will find it. And Simon, your idea on the board, h3, you got to explain this to us. Why do you want to sacrifice this pawn and how does it finish after g takes h3?
It's just opening up the Black King more. It's kind of as simple as that. I mean, you give different ways you can check the Black King, and I assume it has to be taken, and we can have a look. And OK, he hasn't taken it, but the Black King is just so weak here. And knight and queen, they're the best attackers. When a knight and queen coordinate, they can often just cause so much chaos on the board. And they're coordinating very well here.
Yeah, a knight's the only piece that can move in ways the queen can't. So this is kind of the perfect scenario. It's actually level material. We shouldn't forget that. The white queen and one pawn for the two black rooks. So technically level points, but it's just about the king's safety and the fact that what is still on the board clearly favours Magnus, and he's going to start munching on pawns at the very, very minimum. White's king still super safe, can slide to a2 if he wants. And is he going to start getting greedy now? Black's d6 pawn is up for grabs. You can give a couple of checks as well. There we go. And actually, white's d pawn might become a second queen. But Firouzja is still creating counterplay, trying to open up the a files so the white king is slightly more vulnerable, or at least slightly less comfortable. But first, it's Magnus to start checking.
Unfortunately, the open A line, and there's a check there. The open A line can be closed off at the very least by playing b3, b4. So I don't see the danger for Magnus.
How would be so professional to put in b4 when the fire is on one side of the board?
No, I'd just be looking at checkmate here, not closing up that file. And
this is a nice move.
Yeah, attacking the rook.
Attacking the rook.
And the thing, I don't think Ali Reza can be too upset here because he's
he's
gonna
makes a move. He moves the rook. And also notice how the queen, if it would have captured the rook, it was defending the h1 square. So you didn't have time to take on b3 because rook h1 wasn't checkmate. So everything just falls into place in White's position. And just 5 seconds for Ali Reza, he makes a move. Rook to a7. We might be seeing your move, just shutting down the play on the queen side.
That would be unfortunate, let's say.
That would be very prophetic.
I mean, there's little tricks. You could go queen d3 and d7, but maybe this is what Magnus is calculating, but it does allow some checks if you play that way. So this is, you have to be careful, and he has played this. And d7 is the move you want to play, but rook h1, king a2, take on b3 check, king takes b3, and you're safe. But it's a little bit like, I want to play b4 now. It's kind of like, ooh, I just want to keep it safe. Because you just have to calculate quite carefully here. I think this is winning for White, but, just Magnus taking a couple of seconds to do that. And I don't think, Ali Reza should be that upset with this game because he got a rotten opening, right? And he didn't really get a chance. I mean, I don't know where he should have played differently. Maybe it was as simple as it was just a very bad opening.
But, I'll push back on that because that seemed like the storyline between the Fabi-Nordebek game. Fabi in that game 1, that felt like solid opening prep. Here, it just felt like he got outplayed. It wasn't a miniature. It wasn't a result just out of the opening. With every move, his advantage kept going, increasing on and on. And I think it's really difficult to lose game 1 in this way. And to me, I was hoping for an Armageddon, but with the way we've just seen him outplay Firouzja, I don't think we're getting that.
Yeah. He's got White in the next game, so don't let's not write him off yet. I
do think it was a bad opening. I think pushing the h-pawn 2 squares and then being careless with the king and then jumping with the knight, not anticipating some captures, was too much for such a razor-sharp position. And Magnus, look at him.
That's it. He's done it. There was nothing more to be done in that position. Ali Reza Firouzja not happy with what just happened and perhaps just checking the opening, as Simon mentioned, which went wrong, and it looked like Magnus just outclassed Ali Reza in this game 1. But Ali Reza does come back with White in the next game, so he's got his big chance that's coming up. But this one looked like a Magnus Carlsen show, David.
It was a Magnus masterpiece, this game. Firouzja didn't really get a chance to fight back. And after that difficult opening, Magnus just cruised to victory. And it was here that he really cemented a tangible advantage. It looks like a very complicated Sicilian, typical position, but black is just one move too short. And Magnus clinched it here with bishop takes f6. Not the usual move that you see in the Sicilian, but this is based on the fact that the white knight is jumping into the center with gain of tempo against this poor black queen. If bishop takes now, knight to d5 would be a nasty attack. Instead, just the move that clinched it here for me was f5, locking down this bishop. We saw it was a bad bishop to the end of days, and now Magnus, with all the squares, all the light squares on the board, was able to have all the fun.
He did have all the fun, and in the end, wrapped it up with a nice tactic, which means in their best of 4, Magnus Carlsen takes the lead with that point. Coming out of this game, Jovanka, for Ali Reza, just the quality of play that we just saw, and really not getting that game going. What do you think he needs to do in these couple of minutes he's got before game 2?
He just has to refresh. The first game, bad game, it happens. But, he has the white pieces. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen before. He has to draw on those experiences and just play active chess.
I think he's got to forget about that game. I mean, and just tell himself it was just the opening. It was nothing doing my play. I've got white in the next game. I'm really good with white. I'm going to attack Magnus. I'm going to take him down, win the next game, champion. There you go, easy. So that's all he's got to do.
He just needs to take inspiration. I hope he was watching the show today earlier, Firouzja. He needs to take inspiration from Abdusattorov, who also got a bit wiped out in the first game against Caruana. But the younger players who've both gone through so far in the losers bracket, they bounced back. And Abdusattorov, he rode his luck, won a game, then clinched the Armageddon. So it's been done before already today. He can do it again.
What a day of chess it has been. 2 of the world top 10 have been knocked out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup, and the big match between Magnus Carlsen and Ali Reza Firouzja continues. We will be back with Game 2 in just a few.
We are live in Oslo, Norway. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful summer. You know the drill. We've done this before. Ma'am, do you mind if I ask you some questions real quick? When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
Game. Puzzle.
Puzzle. That's brilliant.
Chess, horse.
Smart. Black and white.
Black and white. That's 2 words, but I'm going to let it pass. If I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind? I don't know if I have any other questions for you. Okay, when I say strategy, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Puzzle.
Puzzle. Oh my God. Magnus Carlsen.
Chess.
The answer was puzzle, actually. That was the correct answer. That's okay, though. Okay.
Yeah, I love chess.
You do love chess.
Yeah.
Do you play chess?
Yeah, sometimes.
You play chess online?
Yeah.
Where do you play?
Chess.com.
You play on chess.com, of course. Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
No.
Okay. Could you name any world chess champion?
We should not.
I knew you were going to say that. Obviously, you know who Magnus Carlsen is.
Sure.
Right?
He's a hero.
You know how good he is?
The best?
Yeah, he's the best, right?
Yeah.
Has Norway changed now that Magnus isn't the world champion?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit more sad vibe.
Yeah. Do you know that he's no longer the world chess champion?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So you didn't know why you felt sad, and now you know why.
Yeah, I guess he'll get back up
He'll
there.
get back. Do you know why?
No.
He left chess to become a footballer.
Actually.
Yeah, actually.
I think it's very different, chess and football.
Yeah. But he's an athlete, so he can pull it off.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, right?
I don't know who he is.
You don't know who Magnus Carlsen
No.
is? Okay. He's a professional footballer, one of the most well-known in Norway.
Okay.
Okay, so
Sorry, I'm not from here.
Okay.
I heard there was a huge chess tournament thing where he accused another player of cheating.
That's true. Do you know anything about that scandal? Have we done our job, Oslo? Oslo, they are an educated chess city, a city of deep-thinking people, a city of beautiful people, a city where chess comes to life.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
So far on day 3 of the Julius Baer Generation Cup, in the battle of generations, youth has been prevailing with Nordibek Abdusattorov and Denis Lazovic taking down Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. While the match in the winners' final continues, we also introduced you to another young player who has been taking the world by storm, the 8-year-old from London, Bodhana Sivanandan. And she had a lot of fun when she challenged the 79-year-old Peter Lee. Take a look at what happened in that battle of the generations.
What's this thing over here?
It's an old thing for parcel post. So if you have to send a parcel, you put the parcel in one and you put the weights in the other, and when it balances, you know the parcel weighs 4 pounds or so many grams.
I think the optimal age for playing my best chess would probably be when I'm somewhere around a teenager.
Mid-30s is probably the people reach their strongest, and so at age 79 I'm probably a bit past it. See, that's interesting. Yeah, get there just in time. Thank you. That little girl is 8 and she's the strongest chess player of either sex in the world of her age. And she's just beaten me, and I'm an ex-British champion.
Bodhana Sivanandan takes the lead in her battle against Peter Lee. What a girl, what a match that was. And a great question there. What is the optimal age in chess? What was it for you when you played your best chess, Simon?
I can remember probably when I made my biggest leap was around the age of 12. So I started playing like a lot of people. My dad taught me around the age of 6, and I didn't really progress that much. But suddenly at the age of 12, I suddenly made a big leap and I started playing in some international tournaments. And so for me, it was 12, but I think that's probably quite late nowadays, isn't it? I mean, 12, I think I was 22.50 at 12, but most people are grandmasters at 12 now, aren't they? So it's, so it changes and gets shorter and shorter, lower and lower every year, I think. So,
yeah, it's absolutely crazy how chess has become so young. It feels as if you're not a grandmaster by the time you're 15, it's so hard to make a career in chess. Is that too much? Is that
13? I think. No, I mean it's crazy. And I just now in Düsseldorf, I played an 11-year-old who was 2350. He's considered one of Germany's brightest young talents, and it was just crazy how little they were. Oof. Scary times.
Yeah, scary times. But I'm going to suggest that actually you peak maybe a bit later on when you have that perfect blend of energy, still some youthfulness, but then you also have the experience.
About 50, maybe? Yeah?
Maybe not
right?
50, Simon.
Oh, come on, give me a chance. Don't break everyone's
45,
hearts
you've
out
still
there.
got some time.
Yay!
Yeah, I think for me, it was actually... I was playing my best chess when I was 26, 27, so quite late. And it was actually my peak rating as well. It's around 24, 45. And I was also really enjoying chess. I felt like it took the pressure off a little bit. Oh, wow, look at that. I wasn't expecting that.
But my age is wrong.
Oh,
Your
wow.
peak rating was 2550.
Yeah, I think that's a ChessCon rating. I wish that was my peak rating. It would be a grandmaster, but it was 2440 something in classical, and I think it was back in 2014 or 2015. And look at this, for David, actually, David, you and I pretty much similar times.
Yeah.
Yovi, is this correct for you?
Well, the age is just 1 year out.
Wow.
We've got our best years ahead, guys.
Yes.
Still ahead.
Said every old person ever.
But, you know, it's not unheard of in history for players to get a second wind in their sails. We have Aronian, we have Vishy Anand as well. We've also had, I remember, like some cases in history, like Mark Taimanov. He was doing really well, and then he had a second wind in his sails around 43 years old. So it's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Chess is enjoyed and played by all ages, and that is what the Julius Baer Generation Cup is about. But today, it does feel like it's the day of the youth. The younger generation has been dominating. But in the winners' final, Magnus Carlsen has taken the lead against Alireza Firouzja. Alireza getting his energy up. He's going to need it with the white pieces. He did go all in with black. It backfired, as you said, out of the opening, getting into big trouble, and Magnus never really gave him a chance. And we've got a very messy room and a Magnus running back.
And is that a carrot in his hand?
It's either a carrot or a very orange chess piece. You never know. But yeah, both players actually mimicking each other there, both snacking, just as I was during the break, confession. But yeah, energy levels, they're high, and these players very aware of these kind of small details that do actually affect throughout such a long match, a long day. And another Sicilian. We're being treated here. Fighting chess.
Yeah, it'd be really funny. Oh, no, OK, it's a different Sicilian this time, so... I was wondering if Magnus would pick the same kind of thing that Firouzja did in the last game, but we're getting a Taimanov kind of variation here, which is becoming quite popular recently, very flexible. And Magnus has been playing this now and again, hasn't he, on the tour, I think, this setup as well.
Yeah, actually, I did have a conversation with Magnus during the World Cup one evening. I was just sitting there depressed about my openings, and he was like, you should play the Taimanov Sicilian. It's for old men. And I was like, what's that mean? And no Sicilians for old men, surely. But he was like, OK, there's less theory than the other Sicilians. You're guaranteed a rock-solid pawn structure here. And yeah, he has been playing it, as you say, Simon, throughout the tour. I remember some very memorable games. He's beaten Fabiano with this line and others this season.
Is that more because it's plan-based and team-based for black? You don't need to be as concrete as you do in a Najdorf, for example?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, we saw what happened in the Najdorf with Firouzja last game. Just maybe one small careless move. We can't even pinpoint it. We don't know where he went wrong, but suddenly he was facing a blistering attack. So, yeah, definitely kind of in terms of theory, in terms of survivability, it feels like Taimanov a decent choice.
Mm-hmm. And we might be seeing another longside queenside castling by Alireza in this game. Queen f3, is he hinting towards getting the king on the queen side?
Yeah, this is the main line, actually, Queen f3 here. So it's good to see Alireza playing the sharpest line. I think that's the way to take Magnus down. You got to test him in the sort of most critical stuff. And yeah, castling queenside is very common. I mean, I think here you can castle. And I remember looking at some crazy idea where you can go bishop a3 after castling queenside. Which is just a really bizarre move. So castling a knight e5 is the main option, but bishop a3 is quite a fun move, just to really sort of confuse white there in some position, I think.
And looking at the database, main line is actually not to put the bishop on a3,
knight
although
e5,
that is quite an interesting idea, but it's actually just to attack the queen by putting it in the center. It's on the board. And Firouzja slides his queen 1 square. And Black's plan is just to get going with those pawns on the left side of the board. Pick up the b pawn and move it 2 squares.
Yeah, after all, the white king is situated on the queen side. It's declared its intentions before the black king, which is still flexible. Also, white's kind of committed to kingside action. Look at where the white queen is sitting, really active square, kind of pinning the knight in the center, eyeing up the kingside. So why not switch attentions to the other flank? Makes a lot of sense here. And Magnus, of course, knows his theory, but I don't think it's just the moves that are going through his mind. It's also, where is Firouzja prepared? He's kind of so adept at dodging opening surprises, opening bombs. And he's just trying to get a game, just to get a position.
And when you guys do your opening preparation, do you actually look at the opening stats? So like right here in front of me, I can see that if black were to play the move b7, b5, that white has won 47% of the time, 21% of the time it's a draw, and 32% black victory. Is that good, bad?
I look at these things more maybe when I'm playing Blitz, just because... especially if you know what the most popular moves are in Blitz, you know what maybe the most instinctive moves are for your opponent, you can kind of set traps according to how people react there. In classical chess, I maybe trust the engine evaluation more than maybe the statistics, because I kind of just assume with a lot of time on my clock I can navigate it no matter what. And sometimes these stats are a bit skewed by kind of the level of player playing and ratings and time controls and things like that, but definitely a factor. I think these days in every sport, everything's more stats-based, right?
Yeah, I would agree. And I think even for me, it was always about the positions that I liked more than the percentage. Of course, if it's really bad, then you kind of want to figure out why that's the case and you want to avoid those lines. But in general, if you enjoy playing a position and there's nothing super wrong with it, I feel like this came much later on to check out the stats. I played a little bit of Taimanov myself, and I quite like it with black. Same reasons, Naidov, too concrete for me, too many lines to remember. My memory is not the best, so it's definitely not a line I would go for. But in these positions, H5 is a move that's really fascinating, but I was thinking of even just the simple theoretical thematic ideas of advancing the B pawn, B5, you develop your bishop in B7, and I think that's still in the air, but H5 is super direct, because Magnus is also looking at planting a knight on G4 and hitting that bishop on the E3 square. But H5 is not something that I'm really familiar with. I still like the B5 plans.
The stats do not approve, actually, by the way. There's a 69% victory for white.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Anish played this, though. I mean, Anish has played this as that position with the black pieces, and I seem to recall that H5 was an idea that he played and was quite a fan of. And it's not so stupid, because the white queen is in quite a strange place, and you want to kick it away so you can develop your dark square bishop. And it actually seems to make quite a logical sense here, just to annoy white's queen.
Yeah, I know that in a very similar position where black's knight is still on G8 and white hasn't castled queenside yet, this is maybe the main move, playing H5. But during the pandemic, I wasn't doing too much at first when the virus first hit, and I was doing a bit of coaching. And actually, I was working a little bit with Harry Grieve, a British champion, later on, and he asked me to look at this position. I was like, oh, come on, do I have to? It's too wild for me, it's too crazy. But then I looked a bit deeper, and there was actually someone else that I was working with, and I looked more seriously then. I remember this being inaccurate. It feels like Magnus is freestyling. If I remember correctly, white has 2 moves. You can play F4, kicking away the black knight from the center. But even the move knight to B5 is interesting here. Just because white has castled, you've gained a tempo. And the fact that Firouzja's paused for the first time for 2 minutes means that he's not familiar with this move order, and maybe Magnus knows something I don't hear, but at least if I recall correctly, with strong engines, they do say that this move maybe not the most accurate, even though it is thematic and typical in this type of position.
Very often in these online speed chess tournaments, one gets the feeling that if Magnus finds something interesting on the board, he'll just go for it. Even if it might objectively, or the computer evaluation might say something different. For him, it's about posing practical problems. Do you think this could be a case of that? He's feeling good about that first round win. He's got that confidence going, and he just wants a game. He just wants to have fun.
Yeah, certainly. But at the same time, objectively, especially in an open Sicilian where the stakes are so high, one mistake is maybe likely to decide things. I'm still a bit surprised. I mean, I'm not sure I'm surprised, but I'm confused that the players are spending 2-3 minutes in what is still a very well-known position.
Should we do a deep dive and take a look at what happens in these two variations, especially this knight b5 move? That looks really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I've just checked with the engine here. It did say that f4 is stronger, but I do remember, maybe I'm mistaken, that knight b5, let's see the bar drop. Ooh. No, it is a move. Nice. And after the knight is captured, this is a sacrifice temporarily, but remember, the black queen is tied down defending her knight in the center of the board too, and if she continues defending her knight, only one square with which to do so, then suddenly bishop to b6 is a nasty move, threatening not just a knight check, a knight fork on c7, but also to trap the black queen where she stands on the back rank. So if I remember correctly, black has to do some really weird and wonderful stuff just to even survive this next few moves. Of course, it's complicated. Black can, for example, take this pawn, counterattacking the white queen, but I mean, that's beyond the point. It's just a pure mess. So Firouzja now, I think he's deciding whether to incite violence with this move, this knight sacrifice, knight to b5, taking kind of just a really opportunistic kind of tactical trick there, or maybe the more sensible pawn to f4, which the computer also seems to like, hitting this knight, forcing it away from the center. You can go in two directions, towards the queen side, towards the king side. But either way, I think the idea for white will be to step forward and start asking questions of the black pieces that have been developed. To me, it just feels like white has got the momentum. It's a bit like the last game. White's got all the pieces centralized. Why not start attacking tactics? Look like they start to work.
Yeah, again, very interesting games, fortunately, so far from, the last game and this game. And both players of the black piece have taken a lot of risks. And it could be that this move h5 is the key mistake in both games as well. I mean, the last game, h5 seemed to be a little bit too slow, weakened too many squares. And if David's analysis is correct, which I'm sure it is, I don't want to doubt it, but if White can recall that, and well, maybe White hasn't seen this, but if he can, just get those moves on the board, then Magnus can be in a bit of trouble. Do you reckon Magnus knows this is a dubious line, and he just doesn't care? He's like, okay, I'm going to spin the dice. He does take risks, right? He
does. He's played worse as well, and he's known for kind of playing the opponent. He's kind of on record saying against Wesley, so he takes more risks, but a bit more provocative in the opening. And here, I'm not so sure. It's a bit strange.
Would you take a provocative approach against a player like Alireza Firouzja?
That's the one thing.
Unless, he's got something worked out against a knight sacrifice and he's kind of like double bluffing there.
Well, clearly alarm bells are ringing in Firouzja's head. There's no other excuse for spending 5.5 minutes on just move 9 in a very well-known position or very well-known type of position. And, clearly a red flag is there. He's saying, OK, this isn't the right move order. There must be a punishment. Maybe he doesn't know what the punishment is. He's never investigated all the details.
I think he'll go knight b5.
I think so, too.
I think now that he's fought so long, he's looking for something a little bit different, because f4, very logical, and he's spending time. He's obviously a brilliant tactician. I think he'll play knight b5 here.
And he has to take his chance, right? He has to take an opportunity. If he calculates it and sees that the sacrifice works, he can't just take a safer approach. f4, like you said, a very reasonable move. But after burning the clock so much, the match situation, you're down a point. You want to take the chance you get. Knight b5 on the board, I think it's coming in. He's reaching out.
Yeah. I think f4.
Ooh, let's see. Bets are on. Knight b5.
Okay. Boom, on the board. And I don't remember any details from here other than White's next move. Yeah. I just remember it was chaos. I was looking from the black side and I thought, OK, this is unplayable. The stakes are so high, you could just get knocked out in the next move or two if you're not careful.
You've got to be very careful here, as you say. I mean, is there a rook takes a2 with a knight e4 check tactic coming in? It's getting so complex. This is where, you kind of want to have done your homework, but maybe neither side can recall it. I mean, does rook takes a2? It doesn't maybe work, does it?
Maybe king b1.
Yeah, then I can't go queen a8, can I? Because, oh dear.
Look at that, his knight.
It's a nasty fork, but I don't know. I mean, it's actually really hard to find a move for Magnus here.
There's been one game played in this exact position, and Black just played the move that David actually suggested, knight takes pawn.
Yeah, I just vaguely remember looking at this, but it was 3 years ago, guys, and a lot's happened since, so my details here are a bit fuzzy, but clearly Magnus now as well, just out of book. I think he's muddled something up in his mind. It's so easy to do, playing the kind of right idea, just in the wrong order, and playing h5 in that position. It feels like it's backfired somehow. This would be logical, attacking the white queen, of course, but the white queen will just move, and still the threats are on the board. How are you going to guard against a nasty knight check or a bishop trap of your queen on b8? And now, not just that, but you've added another problem to the mix. This knight is on prise, it is attacked and vulnerable as well. So Magnus, he needs to really, calculate first of all, but he has to come up with something a bit special just to survive the next few moves. The Sicilian, this is why it's kind of so high risk, it's so popular, but at the same time, it's high demands on you to memorize the exact move orders just to avoid these kind of early potential miniatures, dare I say it. Complicated position.
Complicated position, and Magnus in a big think right now. He's touching the 10-minute mark. Huge threats on the board. Rook a2, like we said, is not possible. And he has to fight against one of the pieces arising on c7. Knight e4, it feels like it's the kind of move that you eventually come to, because it's very hard to fight the threat on the board otherwise. You need to create an offense of your own. David, h5 took us by surprise, but instead, couldn't the same tactics follow if Black would have made the usual, the standard b5? Because these are thematic sacrifices.
These are thematic sacrifices. So I guess there, Tanya, the b-pawn wouldn't be standing on the board. It would be basically the same position, but White's bishop could not have landed on this square. The Black queen is actually trapped. She wishes the Black b-pawn was off the board because then actually she has some breathing space, some air.
Very good point.
Yeah, these small details here and there. I mean, that's why, again, Sicilians, they're so tricky. That's why most of my life I've tried to avoid them. I've figured out that, okay, my nerves can't handle these types of positions, but that's why the top players, I mean, they tend to turn these types of positions in their favor. Here, though, I mean, who's it going to work for?
And who would you pick here? Would you want to be white or black? Let's say you don't have any idea about the theory. You don't know what the evaluation is. You're playing this position for the first time. Jovanka, would you be white or black?
White.
Oh.
I mean, one of the big things about this position is that White is not just threatening the knight check to c7, but also the bishop is coming to c7 to trap the queen. How are you going to handle that? And there's just one game in my database, and that one is actually a miniature.
Maybe we show it just while Magnus is in
Yeah, it's quite a funny one, actually. So knight takes pawn was played, and White played not David's move, which is a much better move, but queen moved to h4, attacking the knight. And Black got very excited and played Simon's move. Rook takes pawn.
Well, hopefully I wouldn't play it in this position. Just want to clarify that. I'd probably think about that move for at least a minute or two there.
And,
Black's threatening checkmate, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, got some ideas.
Jovanka, finish it off for us.
The queen did find a home on the d8 square, and that was checkmate.
Whoops.
So that's the only game in the database. But actually, there was a natural point that the queen moving to h4 is actually wrong.
And moment of truth, Magnus has played knight takes e4, attacking the white queen. So we're thinking that this move is wrong. It's so natural, though. And, OK, Firouzja doesn't go for this. I guess this move would be met by... which one, Jovanka? Help me out here.
I don't know.
Do you defend the... defend the knight maybe to run with your king? And here, I guess the trick would be if you try and trap the black queen. Now rook takes pawn. Simon's idea would actually threaten checkmate and you can evacuate the queen. But this would have been crazy. I think Firouzja didn't want any hand in this one. And whoa, we see something similar. Queen to e3 also met by rook takes pawn. Threatening checkmate, of course, but now Firouzja can eliminate this knight or b1. Wow.
We kind of looked at a similar position earlier, didn't we? And then the rook comes back to a4. There's pieces everywhere here. They're all on pre, aren't they? But yeah, I mean, it does seem that Magnus could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, I think he might have to sacrifice his queen or sacrifice some material. For example, if a knight check lands, how are we dealing with this? And there we see Stockfish, the computer confirms this is by far White's best move right now. It's also the most natural move in the position. Everything you calculate in chess, it should start with checks, captures and threats, and this is a check. So where does the black king go? You cannot step across, for example. The white knight will just run out the way anywhere, really, with a discovered check. Next move picks up the queen. You don't really want to step into the center. Maybe you can get away with this. It just feels so shaky. feels like you're about to get checkmated. Maybe this is what Magnus is banking on. The alternative, of course, would be to sacrifice the queen, but you are only having there 2 pieces, if I count correctly, for the black queen, so not sufficient.
That looks like big trouble in knight c7. If king e7 isn't good and you have to give up such big material, it could be the game that Firouzja actually makes his comeback. And the other thread I want to point out, David, we've got 2 knights in the central square, so f3 is always in the air as well. It's something that black needs to watch out for, picking up one of the knights, and knight e7, and he doesn't give up the queen. I think giving up the queen would be almost like hitting the resign button here.
Yep.
So no matter how ugly it is, you have to make the move king to e7. And I'm wondering if it's time to go f3 now?
It looks like you do have time. I mean, you have caged this black queen. You've basically trapped her. You're not going to win her, but you've made sure she won't participate in any defense. And the move f3 does win back this piece. Still big advantage for white. Maybe there's something even better here.
Bishop b5 is very tempting as well. Just develop a piece, attack the rook at the same time. Whoa, there you go. You can see how it can change so quickly here. I mean, look like a normal move, but
it looks winning almost.
Yeah, but obviously black's got something here, and this is the danger in the positioning. Knight c4. Wow. I mean, what a move. I mean, it's so easy to miss moves like this in these sharp positions, but this is the kind of position which Alireza just plays so well, right? He calculates phenomenally well.
Could you also play rook d4?
Yes, Jovanka, that's highlighted as the 3rd best move for white.
Okay,
but
sorry,
yeah, we do see the computer giving us a helping hand. We need that in such a chaotic position. The players wish they had a helping hand. And the engine says, wow, queen to b3. That's not obvious. That's not instinctive. We didn't suggest it ourselves. This does kick away the black rook. And I guess the idea is, firstly, this black rook is pretty much trapped. It is trapped. Where to go?
Check if you go... Actually, good question. Where do you go with the rook? Even if you had a square to retreat, I think queen b4 check and picking up the knight on e4.
Yeah, double attack. And once you win back the piece, you're attacking for free. White is a piece down for the moment, but you will win that piece back. You've basically got a free hand. This is winning if Firouzja finds queen to b3. The other moves we suggested, and black is still alive. Magnus would be fighting. This is the key move.
And it all came about from this h5 move. After h5, this was basically a forced variation, pretty much up to this point. And it's kind of the story of the last game, I feel. In the last game, Magnus, after h5, according to the computer, had a plus 1.5 advantage, which at that level is enough to win. And in this game, it's the same. So h5, just don't play h5 in the next game.
What is going on with Harry the h-pawn today?
It's not really working today, is it? I mean,
bad Harry today.
He's bad Harry. He's not getting his moves in at the right time, that's for sure. And yeah, I mean, this is a key moment, though. There's lots of tempting moves, and probably, as you say, more than one move that should win the game. But queen b3 is a really nice move here.
So nice. But I would be just tempted to go f3. For me, that's the most natural move on the board. You hit that knight and you win your material back. Black's king is just awful for the rest of the game. You keep all your trumps. But what I'm worried about is the amount of time that Alireza is taking here. He's got to be a little careful. He's hitting the 3-minute mark. But I guess it's one of those positions where you spend the time and the game can be over really soon. Just find a couple of precise moves.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's well worth the energy to spend some time in this position. And it's super helpful, just to run through that list. Checks, captures, threats. I know it's super basic. And, here it goes for my move.
Oh, look at the bar. Go down.
Question mark. Oh, dear.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. Magnus is back.
He's back, but he's still walking a tightrope. How is he going to survive this one? It still looks super scary. The 2 black knights are forked now. The white queen will snack on one of them next move. The black queen is also pretty much trapped. So for Magnus, you need to be really accurate. I don't know if he'll be breathing a sigh of relief yet. He needs to just get through the next few moves. But yeah, he could have won the rook. He could have trapped that black rook. Essentially, he's got the same position now, Alireza, but he's traded off that rook. So even though he'll win the piece back, could have been so much more.
It's a really weird position of the black queen, though, isn't it? I mean, it just can't get out, the black queen and the black bishop next to it. So, again, finding the right move here is so hard.
On that subject, I mean, I would be desperate to get it out. And, we see Magnus defend the knight in the middle. Alireza's going to take the knight on e4.
But then the black king becomes quite safe, right? I mean, the idea of that move is to give the black king an escape square. Then you can develop your dark square bishop. And all of a sudden, if the black pieces start to come into the game, you might even take the initiative at some point.
He does have an extra pawn.
Yeah, I'd still rather be white. I say all that, and I say he could take the initiative, and I'm not believing a word of it. How could black ever take the initiative in this position? I just,
One of the things, though, is that the
Once
queen...
you get the queen out now,
the queen is a problem, though. But I did see that black has the knight retreat to d7 at some stage and can unravel that way.
It's amazing that, the evaluation bar is actually favouring Magnus now. It's really putting some emphasis on that pawn. It's figuring that the worst is over. And it might actually be that it just assumes he's pretty safe. One move, that was what it was. And queen b3, not an easy move to find.
Yeah, and chess is cruel like that. I mean, Alireza, he did the right thing. He spent time at the right moment, but now he wishes he had all that time back again. The 5 minutes, 6 minutes he spent on knight b5, the several minutes he spent on rook to d4. In the end, he made one very, very good decision, but the clock situation is now going to haunt him in what's still a complicated scenario. And he just looked like he exhaled there, a bit frustrated. The white queen, when she moves, that's going to be met almost definitely by the black king sidestepping. And maybe we show that, Simon. The black king's going to be super safe. And simply no ongoing attack, no matter where you put this queen. I'm not sure even where you go, but the black king is going to hide safely on f7. Suddenly counterattack, the black queen will be kind of freed once more, and attack will totally disappear.
Yeah, I guess if you're white, you're trying to keep the initiative going here, and I think it's, as you said earlier, David, you've got to stay on the bicycle. You've got to keep attacking, and if you allow black to move the king, get the bishop out, black's going to be absolutely fine. So you've got to think of ways to keep the initiative, and a move like f4 played is the most logical move by a mile. But maybe black can move the bishop, but at least this keeps the initiative going, keeps the game alive. Very good move by Alireza there.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing. He's composed himself, but 1.5 minutes. I do fear for his chances here. It's still in the balance on the board. Anything could still happen. It's one of those wild, irrational positions, but 1.5 minutes against 6. It's not ideal.
And you've got to be energetic with white. And I think it was the only move to develop your bishop, because if you fall back with the knight, that f-pawn could have perhaps advanced down the board even further, creating problems.
Yeah, and even the pawn on e6 was pretty weak as well. So, but I really like this counter-attacking move from Magnus. And the queen is now out.
The queen is out, and it feels as if Magnus has this ability to not only convert slightly better positions, win winning positions flawlessly, but also be able to get out of these messes or just win worse positions or get an advantage after being worse out of the opening. Again, don't know how he does it, but this looked like Alireza's comeback game just a few moves ago.
I feel that this is a key game, clearly. I think if Alireza doesn't win this one, it's going to be really tough, right? Because he's going to look at the game afterwards, probably realise he had a winning position. It's his kind of position as well, He got everything he could have wished for, and he just missed that one move. It's easy to do because the move he played, very tempting. We wanted to play that move, rook d4. It seemed logical, but Magnus he's brilliant at everything, and he's defended kind of perfectly so far. I wouldn't write this game off, though, because, yeah, it's a pawn. But you say the queen's out of jail. The black queen still looks pretty horrendous to me. And white has the bishop developing, the rook coming in, the f5 move. This is a mess still, this position. He's missed his chance, but it is a mess. And any result is still possible here. But I think he's got to win this one. I just feel that for the match is going to be so important.
And Magnus to move. I didn't expect Magnus to play so boldly like this. I was expecting him to actually try to control white's pawn advance f4, f5 that Simon mentioned, but Magnus, he knows no fear.
Magnus madness here. He's just opening the h-file, and we've criticised him and Alireza for pushing the h-pawn to h5. This time it's going further down the board, and this makes a lot of sense, actually. It's not necessarily an aggressive move this time. It's just to try and trade off rooks, trying to eliminate as many pieces from the board as possible. But maybe a threat at some point of bishop takes d5 in the centre, exploding things open. So, Magnus still has to be slightly wary, but rook's off the board. And now checkmating attack against the black king, less likely.
He's still got to do something with his queen and dark square bishop, though. He can't really move his queen unless it goes to f8 because the bishop drops a check. And, OK, so he's got to move his bishop so he can move his queen. And he might even be going queen h8. Maybe the black queen will become the best piece on the board quite soon. It's been a disaster the whole game, but it's getting ready to come out. And look at the time as well. Firouzja has...
Under 20 seconds now. He does take control of the H-line, making sure Black's queen doesn't get too active. But Magnus Carlsen, with that extra pawn and the initiative, can he take a 2-point lead? And we're getting some big updates with the results in Division 2. Fedosiev is out. Fedosiev is out of the Julius Baer Generation Cup, which means he was the only player that could have caught up with Wesley So. Wesley So is the 5th player to book his spot into the season and final in Toronto. A huge congratulations to Wesley that even though it was a tough day in office, he lost his match, he has been knocked out, but with some great performances in the past events of the Champions Chess Tour, he does go through to the finals, the $500,000 final. So the pressure is off Wesley, but big pressure in this one.
Yeah, what a lineup we're going to be treated to in Toronto. And now only 3 spots up for grabs. Firouzja really will want to win this tournament. I'm not sure he can bank it on points. And this, of course, will be a key game. So now giving a check with the white queen, forcing Magnus's king back to the back rank. He's trying to play for some tricks. He's only got 11 seconds, but look at the white bishop. What a weird square to land on. Trying to eliminate Black's knight, which is a very good defender of the king. I like the look of that move, but concretely, maybe Magnus has a way to force some exchanges now. If you can keep the black king safe, the extra pawn should count. But how hard is that to do?
Still tricky. I mean, you can certainly go wrong here. The white pieces are converging around that black king. I'd be scared here. Definitely. I mean, maybe you can use the knight to come back. I mean, there might be some other options here as well to keep the position safe. But you use that extra time, and that's what Magnus is doing. He's got the time advantage. You might as well use it, right?
Yeah.
Was it carrot power? He had some carrots, right? That's the key thing. It's normally noodles, isn't it? Magnus normally loves his noodles, but he was running around with carrots there. Do we think it was carrots?
It looked that way.
It looked like carrots.
Very healthy snack.
Yeah, very healthy snack. So.
But meanwhile, okay, he snacked on a pawn. He's still 1 pawn up, Magnus, but okay, this move the evaluation bar didn't approve of.
Is it possible? Yeah, this was the move that I was thinking about, but I wanted to do it in a different way. I wanted to go bishop takes knight first, and then come in with the bishop to f3.
Yeah, Firouzja's problem is he has no time. He's just going to play purely on instinct in such a wild position. And the bar is teasing us here, but it looks like Black has traded off the dark square bishops, and the king should therefore be safe.
And the reason he has no time is because he burned it all on that one move that changed the evaluation completely. Rook d4, such a big think there. Turned out to be the move that gave Magnus the chance to come back into the game. Finally, f5 is on the board, but is it going to be enough? If Black was to capture, White's bishop jumps into an attack. But the good news for Black is that the bishop from d7 can also block the diagonal.
Yeah, Magnus can take on f5. Will he do that? He's got some tempting checks. The black queen can jump into g1 with a check, but white king simply moves. Everything is holding, at least for now, for Firouzja. I like this last move, at least. He's asking questions of Magnus.
I'm just wondering if Magnus was to go queen g1, do you think Firouzja will go king a2 trying to invite a repetition, or will he play on for knight c1 given the mat situation? Block that check.
Take the draw.
Take the draw, yeah.
Don't even think about it. Just take the draw and count. Yeah, I mean, you still got a chance if you draw. I mean, you need to win and you know draw a game next. But
just to show this, the queen check. The king could move. This would potentially invite a repetition of moves, but yeah, we're expecting Magnus not to go for that with an extra pawn. Blocking with the knight does kind of walk into a self-pin. Maybe the idea for Magnus is you can just take another pawn, 2 pawns up, and after a trade of pawns here, you do hold everything together just about. I mean, slightly risky. What Magnus might be calculating is the move knight to c5 here or knight to d4, attacking this bishop. So black is 2 pawns up, but still not with the safest king in the world. Magnus still with some serious questions to answer. 2 minutes now against under 10 seconds. Will he jump in with a check? Or will he go for Tanya's move? Also looks pretty good to me, taking this pawn, and then at least a safer move, bishop to e6. But Engine says no, he should get greedy.
Yeah, engines, they love it. And I mean, this is the thing, though. I mean, it's also something else to learn from this position. It's a critical position. He is obviously doing the right moves. I mean, that's what he does. But in a critical position, take your time, you know. A lot of people get all their timings wrong in chess. Normally, you only get 3-4 moments where you really have to calculate, you really have to spend your time. And Magnus used his time there. He had this position in his mind, and I assume he's worked out that it's just good for him. Had he rushed there, he could have gone wrong. And Firouzja...
Ooh, 1 second.
Makes a move. Could not have picked up that pawn because of the check and a double attack. So the b7 pawn wasn't on pre. Comes back with the knight. Now Magnus 2 pawns up and no attack on the black king.
Black's king is safe as houses, as they say, and the F and G pawns, maybe not yet, but later on will decide this game. Black's 2 extra connected pawns on the king side. And well, when it's Magnus Carlsen, we've said this before, it should just be a cleaning up job here.
1 second. Makes a move with just 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, and
there we see Magnus just protecting his king. And it's actually White's king that is now going to get asked some questions. And Magnus, he knows which piece trades to make. Knights and bishop have left the board. Yeah. But there's no attack for Alireza. And instead, he's just material down.
And the bishop looks terrible as well at the moment. I mean, that bishop is only attacking the pawn. That's defended by a knight. And the knight dodges all the checks as well. It blocks all the checks. And I think you can just start pushing the F and G pawn now. I don't see any reason why not. So, OK, Alireza's trying to get the bishop out to a more active square, but it's very loose as well, that bishop.
Can you not attack that bishop?
Probably, yeah.
Win another pawn? OK.
Yeah, I mean... Two's enough. Two's enough, pawn grabber. So, you know, calm down. Calm down. Can I win a...
3 is better than 2.
Can I queen a pawn, win the game, or win a pawn? I'll go for the pawn, please.
A win is a win, Simon. However...
It is indeed. We've all got different ways of doing it. And here they come, though.
Coming down the board. And we often think of knights as being these aggressive attackers, but they're also such good defenders, taking away key squares for check. And that one knight on e7 just gets the job done for Black. White is hoping to get the queen into activity, trying to threaten some checks, get that queen to b8, attack that b7 pawn. But it looks like Black can just return with the queen or even push his pawn. Again, knight, a key defender for Black's king.
It's amazing how good that knight is. I mean, if you put your king on e6 in front of the knight, the queen can't check it. It's such a good defender. And I love how, you know, pieces are used like this. It's very... very pretty.
You know what they say, Simon? A dog is a man's best friend, but a knight is a king's best friend. The knight just...
It is. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah.
David was the one that coined
Did you
that
coin
phrase.
it?
No, David,
Yeah. The problem is the black king, you always just hide behind the knight. If the white queen checks from one side, you hide the other side. The white queen has to take 2 or 3 moves. You kind of go round again, and meanwhile, the black pawns start advancing. This is just one-way traffic. Look at that white bishop, that poor piece. Just can't get any joy in this game at all.
How did Black's queen from b8, having no squares at all, get to this position, being on d4, dominating White's position, and White's king being the one that's in trouble when Black couldn't even castle? What was this game?
Yeah.
It's the game of life, Tanya. You know, when you're playing against Magnus, you know, you have a good position, you have that one chance, and somehow you don't take it, and Magnus is just relentless. Look at him. He's taking everything now.
He's trying to checkmate now.
Yeah.
So, a bit greedy, you know, trying to checkmate as well. What else does he want? I mean...
he has allowed us some checks. This is... a bit strange. Wow, he's walking into the centre of the board and no nerves at all from Magnus Carlsen.
No fear.
His pieces are so well centralised, and the pawns, I mean, he's going to be able to block these checks somehow.
Does he go f4 as well, or does he march forward with the king, inviting more checks?
Keep walking.
I would keep walking as well, because the other one gives up a pawn.
And we never give up, no.
Well, not if we don't have to.
And wow, it's going to zigzag back the black king possibly and hide on some dark squares. The problem is White's just playing with the queen alone and the bishop is not contributing. Here we go, the black king can even go back to g5, no more checks, and that will signal the end.
Yep.
And it is the end. Alireza Firouzja resigns. Magnus Carlsen making it look easy today. Game 1 was full domination. Game 2, he was in trouble, but Alireza Firouzja not being precise in that critical moment. And then, once again, Magnus taking the driver's seat and not letting it get out of hand, which means that Alireza has to win the next game on demand. It could be a 3-game match. Magnus needs only a draw to take this away. David, this one was an up-and-down battle, and it could have been Firouzja's game.
That's right. It was so close. Firouzja was one accurate move away from securing a decisive advantage. But in the end, this game did turn on that knife edge. And it was this critical position. White has just given a check, forcing the Black King out to E7. And here, he did play the move Rook to D4. We saw Rook trade and eventually Magnus convert his extra material. But if instead Firouzja had found another attack, another hit on this Black Rook, he would surely have won the game. Queen to B3 was the killer. The Rook has no good squares to go to. For example, if it retreats, then at the very least, White can start to cash in. This is a nasty check, hitting the king, hitting the knight. Next move as well, he could start to gobble up the rook in the corner. Instead of finding this, unfortunately, he traded rooks, lost the momentum, and we saw the result.
When you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, you have to beat him on every single move until you get that win in. And we saw that big turnaround, which means Magnus with a 2-point lead. Alireza Firouzja has to win the next game. Otherwise, it is match over. Alireza will go down to the losers bracket. A big game 3 for the 20-year-old is coming up, and we will be back with the Julius Baer Generation Cup in just a few.
That's pretty tough for 10 seconds, yeah?
Yes.
White to play and draw.
Oh, but this I'm pretty sure I've seen. This looks so familiar.
So he has to go to either H2 or H3. I haven't been able to decide which one, but my feeling...
10 seconds pass fast.
Yes. My feeling would be definitely not H2, because H2 then maybe E1 knight. That may be a problem.
Yes.
So I have to go to H3.
H3, knight F4
knight
check.
F4, king H2.
Knight G4 check.
Knight G4 check. Then king H1.
Knight F2 check.
King H2.
E1 knight.
And knight F3. Knight F3, king G3.
Yes.
Very nice.
Very good.
I know this one. I'm just trying to remember it. So it's when the 3 knights get it. So king H3,
knight F4,
knight F4, king H2,
knight G4, check,
knight G4, king H1, knight F2, king H2, E1 knight F3, knight F3, king G3.
Very nice. And now king E3 is a stalemate.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, let's start with king H2. Kind of have to, I guess.
King H2, I would probably go E1 knight.
Oh, is this king H3 and have E1 knight and knight F3?
Well, yes, but king H3, I will go knight F4.
Okay, now I have to go to H2.
Knight G4.
Okay, now I have to go to H1.
Knight F2.
Okay.
King H2, E1 knight.
And knight E2. Oh, knight F3, knight F3, king G3, king G3 is stalemate.
Yeah. Knight F3, knight takes F3, king G3. Very nice.
I knew this one. I was just trying to remember the whole detail.
Look, you're the only one that's remaining perfect after 5 studies. Last one, white to move.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Okay, this one I think I've seen before. Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6.
Easy. Yes, very nice.
Yes.
But what's the puzzle?
White to move.
But you save the simplest one for last, or?
This is
Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. How did you get me here? So Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6 mate, yeah?
Yes. That's it. We saved the easiest for last.
Well, number one, Magnus Carlsen seems just invincible. With his recent World Cup victory, he's already also won 2 events in the Champions Chess Tour, is looking for this hat-trick. He plays and he wins. How does his mind work and how is he able to be so good? His chess looks like it is from another planet. Take a look at what Henrik Carlsen, his father, had to say about Magnus, the workings of his mind when he was just a kid.
In fact, there's an interesting episode from Gausdal when Magnus just had turned 9. He was playing a tournament up there, and we played in this same group, not in the international tournament, but kind of the B tournament. And I had beaten him in our encounter. That's the only time, basically, in a classical game. And we were analyzing, and I was showing him something with the patterns and opposite colored bishops, and then this master player came over and said, "No, that's not right. It's the other way around." And I thought, okay, so that's not the first time I'm saying something I literally don't know anything about, but it's going to be the last time.
Something that I heard, I think in 2004, was that Magnus had declined to work with Garry Kasparov. I still remember the shock that I felt, and I thought, wow, how can a child refuse that? And then I thought, hang on a second, this takes guts, this takes confidence. So, I mean, what was the strategy for developing Magnus as a player?
Well, basically, this is in line with what I introduced about letting him be in charge of the process and trying to kind of guard him from people around who wanted to influence him. Because I told people already when he was 10, 11, 12, etc. No, it's just a hobby. He's having fun. I'll support him, but he'll decide. Because already when he was 12 or 13, people start saying, well, what if he wants to stop playing chess? Yeah, then he'll stop playing chess.
What advice would you give other parents to encourage the love of chess to their children? Would you give them any specific tips?
No, it's rather than avoid detailed formulas or paths, because I think the passion and the curiosity, that's the only important thing, basically. That everything else is secondary. Like, and you can take a lot of the advice you get and also turn it around. Like people say, well, you have to study your weak areas, but you could also say, no, you should study your strong points because that's what you're interested in. And then you just try to expand from that, basically. So there are always parallel ideas. And I think the youth or the kid has to find his or her own way. Although, of course, this presupposes a lot of enthusiasm for the game itself. If a child is mainly occupied with the result, that's not the same long-term drive, I think, as loving the secrets of chess itself.
Yes.
And that was mesmerized Magnus early on and kept his interest that deep and intense, I think.
Henrik Carlsen sharing his insights on what made Magnus Carlsen what he is today. And Yovi, you were there doing that interview. That felt so special. And some of his takes over there and what he said about, at a young age, Magnus sort of refusing that influence. Not many people have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I know. And he was quite adamant that it was very much all about letting the child decide on the process. And he was just simply going to enable it to happen. And I found it quite actually inspirational that he would give that power and that confidence to someone as young as Magnus was at that time and just had full trust in that process. I really do recommend listening to Henrik if you do have a child that is super into chess and just taking heed of what Henrik says, because it is very well thought out.
And do you think that kind of upbringing is what we see today as well in Magnus, taking these big decisions, what he feels is right and what he needs to do? We see him do that even now, whether it's not playing the World Championship match, well, all the decisions that he takes.
Yeah, it's rare to see such kind of responsibility thrown on such a young player, and it's definitely kind of grown into this autonomy that Magnus has. I mean, throwing out all these different openings, like you say, on a grander scale, choosing which tournaments to play, knowing himself, knowing his strengths, weaknesses, knowing his body, his energy levels, everything. And yeah, it's a lot for any sportsman, but Magnus handles it well.
And he looks very happy and very relaxed right now. Both of them sipping the water at the same time. For Alireza, he knows what he needs to do. There's only one way out. He needs to win the next game to keep the match going. Magnus looks like he's having a good time today, Simon. He looks a lot more relaxed than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, he was clearly quite tired yesterday, and he's more chilled out today. And the games have been really exciting. And we've got a French defence as well now, so another interesting opening. And I remember Magnus actually saying that if he needed to win with the black pieces against E4, then he'd probably play the French defence. And this was in the last year or so, because it's an opening that hasn't been completely worked out and often goes to a dynamic position. So, yeah.
But wait 1 second. Doesn't White have like the French killer in the midst? You can exchange pawns in the middle. Do it.
I don't think he will. I think he's having too much fun to do it.
I don't know.
I think if he wants to win the match, he could, but I think
he's done it before.
I think he won't do it. He won't do it. He won't do it.
And we're all talking about the pawn takes pawn variation.
Exactly.
The groan variation. You know, so it's like, no, I told you. The thing is, he's really enjoying himself today, and he's actually playing like really sharp positions. And maybe it goes back to that interview. He's not necessarily even trying to play the best openings. He's playing just openings which are going to lead to fun games, which is great for us.
Yeah, I think he was just fighting his inner conscience there, Magnus.
Yeah.
I think he was very tempted to play the exchange variation, just trading off pawns, going symmetrical, going for the draw. But he's aware of the fans. Magnus is very aware of what people want to see, but also he loves entertaining himself, loves chess. He did it yesterday against Fabiano. He didn't shut down the game immediately, and okay, that led to some drama. But yeah, this one, I'm glad to see it. Mainline classical variation of the French right now.
I remember being in a similar situation. A few years ago, I was commentating with Simon, and we were following David's game in Gibraltar, and it was the same thing. And we were like, whoa, we're getting ready for some knight c3, some knight d2. And then David goes, pawn takes pawn. And we were like, well, we're going to move on.
Yeah. You missed my beautiful win.
No, we did. We then caught up, and we had to kind of go, very, very good, David. Actually, it was a really good game.
Thank you.
Recommend following it.
It was, yeah, tailored against the opponent for the situation, and sometimes the exchange variation isn't always played with a draw in mind. But Magnus, yeah, he's gone for something much more ambitious here. He's got extra space. Look at White's pawn structure in the centre. You have that kind of trio, that triangle of pawns on the dark squares. And Firouzja, I haven't really seen him employ this variation too much, whereas Magnus, I've seen him on both the white and black side of this position, so maybe slightly more experience here.
Will this be the third time that we'll see a queenside castling?
Wow, that's
Any
true.
chances of that happening?
It's actually a blunder here. I've played this position many times, black, and studied it a lot. But castling queenside, it was first played in Morozevich versus Shirov, I think, in this position. And it's actually a big blunder because black can now play c4 and change the nature of the position. And you've got the b pawn ready to run down the board. And basically the attack here is just ready-made. You're going to go b4, c3, checkmate, and it's it's really, really hard to have any. Yes, you can't castle in this position, so you've got to be quite subtle about it. And I expect the main line now, is to castle kingside, because all these ideas of castling queenside, it gives black loads of compensation. So bishop d3 is one of the more modern approaches to this, where you just want to castle kingside. You can often move your knight on c3 away, so you can try to put a pawn there as well. Knight d1 is a common idea, so you can try to swap that with a pawn. And I think David said the connect 4. You get the connect 4 then, connect 4 pawns. Yeah, this kind of stuff's an idea. But it's castling kingside. It's a bit annoying for players of the black side, because I've had this and I'm like, yeah, come on, castle queenside, let's have some fun. And then they decide to castle kingside, and it's like, okay. All right, we'll have to play this position. Still very interesting. And I'm trying to remember the main line now. I think it might be b6 or something like that, so you can move the f-pawn. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to move the f-pawn, but you've got to defend your c-pawn first. And this move, well, I'm not sure about this. If you need to win, you're closing it down a lot. maybe Magnus will castle queenside now. So maybe that's what he's hoping for.
It feels like Black has gotten, what is that, a Connect 6 going on right now.
It's not always good to get a Connect 4, you know. Not always. And the problem here is, like in the French, you especially in a must-win scenario, you have these ways of opening up the position, and as soon as Black pushes that pawn, he can't do that anymore. But Magnus now playing a very standard idea, showing that he can open up the position, and C4 is not supposed to be a very good move, and it's I don't like it.
Yeah, you need the tension in that centre
Yeah.
to be there, because when the centre is closed, that's when all the action happens on the edges of the board, and that's why we can see Magnus push forward with the f5 pawn, and his big idea is simply to capture the pawn takes pawn, and then just leave that bishop on c8 completely bad.
Yeah, and the dynamic justification of this is pawn takes pawn is simply met by a capture, and suddenly Black's pawn formation, the beautiful Connect 4, it's just collapsed. It's all fallen apart. This knight will move out the way, and White will start advancing the D pawn, the E pawn, everything. So f5, very opportunistic, but very strong potentially. He's just getting ready to take, as Jovanka mentions, maybe even castle, and there's an open F line. Look at where the Black King is situated as well. It needs to evacuate as quickly as possible. This opening has not gone well for Firouzja objectively, but at least it's still tense. There's still all the pieces on the board. So in terms of maybe long term, if he can stay alive, still at least, chances. I'm trying to be optimistic here for Black. I want to see a fight. I want to see game 4.
I love the way you're trying to say it, but actually in your voice you can hear that you don't really mean it as much.
You can tell I don't play the French defence, Simon.
I mean, have you ever been... I mean, the French defence is a very exciting opening. I mean, we have the Caro Queen here, and it's quite similar to the Caro Khan. And David, E5 King. I don't actually know what you play, Tanya. You're Sicilian or...
E5 and Sicilian.
OK, so we've got quite a wide mix of... we cover all bases here, at least. And
but I love playing against the French.
Most people do, yeah.
Good point, yeah. It's always around this light squared bishop that Black has. It just feels like the pieces are not in the game. And so it's been surprising to see Alireza go for this opening, given the mat situation, and then blocking down the center. And earlier on, I saw this feature chat which said, Goat Father, talking about Henrik and his contribution to Magnus's career. I've often noticed he's always there at tournaments, at World Championships. And Magnus' family support has been so crucial and critical.
Yeah, I think that's a theme around all top players, and maybe kind of across all sports. Family, or at least a great support network, is key. I mean, talking about Firouzja, he has a family as well who've really supported him, helped him move to France, and really kind of pushed him in his career, and it's paid off. If you think of other top players as well, you see the young Indian players now. Pragnananda's mum has gone viral recently on Twitter, just supporting her son throughout his fantastic World Cup run. And it's the same for all the top players, I feel.
Incidentally, David and I did commentary at Norway Chess, and a lot of the players brought their parents with them.
I was just commentating and I brought mine.
I wonder if that's the one thing, having that support system, having that one parent that hasn't changed over the generations. Because even Vishy, he talks about how his mum played a big, big role in his career. And I think it was for Gary as well. So I wonder if that's the one thing that's a constant, family.
I think it is, yeah. We see a bit of action happening on the board, but before we get there, I used to coach a lot of junior tournaments as well, and it's actually the really pushy parents which are the worst ones. It's not the kids which are bad, it's some of the parents. So it's so important to have supportive parents that don't, are not too forcing, shall we say. And you can see that with Henrik, you can see that, I think, with Prag's mum. They're there supporting, doing the best for their kids, and I'm sure with Alireza's parents as well. But I've seen some horrible things, like 8-year-olds being shouted out when they lose a game of chess in front of loads of people, and it's like, oh my God, you want to say something, but it's very hard to. And those kids always give up, because the pressure's too much. So you got to have the fine line of it. And I'm sure we all had that here. I'm sure we all had really supportive parents.
My mum for me.
There you go. And I bet they didn't shout at you when you lost. I bet they encouraged you and, gave you the support that you need. So, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. And that pressure, it can really get to the child. It's just a burnout. You don't end up growing as a player. And, it is definitely sad to see. But I think for all these great players, as you're saying, David, that's the one thing that we see all across, that they've got this support system that lets them sort of just blossom into the best players.
And it's not just a support system. I also wanted to add that for Henrik, it was also very important that Magnus was in a good mood. And so just before going into tournaments, they would plan out their jokes, they would plan out topics, just to get Magnus in the right frame of mind.
Wow.
And I was really taken aback by that. But then, of course, when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. And it's no coincidence that in Norway Chess, where everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people had their parents with them, there was a lot of good mood. Everyone was really happy, and it just felt like this is how chess should be played, relaxed and enjoyable for everyone.
You play your best chess when you're in your good mood. I noticed that at the 2021 World Championship, and I think this is a theme in World Championships where players come in with their seconds, with their trainers, with other chess players. But Magnus had this whole team, but they were all friends and family, which is such a different approach from what we normally see. So definitely something that's played a big role in becoming the best chess player, and we see that across, I think, generations as well. Meanwhile, action is on. Alireza putting on the fight on the queen side, but will the game get into trouble? Will his king come into fire?
Yeah, the problem is no matter how active Alireza is on the queen side, no matter how many pawns he pushes over there, actually the action's taking place on the other side of the board. And on the other flank, it's clearly Magnus in the ascendancy. And I think we just have to jump in, firstly, to show what's just happened, but also to kind of outline why White is doing so well. And if we trace back to this moment, the pawn break forward, I think maybe Alireza might live to regret this decision, taking with the pawn rather than at least slightly freeing his French defense bishop. I think any French defense player wants to activate this piece. He took with a pawn, and after both sides castled, maybe the black king isn't actually safe on this side of the board. There are no knights, look at this, around the black king. So any attack might just be brutal. We saw how vital defenders' knights can be in the previous game. So now bishop to g4, attacking this point, the base of the black pawn chain. Always the base is the weakest of any structure. And after b4, I'm expecting either the knight to just retreat or maybe a trade of rooks first. Maybe Magnus is calculating whether he can cash in on the e6 square. Yeah, he just drops back. Very logical move. And not just is this knight attacking the pawn, the bishop attacking the pawn, but watch out for later the knight joining the fun and ganging up on this poor backward e6 pawn, the French pawn.
It's a very sad position for black, this, unfortunately, I feel. White's also going to get the open f-file as well. At any moment, White can swap rooks and put the other rook on the f-file. Yeah. And, you know, black maybe has some chances on the queen side later on if he can make a break over there. That's black's one chance, but he's got to try to extinguish Magnus's initiative over on the king side here. e6 is very weak, and that's the first problem you have to deal with here. Not easy to do.
No, not easy to do. And on top of that, the knight isn't actually obliged to go to the f4 square either. It can jump to g3 and support a piece landing on the h5 square.
Yeah, just all the pieces flooding. Note how they're just kind of heading towards the king side. That's where they're gravitating. And black's pieces, because the board is closed and kind of cut in half by this kind of pawn formation, black's pieces are stranded on the queen side. So I think some drastic action might be needed. I'm not sure whether it's something to do with pawn to c3, jumping in the black knight to c4, but yeah, it feels like you're just not quick enough, not active enough as black. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes into a long think now. I think that might be required. He needs something a bit special to keep this game alive, to keep his winning chances afloat.
I quite like your c3 move. I mean, in a bad situation, you might as well try to mix it up, I figure, in general, and at least that gives some chances. OK, he's making the exchange on f1 first, and he's playing it. I mean, I think this is also in Alireza's style. He wants to keep it sharp. He wants to get some kind of initiative. If he can get his bishop to a6, never going to happen, then... yeah, it's just never going to happen, is it? OK, has this helped? Oh, I don't know, I'm looking at the bar there, but has this helped at all?
I mean, there are some tactics in the air here. The computer says that white is pretty much winning now, but black does have a serious threat. If the black knight on b6 jumps into c4, hitting the white queen, hitting the bishop on e3, then suddenly white's pieces start to collapse. And there's some serious pressure. Look at the black queen eyeing up two white pieces, but what is the winning move? Why is the engine suddenly so excited? Alireza's missed something. It's not obvious, though, immediately to the human eye.
I'm wondering if knight f4 tactics work in this position as a computer move. If not, queen d3 seems like a relatively safe second option. Oh no, it doesn't, because you actually might lose a piece there. So maybe it has been. I can't see knight f4.
Wow, we're getting given a hint here, Simon. Thank you to the computer gods.
Yeah.
Knight to g3, not obvious.
Wow.
I was trying to work it out, but it's incredibly complicated because, you know, the white queen is going to get hit. And I was trying to figure out Prague style, because one of the things with commentary is that when you comment on the games of certain players, you kind of you are drawn to the counterattacks because that's their trademark. So I was like, well, maybe you can counterattack the queen with bishop h5.
Wow, bishop to h5.
No, that would lose. Okay, so that's not the move.
I think the problem is maybe after the queen is captured, the rook is also hanging on f1. I mean, this is so difficult. I would probably stop my calculation here thinking, OK, 2 pieces are attacked. If you move the white queen, then the bishop disappears. But I think now your idea, Jovanka, bishop to h5 would be winning because the white queen would be swooping in to f7. This is really difficult for a human to spot. Magnus plays a far more natural move. He plays the move h4. Could never be wrong, right, Simon? And he's just backing up his knight.
We've seen it go wrong a little bit today, but I was going to say a normal human would never find that, but Magnus is the GOAT, so I kind of expected him to play knight g3 there. But h4's just a good move, isn't it? Defend everything, maybe give yourself chances to harass the queen with h5, which is a big move, and it's knight f4 is also a threat. So that's a really multi-purpose idea, h4, and also very dangerous for black, yeah.
It just looks like black's going to end up losing that French pawn, that e6 pawn, knight f4. I don't really see a way for black to fight it. And if the e6 pawn falls, then the position falls apart. This could be just a 3-0 victory right now for Magnus.
Yeah, it's looking that way, and Firouzja on the camera doesn't look too happy. He'll still be calculating, but unfortunately, it's just the fact that he's playing without 2 pieces. You look at the black bishop, the French bishop that we talk about, still stuck on c8 on the light squares there. Black's rook stuck behind it. You're always at least 1 or 2 moves away. And we've talked about it before. Somehow Magnus, every game, especially his 2 white games, he's got all of his pieces coordinating, protecting each other, all really centralized, all active. And no surprise that the tactics work in white's favor here. Yeah, no matter what trades black goes for, still advantage white.
Just have to compare every piece that Magnus has to black pieces right now. Just everything on white's camp is playing and doing a job. If knight f4 is such a big threat, to me the first thing that would come to mind is trying to trade off pieces so that you can neutralize the pressure a little bit. Could that be something that helps black at all?
Yeah.
Start with knight e3 maybe? Oh,
makes sense.
Yeah, I like the idea.
Trade this one maybe as well.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but also let's not forget that Magnus needs to only draw.
Right. And I thought here white is actually threatening my OG idea, which is put the knight on g3 and bishop comes to h5.
Queen e4, can you try that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like it, but I mean...
Queen f2, is that a move?
Yes.
Oh, OK. And
that's
now...
a killer, I think, Tanya.
I'll let you do it. Bishop d7.
Oh,
come on, just for the crack. So,
back rank checkmate.
That's a back spanker indeed.
Do your puzzle rush, everyone. This is not how the game's going to end, but it is definitely a theme in the position. And the problem is as well, not just that you might have to trade off all your active pieces here as black just to survive, but you are a pawn down too. Hard times for Firouzja as black. It's never easy when you need to win. He's only made these kind of uncompromising decisions because he is in that must-win situation, but it isn't going to work out.
That's the problem with that last game. I mean, even if he'd managed to draw that last game, he could have played in a lot safer way here, trying to rely on the win in game 4. And I think losing the first 2 games against Magnus, we saw Fabiano somehow manage to nearly come back yesterday, but it's nearly impossible against Magnus. He's just too good. And OK, we'll see Alireza taking a pawn there. Look at those pieces, they're flooding.
There's an idea, right? You can go bishop takes. No, you can't. No,
I mean,
completely.
Let's show it. Can we show it?
Show
Bishop takes knight, trying to do a little trick on e3.
I know, but it doesn't really work.
There's a bit of a back spanker here as well. So,
looks clever. You're giving up the black queen. It looks like you're counterattacking, winning the white queen, but after the white queen gives herself up. Unfortunately, the sting in the tail is this checkmate. And ignore the bar. That's because it is checkmate. I panicked there for a second. And the Black King would again be caught in the crossfire. But instead, okay, queen to h6. It looks like you've lined up perfectly for white's pieces to hit you in the corner here. But what is the killer blow? This pawn is attacked 3 times. You can take it with this knight, or with the bishop. One of them looks strong. I'm not sure which one.
I want it to be knight f7 because that's like the Fabiano game. It's not. It's not knight f7, I'm sure, but I want it to be knight f7 just to have two great attacking games of that move working. But this, I mean, you just got to calculate carefully here. I mean, taking on e6, it seems good, doesn't it? With something.
Seems good. Maybe this way, just so you have this pawn hit next move. It's just collapsing for black. No matter what you try here, you can trade off one bishop, but this isn't going to help you at all next move. At the very minimum, this is threatened. The pawn center has collapsed, and Magnus has indeed gone for that move. It looks like we're in the closing stages now of this knockout match.
Magnus Carlsen with a dominating performance so far. But for Alireza, I think knowing that he had this big shot in game 2, it's a very difficult situation to come out of psychologically as well. And you have to play black and a must-win situation. You tend to take these decisions that you normally wouldn't otherwise. And it's all gone wrong. The h4 pawn has been picked up. The d5 pawn has been picked up. And
it's beautiful tactics.
Again, the back rank.
The back rank is there.
Sure.
Do you know what I think black should do now? Just resign. It's better than getting checkmated. Or allow the nice checkmate to happen on the board. And David, we've got to show it, haven't we? This checkmate, and it's a reoccurring theme time and time again here.
Yeah, it keeps happening. Now, if the queen takes this bishop, it's not a free piece, because once the defender is eliminated, knight takes bishop with a check. Black recaptures again. It's, that move yet again. Rook to f8, catching the king. This is checkmate, and it would end the game. If you can't take this bishop, unfortunately, with black, then you're just 2 pawns down and facing an ongoing assault against the black king.
A very tough position for Alireza. Magnus, with his unique ability to just have all his pieces at the right squares to execute an attack and finish the game. I don't know how he does it, but it seems to happen time and time again. But it was game 2 where Alireza almost made a comeback. Really, that was a fantastic performance in the opening, but just one inaccuracy, and that's all that the world #1 needs. And that went downhill. And this game also never got going. Knight takes d5 on the board. Alireza having a think, touching the 3.5-minute mark. We're on move 23. This might be over in the next couple of moves. Under 25 might be.
Looks likely at this point. And yeah, it just doesn't represent the match, this potential scoreline of 3-0 or 3-0. It's just that one move. One move could have changed everything. We could be seeing this game. I mean, it would have been a different opening. It would have been everything different. We could have seen this go to Armageddon in this match, and more chess instead. One-sided scoreline, just one move. That's how difficult it is at top level if you're not sharp, and just if you kind of miscalculate just once. Top players punish you.
Thing is, we say that time and time again when we're watching Magnus's matches, don't we? It's the same yesterday. It was like one move. His opponent missed one chance, and you only seem to get one chance in a match against Magnus, and you must take it, you know. And, he does give these chances away occasionally. It is rapid, but you don't get more than one chance, it seems, against Magnus.
Actually, it seems per match, Magnus has given his opponents one chance.
Yeah,
it's like that Eminem song, One Shot.
That one shot, one opportunity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To seize every Magnus you ever wanted. Yeah. Bishop d7. Okay, he's defending. Firouzja, credit to him for finding a move to survive. He has cleared the 8th rank, so that black rook in the corner guards against that recurring checkmate theme. But now all white needs to do, save your bishop on g4 and 2-pawn advantage. Still with that attack. Not sure how we do it. We can move that bishop. We can bring the rook up to f4 to defend. Lots of choice again.
Yeah, I like rook f4 because it's kind of aggressive move, opening up some tactics, but maybe there's some other options there as well. Firouzja is not out. We have to remind everyone he has a second chance, so we could even see this match again. And I think his openings have just not really worked today. And it was that last game, wasn't it? It was just, he missed his chance there in a very complicated position, but he hasn't played too badly. It's just bad openings and Magnus playing really well. So, yeah, happens.
It was just an opening disaster in game 1. Game 2 was the makings of a brilliancy, which he just missed that one move. And that was it. Turned the whole game around. And this one I don't really count because this is just determined by the match situation.
Yeah, completely influenced by what we saw in game 2, taking these extra risks and the decisions on the board. But this is a difficult one. But Simon, you're absolutely right that we might even be seeing this rematch in the grand final, because Alireza Firouzja will go down to the elimination bracket, where he will fight against the winner of Nordibek Abdusattorov and Denis Lazovic for that spot into the grand final. So it's far from over for Alireza. It has been a difficult game so far. Any hope? Magnus has taken the decision to move the bishop to f5, rook to f4 is a big threat on the board. The queen doesn't have too many squares.
Yeah, the black queen looks really, really active, but she might well be trapped. Firouzja needs something active now. I'm struggling.
There's also a big threat of knight takes bishop, and then the bishop swooping in as well.
Yeah, that's a massive threat.
E7, queen e7.
Yeah.
And then bishop g5.
You've got knight c7 after that as well, so it's a horrendous position.
Could black throw in, I'm thinking of trying to evade your threat there, Jovanka, bishop to a3, just a scary move. I'm not sure it does too much, attacking the white queen.
No, it's
scared I'm going to...
There's some back
something
rank.
nasty here, yeah, so you want to take that bishop, do you, or something?
Yeah, there's something. Yeah, but at least it's the type of move that would force Magnus to think. At least it's slightly scary. The white queen now, she might lose coordination with her bishop, which is slightly loose. The evaluation bar says, OK, white's just winning. But that's at least what I would be looking for. I'm not sure what else.
It's a resource. It's a good resource with a direct threat and not so easy to counter. Bishop a3, you pointed it out. What's the move for white here, David?
Yeah, I mean, the first move that came to my mind, because I'm an old man and I don't want to lose pieces, don't want to calculate too much, is to play queen to e1. But already the evaluation bar would drop down. The reason is I want to simply protect my bishop. I want to get queens off the board. But suddenly, after this trade, maybe after a capture here, the white pawn center slightly vulnerable. At least black never has to worry about checkmates anymore. Still good for white, of course. Down material here for black, but worth a shot.
Yeah, worth a shot.
Firouzja under the minute.
He needs to make a move, and he needs to make it fast. Bishop f5 on the board. What is he thinking about? If not, and he's played bishop a3, but he took quite a bit of time before making this decision. So Magnus Carlsen can go safe with queen e1. Are there any other attacking idea? And he does it. David knows Magnus.
I do, too well. And the queens are off the board. No checkmates, at least not for now. But white still with this extra pawn, the two-pawn combo in the center. I thought it was 2 pawns up. I forgot black captured on h4 a bit earlier. But now this kind of massive pieces that we see in the center, this tension, unfortunately for Firouzja, it's hard to deal with. White's pieces just coordinate so well with their pawns. And, OK, just rook to b8 looks like a pseudo-active move, trying to maybe come into the white position with that rook later on the open file. How can Magnus start to unravel here? Still some work to be done.
Is there a knight g7?
I was going to suggest that one.
Maybe, yeah.
I see material, I grab material.
Yeah, we love grabbing. I mean, there's loads of tempting moves there as well, isn't there? I mean, yeah, it's a pawn grab, isn't it, that one? So, and quite a simple little tactic there, really. I mean, one of the only problems was that pin was a little bit annoying on the knight. So you don't just win a pawn, but you actually get out of the trouble with a pin. You give yourself the f6 square for the other knight. It also, just opens up the black king in general, as well as winning a pawn. So that looks like a pretty juicy way of doing it, actually.
On the board.
Yeah.
2 pawns up now for Magnus Carlsen. I think this one was missed by Firouzja. Unfortunately, again, it's just tactics working in white's favour because he has the better coordination, the better centralisation. And this could spell the end.
Yeah. 10 seconds.
Oh, 6. He needs to make a move. 4 seconds. 2.
Got to move.
1
second.
Okay, he takes the knight.
He takes it with how much time did he have on the clock? Because it's a 3-second increment. Barely any time.
Oh, wow.
See what Magnus is just saying, OK, I'm going to just have the draw in hand in case I need it, right? Is that, that's actually a really safety first idea from Magnus. I mean, he played this really quickly, but I mean, because remember, it's enough. He only a draw is the same as a win, right? So, but I mean, OK, he's lost a lot of his advantage, Magnus, from doing this.
And black does have the a-pawn. I mean, Firouzja is going to play this out. It isn't.
Oh, not now, but the king
Might
is
be
looking
checkmate.
into a mating net. Is going to get caged.
King e4 or
G4 maybe.
Oh, G4.
And now he he has to go H5.
The problem is if he went the other way, I think it's at least a perpetual check, right, for white. So you have to, in a must-win situation, try this way.
Ooh, 1 second for Firouzja again. He made it with under 1 second.
Only stop the check.
Only way to stop the perpetual again.
Oh, rook h5 was a checkmate.
Now the e-pawn is running through. Black's rook is too far offside, and Firouzja leans back.
Yeah.
In disappointment, he's going to resign.
He does it. Alireza Firouzja resigns. Magnus Carlsen wrapping it up in 3 games. It has been a disappointing day for Alireza, but he had his big moment in game 2 when he could have made that big comeback. But that one move miss has cost him the match. Game 3 again felt like a Magnus masterpiece, David.
It was a Magnus masterpiece, and he simply controlled that game from start to finish. It was here, though, where he really secured the victory. He played knight takes g7, as we pointed out, winning a second pawn, not only opening up an attack against this loose, undefended black piece, but snatching a pawn in the process. And just to show how he closed it out, how he took all the risk out of the position after the king took the knight, we saw bishop takes bishop, and this knight trade ensured that with opposite colour bishops, there was nothing to be done. Just to show the final checkmate as well. Here, rook takes h7 was catching the king in a net. The only move to prevent this, bishop to h6, was met by the simple e6. A queen about to appear on the board, and Magnus is through.
Magnus is through. He will get a rest day tomorrow before the grand final, but he's got that spot into the grand final of the Julius Baer Generation Cup, and with that also confirms his spot into the next Champions Chess Tour Division 1. And these are the brackets. Firouzja will play against the winner of Nordebek versus Denis Lazovic to fight for that spot to challenge Magnus in the grand final. It is going to be a big day of chess, and we are being joined by Magnus. Magnus, congratulations.
Thank you.
Magnus, you were not happy with your play against Fabi. You wrapped it up in just 3 games today. Are you happier with the way things went?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my play today. Obviously, I played way too risky in the opening in game 2, and I could have been lost there, but I think the way that I handled the game after was pretty good. So yeah, I would overall say that we played 3 very complicated games, and I feel like I handled them really well.
Yeah, it was. It felt like quite a dominating performance, especially with the white pieces. And you mentioned game 2. That was Alireza's big shot at making the comeback. Magnus, what happened when you played h5?
Well, I knew that b5 was the move, and I couldn't really remember the lines. So I thought, how about h5? And then I was looking a little bit at knight b5, and I thought, it looks very interesting. So I thought maybe I'm losing, but anyway, it looked really interesting. So I think it's probably like a bit too risky, but it worked out pretty well.
Yeah. And Magnus, while in the winners' final, experience prevailed with you winning. In our losers bracket, I don't know if you were following the action, but Fabi and Wesley have been knocked out. Did you follow the matches there?
Yeah, I followed it a bit. Obviously, Fabi had every chance to win his match, while Wesley didn't seem to have many chances. Like he continued kind of in the same vein as in the World Cup, that he was surviving, and then suddenly there was one chance too much. So yeah, it's just me against the kids now.
It is you against the kids, and you will get a rest day tomorrow, Magnus, while they will fight it out for a spot against you. And we have an interesting question that I want to bring up from our chat. It's from Mohammed1 CR7. And the question is, did you miss Hikaru in this event?
I didn't really think about that. I feel like I played pretty strong players in the last couple of games, but yeah, I mean, in general, in all these formats, he's been He's been like among the very best, probably the second best player in the world. So obviously any event that he doesn't play in is slightly weaker.
And Magnus, this is the Generation Cup, and you mentioned it's you against the kids now. Which of the 3 remaining kids would you rather face in the grand final?
It will be fun to play Alireza again. Maybe we'll have 3 or 4 sharp games again. Would be great. But yeah, I'm happy to be in the final. So regardless of whom I play, I'm happy.
It's going to be exciting to watch who makes it through that. Magnus, we just have a couple more questions from our feature chat. And it's the next one's from Mr. Gilgolon. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name. And he wants to know that what do you say to yourself when trying to defend a difficult position?
Depends on the kind of position. Like if it's a passive, worse position, then, well, it's very hard to say though, because there are different techniques. Like the 2 main techniques are one, just trying to hold, and the second is trying to hold by creating counterplay. And like knowing which one to use where is kind of the key to defensive techniques. If you're talking about the position I had in game 2 today, well, first of all, I didn't know that it was losing, so that helped, even though I did suspect that it was a pretty bad position. But yeah, I was just trying to hold on, play as well as I could. The position was so complicated that, especially in such a time control, like losing is not really, I don't know, not really a thing. It's just a complicated position that you try to do your best in.
I've seen this so many times, Magnus. You not only have this incredible ability to convert winning positions almost flawlessly, but also be able to turn around and win worse positions. How do you do it? How do you do it better than others?
I don't think I do, though. I think there are others who are much better at getting out of worse positions than I am. I think there are even stats on that when it comes to like scrambling in worse positions, and I'm okay, but I'm not one of the best. And I think the reason is that I don't have that much experience being worse. So yeah. I usually play from a position of strength. So people like Hikaru, for instance, who often gets in poor positions, he defends them extremely well and extremely resourcefully. To be fair, Alireza as well. So yeah, I think I'm not really one of the best when it comes to that.
All right, fair enough. And did you feel that today's game 3 with Alireza was actually a sort of a takeaway or a carry forward from what has happened in the first 2 games? Because it felt like it went wrong really early on for him.
Yeah, he played the French, which I didn't really expect. So I thought, let's just try and play something. If it's a complicated position, that's still fine. But it did feel to me from his play that he didn't completely believe in it. As you said, there was probably a bit of a carryover.
And Magnus, finally, the burning question that everyone wants to know in chat. It's from Krishna21234. Are carrots your secret prep for online events?
Not really. It's been working pretty well. At least it worked well today. I usually eat like my last meal of the day before I play. So it's just a little something to both for nutritious value and also to keep a little bit of energy.
And Magnus, you've earned yourself a rest day. What are you going to do with it? Any chance you fancy coming here and commentating, giving me a rest day instead?
Well, what have you done to deserve a rest day, David?
You caught me there.
He's been working really hard, yeah, and doing a great job.
No, I'm gonna enjoy it for sure. And be fresh for Sunday.
Right. Magnus, get your rest. Awesome performance today, and we'll see you back for the grand final.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen, after his 3-game victory against Alireza Firouzja, that was a dominating performance by Magnus.
It was dominating, and he won the positions that he was playing from a position of strength. Game 2 was a hiccup, and there we could have seen Alireza Firouzja just perhaps change the match around. And there we can see the big stats. Magnus Carlsen with an accuracy of 91.3%. That's incredible.
Yeah, he just played so well today. I mean, he took some risks in that second game, but it worked out okay, and he didn't really do anything wrong, did he, in the whole match?
Yeah, and we have to give the players credit. These accuracy scores, we've seen higher, of course, throughout the tour this season, but in such crazy positions like those, to navigate their way through the maze of calculation there, yeah, just incredible chess. And Magnus said it himself in the interview. He wouldn't mind playing Firouzja again because he really enjoys those crazy positions that they get against each other.
And it might be because Firouzja does get another chance. He is on his second life. Meanwhile, for Fabiano Caruana, it was the end of the road as Nordebek Abdusattorov took the big match win after making a big comeback. And there we see the accuracy of these two players. Pretty close there. And in fact, it was Fabi with the higher accuracy. But that one mistake, that one blunder really cost him the whole match. And for Wesley So against Denis Lazovic, it was the end of the road for Wesley. It went down to the Armageddon, but Lazovic took the match in that. And even though Wesley was knocked out, good news for Wesley. He has made it through to Toronto. He's managed to book his spot into the season end final with the results that happened in Division 2. And that is our 5th player in Toronto. Only 3 spots remain. David, this is turning out to be quite the field.
Yeah, stacked field for sure, and I can't wait to find out the identity of the 3 remaining players. Of course, it could be someone who wins Division 1 this time, but if it is Magnus Carlsen who goes on to win again, then another spot opens up for the tour points. And that would be good news for a lot of players, not just in Division 1. So exciting times ahead.
Super exciting times ahead. Tour points will be critical for all the players fighting in the 3 divisions. Yobi, what was your big takeaway from all the action we had today?
It was full of surprises. I would, first of all, never have predicted that Magnus would win the match in 3 games. And secondly, Nordebek's completely amazing comeback against Fabiano Caruana. It looked like it was game over, out, but somehow or other, he pulled it back from the brink.
Yeah, I mean, I love those Sicilians in the Magnus match. I thought those first 2 games where H5 was the bad move, I thought they were fantastic and really fun to watch. So hope we get more of that tomorrow.
Harry, the H-Pawn. Will we get more of that fun? I'm sure we're going to have very exciting matches as the players fight it out for the final spot in the grand final of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And it is time to reveal our winner of the trivia of the day. Let's bring up the question. And it was a tricky one. Who was the first player younger than Carlsen to beat him after he became world number 1? Let's reveal the answer.
I'm going to go for Ding.
And you, David?
Anish Giri?
So close.
Oh!
But the correct answer is Saman Shigirov. He was 17 when he beat Magnus in 2010, and Giri beat Magnus the year after.
Oh.
And we do have a winner. And it was a tough one. Congratulations to Marita Anderson. You will be receiving your mystery box really soon. That was a difficult one to get, but well done. And it's going to be a difficult day tomorrow for 3 of the kids, as Magnus pointed out, to fight for that spot to play against him in the grand final. While Magnus gets a rest day, we'll be back. The other players will be back, and chat, you've got to be back because you don't want to miss it. We will see you then. Incredible opening there by Fabiano Caruana. Everything went wrong in this one for black.
What's going to trade queen?
Just queen e4, yeah. Just looks completely winning, yeah.
Alireza Firouzja not happy. Magnus Carlsen making it look easy today. Wrapping it up in 3 games. It has been a disappointing day for Alireza.